desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
As manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexity and compressed timing, the Three-Dimensional Services Group offers 7 facilities and 500,000 square feet of dedicated, on-demand manufacturing floor space. Metal or plastic, we support a wide range of industries, from some of the world's best-known companies to startups, with an unparalleled investment in leading-edge manufacturing technology and automation to keep all phases of a project in-house.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Taking on the challenge, equipping yourself with the best, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster, in racing and in everyday life. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Hey everyone, welcome to Watkins Glen for the Trans Am Series, presented by Pirelli. 4 rounds to go. I'm here with Adam Andretti and Ben Sissel. We're excited for this one because even though the Dyson team have absolutely dominated proceedings, it's really not as clear-cut as you'd think. 110 points, 111 points, I should say, for Chris Dyson at the moment. But with this new point system, it's really anybody's race. And I reckon this could be one of the best races of the year.
It really honestly dawned on me when I first spoke with Chris Dyson this weekend. I was like, you're going to wrap this thing up here? He goes, oh, no. I can't do that till possibly VIR. So that's really kind of woke me up that this thing is still very much alive. But yeah, I agree. Like, we live in this, and I'm here thinking it's all but done. But this man behind you, Justin Marks, set a mark today. Yep. And we got not only that, but Boris said 100th career Trans Am start. Pretty cool field going on right now.
And Ben, it's been pretty much between Justin Marks and Chris Dyson all season, but there's some dark horses out there this weekend.
There are, definitely. I love the fact that we've got the big three right here up front with Chevy, Dodge, and Ford. But I would say the big dark horse to look out for is that dark car back there, the number 40 of Keith Grant.
Yeah, Keith Grant, obviously one of the Grant clan. We've got, I think, 4 of them racing in Trans Am alone, and so he's going to be one to watch. He, of course, is a bit of a ringer. Came in at VIR last year and has been absolutely superb for Showtime ever since. He definitely is one to watch. And, of course, Tommy Dreesy still in there and in the points hunt as well. Not wet, but it has rained overnight. What's the Glen going to hold for us?
Well, I just got out of my Big Machine spiked coolers, Big Machine vodka spiked coolers TA2 car, and it's a drying track. But that's the thing here. So these are TA cars. They're not TA2 cars. This is an open class. They have air jacks. They have center lock hubs. But who doesn't? Boris said behind me. So for a car like that, I'd say I got to hang on to maybe some slick tires if everyone else is starting on wets, and keep that gap close enough so that when they make their pit stop, I'm already checked out.
Well, I'm liking the race suit. This is definitely an improvement on usual race boots. Listen, we got to get back into the booth. I'm going to leave you to it, Ben. You can go talk to some folks. We're going to canter off as we do, and we'll see you in the booth. Ben, over to you.
Have fun. All right, Jonathan Green, Adam Andretti going up to announce. Now, just before we started this little grid walk, fan walk here, Justin Marks came out onto the track to look at it, to assess. There were cars out there, and he said it's a dry line. The track is in no ways, and I think that we've gotten some visuals of the track, is in no way dry, but the dry line. So meaning when they start, the start going into Mission Foods Turn 1 may be a little bit difficult, but then once they get into more single file going up the uphill S's, hopefully everybody is to the line, and there's so much downforce on these cars that they're going to dry the line. But I got to point out the 5th Motul Pole Award here for a driver who really hasn't done the whole season. He's missed about 2 races, and I believe he might have to miss another one, but really started out the season, we thought, in championship contention. So congratulations, another Motul Pole Award for Justin Marks. I got to point this out like they were talking about. You can see Justin's running center lock wheels, as is everybody else, but then Boris said these beautiful fixie wheels, but he's got 5 lugs going around there, so they're really hoping that it stays as planned here. And being here in this Watkins Glen microclimate, another thing to watch out for is this is the first time that Boris has run TA with an MCO gear sequential gearbox. So they're thinking that might up his game a little bit, his times and the shifting. So look for him to really be quick. Then Chris Dyson from the Empire State here in this Jim Weed Ford Mustang, going out there, going to be running really fast. He knows this track really, really well, but he's also in a new-to-him car that they've been assessing for about a season and a half. This is the dark horse that we were talking about, Keith Grant, running out there. His father's also running out here with us. Then we've got David Pinterick, kind of Captain America here, the number 57 in the Ave Riley car. Always really fast, David Pinterick. Tommy Dreesy, we mentioned him in that 3GT Lucas Ford Mustang. So look out for Tommy Dreesy. Then we've got Amy Ruman, the McNichols, number 23, 2-time champion in her Chevrolet Corvette. So you can't ever count out Amy Ruman. Then we come back to the XGTs. Look at this beautiful Danny Lowry, Mercedes AMG. I'm not used to seeing him in the red. We're usually see him in that Bennett blue, but he's out here with the Ace. Is it Duran? Ace Duran Hauling and Rigging Company. Beautiful car. Thank you so much, Danny Lowry, for coming out here. Then the Bridge Hall with Ricky Sanders here in the Audi. So in the XGT class, we've got the Danny Lowry in the German Mercedes, Ricky Sanders in the German Audi R8, and then the American SGT, Lee Saunders in this big, you can see, big V10 Dodge Viper. And this is not quite the Dodge Viper conditions that you want. When I'm here on, you can see kind of a greasy surface, I would call it, but hopefully that line dries out. Then Chris Coffey, who's been with us just a couple of races, but been on the podium with us in a new Maserati that they're just testing out. He had a pretty bad off at the kink at Road America just a few weeks ago. So Chris Coffey and a new to him Maserati, but it's been running fast. Then we've got Saya here, who does Lime Rock with us, who does Watkins Glen with us really fast. I would say this Porsche at the beginning, with the traction the Porsche and the Audi have, should maybe move up through some of these cars that are struggling to find grip. Then Carlson over here in this SGT, huge looking late model thing. So excited to see him. Michael Attaway, and then we talked about Richard Grant. So we are about to start here, and we're going to get loud down here. So enjoy it here. We're about to start our engines right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's start command.
Well, as you can see from high above Watkins Glen, it's a bit of a murky, misty day, but I'm joined by Adam Andretti, who actually is the perfect person to turn to at this point, because in terms of conditions, you were just out there. How is it?
Yeah, we were out there in our ultimate headers, Camaro and the big machine Watkins Spike Cooler TA2 class. And yeah, you can see it's dry, wet. So if you're going out on wet, you're going to be searching for wet pavement. You go out on dries, I think you're going to be surprised by some of the wet spots, but you're going to save yourself that pit road delta, which is, we're not Formula One teams here. We're not getting them in and shooing them out in 3-4 seconds. It's an elongated pit stop. We don't do it. We're sprint racing. We're not necessarily equipped for that type of stuff, but we can perform those tasks without a problem, and there are teams that are very well equipped in doing that. So it'll be really interesting to see who starts on what and what kind of tires we go with right off the bat.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, looking at it, I think it's one of those decisions which isn't particularly hard, because if there is no more rain in the air, which I'm told there isn't, I mean, it's cloudy, but it's not expected to rain again today, although there is a lot of rain in the New York area. If you've been watching your weather forecast, a big storm came in onto the East Coast overnight. But we've managed to just about avoid it, so it's good news. And as you can see, the drying line there on the race line will give us pretty much slicks for the day, I think.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to go out there on wet weather tires. I would be very, very shocked to see that, especially as you look at this aerial view. I mean, there's, obviously it's going to be one of them things, though, too. You can look here, Jonathan Green there. Straight away into your best passing zone, which is the Mission Foods Turn 1 here at Watkins Glen International. So if you're going to take that dive to the inside, you're going on wet pavement.
Yeah, no question about it. And, we don't give much credit to the sort of warm-up laps. We're going to do 2 pace laps. We're going to do the short circuit first, and then we're going to go the full circuit, which is what we'll be racing on. But this isn't, for a driver anyway, this is an important lap, because you've got to get things sorted out, and this is your first chance to see the conditions.
Exactly, especially for these. And what's really kind of fun and ironic about this is the roles are kind of reversed in the said family. Boris Jr. was just out there in practice. I'm sure he was lending an ear onto his old man, letting Boris Sr. know a little bit of headway on what to expect here around this 3.4-mile circuit.
Well, as you can see, we'll be on board with Chris Dyson in the Jim Weed number 16. So plenty of angles covered. We'll also have a drone in the air, so we shouldn't miss anything there. So we'll have every angle covered for you. 4 minutes to race time as they head out on their warm-up lap. And we welcome our viewers on MAV TV. Welcome, MAV, and we are so looking forward to bringing you another action-packed race from the Glen. There are 4 rounds left in this year's championship. This is TA, presented by Pirelli, as you can see, and it's Justin Marks, the man who is a part-time racer, and I say that because, of course, he's got a busy job running the Trackhouse NASCAR race team, which is actually doing pretty darn good too, and he carries the number 19, like his driver, Daniel Suarez, the Mexican driver, and you'll see him in action at NASCAR, of course, but this is also a famous NASCAR track, and I think that's why this particular track, and Adam Andretti alongside me will I'm sure, confirm or deny, but this is why people get so excited about Watkins Glen, because it's got that history that goes back to 48, but it's also NASCAR, IMSA, and now Trans Am.
Oh, it's amazing history. That's what this series just harnesses so well. Is a great mixture of
historic venues, just like we're at here at Watkins Glen International, and then we go off to like newer venues like Worldwide Technology Speedway here are being our next round in the St. Louis area. So it's really what keeps this series so exciting and fun. But yeah, the history here at Watkins Glen, you can feel it, just like so many of those other places that we go to. In Indianapolis, you certainly feel it. But yeah, here at Watkins Glen International, it is something special. And something that I just learned was I thought the boot was original configuration, Jonathan Green.
No.
The boot was built in 1971. So I always thought that they did the cutoff for NASCAR. No, the cutoff and the short course, if you will, is the original course here, from what I understand. And that's something that I just learned. So any historians out there that can either confirm or deny, I'd be more than happy to hear. But yeah, we're on board here with Chris Dyson. This is the Jim Weed Ford Mustang. This is the man who's got 4 fingers wrapped around the 2023 championship and a thumb ready to grab the last bit. But he's definitely ready to go. He's driven. He's focused. They are back on as far as he's back to the Meissen chassis. They're back to what he feels very, very comfortable in. And
electrical issues is how he described it to me.
Yep, that's exactly exactly what we got from him as well. So yeah, there's a lot of consistency there. Here's the grid here, Jonathan.
Yep, Justin Marks in pole position with a 144.3. Then Boris Said alongside him in his 100th race in Trans Am. Dyson and Grant on row 2. Pintaric and Dreesy, row 3. Amy Ruman, another winner here. Danny Lowry leads XGT on row 4. Ricky Sanders on row 5. And Lee Saunders from Florida leading in SGT. He will start on the 5th row. And a little further down from them, you'll see Chris Coffey, the man from Dallas, Texas, starts in GT on row 6. And Michael Sire, former racer on bikes, I was finding out the other day about him. Interesting history he's got. Josh Carlson, the young 18-year-old, starts on row 7. Michael Attaway alongside him in GT. And then Richard Grant, another of the Grants, is in row 8 in that Chevrolet in TA. So starting at the back, hoping to side his way through and hoping to use the power of that TA car. And Adam, it's great to have you here. I hadn't realized until I went out on track, I took one of the Buzz bikes out to this area. I didn't realize how cambered some of these corners are.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we come right up here to our Motul toe of the boot, it's not only uphill, but it has that camber to the corner, as you said, and it's really it's a place that we would think would have all this grip all the time, and it's one of the slickest parts of the track, But yeah, it's constantly catching you up the hill. You have to have very, very good forward bite through there. But yeah, there's and then you're off camber too as you leave. The boot when you get to Bridge Hall, Bennett's turn 9. When you leave there, it's all off camber. If you catch yourself too far outside on entry, you'll never get the thing turned into the apex. So It's such a tricky, the boot here is such a tricky portion of this course. The rest of this 3.4 mile circuit is very flowing, very fast, as you get into, the so-called NASCAR or short course.
It's interesting. We talked about the Jim Weed number 16 having electrical problems, switching over to the Meissen chassis. Well, Justin Marks hardly has done, talking of Marks, has hardly done any laps here. He had a complete day where they had to switch out the starter mode and really almost reloom the whole car because they had starter issues and it was taking power away from the car. So he sat there. I watched them with poor old the whole team, to be honest, watching on as they tried to fix it. Justin in his overalls, but not going anywhere. So it's, the tale of the stories behind getting to the grid are always interesting to me, and it always looks easy on paper, but it never is.
It never is. We're coming to the green flag, Jonathan Green. It looks like Boris says got the better line in the dry line being P2 here. Let's see how the start goes.
Well, it's a 100 start for Boris Said, but Justin Marks leads them to the green flag. It waves, and away we go, down towards the Mission Foods Turn 1 for the first time. We're away for round 10 here at Watkins Glen. Good start from Boris Said. He's side by side. He's got a nose ahead. He's ahead of Marks as they head towards the bus stop for the first time. Great start from the maestro that is Boris Said.
Yeah, he got a great run out of the Mission Foods Turn 1 up the hill to the S's. He's keeping his foot in it and spreading a little bit of distance here on Justin Marks as we're on board with the last two-time champion here, Chris Dyson. Looking to the inside, Justin Marks. Now, Justin Marks, he's probably going to show some little bit of conservative head here, I believe, in the beginning, because if you feel, for our Trans Am fans out there that watch every one of these races and see Justin Marks and his performances, he seems to like overcharge at the beginning before tire pressures are up, and the mistakes start happening then. We're seeing a totally different Justin Marks at the start of this race. So I think he's perfectly content to let Boris go out there, set a little pace, let his car come in, and then go chase that Dodge, that 79 ECC Motorsports Dodge.
Yeah, Justin Marks, of course, the defending champion of this race from last year. The man behind him, though, Chris Dyson, definitely one to watch. He won both doubleheader legs in 2021 and started his career here. David Patarik gave him his car back in 2017, so that's where it all began. He came 5th that day, and he's never looked back. Two-time champion, as you mentioned, and about to make it 3 if he continues this amazing domination. No Matt Brabham to support him this weekend. Matt's racing, I just looked at the times, actually, in Indy next, as our former TA champion Ernie Francis is, but he out-qualified Ernie Francis. He was in 6th. When I looked at the practice now, what's coming out, the liquid coming out of the back of Dreese's car?
You know, you got to stuff these thirsty monsters full of fuel to make it 100 miles around here. So a little bit of overflow coming out of that 3GT Ford Mustang of Tommy Dreese. And speaking of David Patarik, there's his very patriotic Ford Mustang coming through. And the two-time champ of Amy Ruman. I look forward to this battle throughout the day.
Whoa, somebody's just locked up.
I believe there's a bunch of lockup that just went into turn 1 there. Definitely abusing those Pirelli P0s early on is not the strategy I would go for 100 miles. As we get into the GT classes of racing, and this is some tight battles going on through here, and that's what you love about the weather. It's going to bring these people together that maybe normally wouldn't be racing against each other.
Yeah, no question about it. And Boris said doing a good job early on of holding off Marks. The gap, as you can see, it says 0.5, but I think all that Boris can see is those jockeys coming at him.
Yeah, it's getting pretty big in his mirror through there, and this has been Justin's MO. Once he lets that Showtime Motorsports Chevy Camaro come up and get to temperature and be right and ready with the air pressures, he's been almost impossible to beat all year long. So it's pretty special to watch this right now. And they're pulling a gap here on the two-time champ of Chris Dyson. And don't forget about our colleague Ben Sissel's dark horse in Keith Grant. He's P4, and he is not letting go of Chris Dyson. He's there to give Chris Dyson a little bit of a headache, I believe.
Yeah, as we go on board with Chris Dyson, Keith Grant is a bit of a ringer in many ways because he's got bags of experience. We just haven't seen him in Trans Am that often. His experience goes to IMSA, to Formula Atlantic, you name it. So really good peddler to get in the car when you need somebody to do the job.
It would be so exciting to see him here on a full-time basis. Would love to see Keith Grant come out and do this on the 12 weekends that Trans Am does this throughout the year. Because he would be such an awesome addition to this. I think he would be a great fight for the championship. He keeps cars clean. He brings them home. As we see these first two going at it, man, Boris said, too, this is his 100th start in this series. It is a very important day for him. He's going to be a tough guy to beat, but he's the one that has the lockup. Now, the problem with that, Jonathan Green, you know this. You've been around racing a long time. Once you get a flat spot on these Pirelli P0s, it finds it, right? You go deep into the brakes, and it finds that spot, and it stops on it every time. So hopefully he knows how to manage. I know he knows how to manage that, and he takes conscious effort of it and manages that left front tire from here on out. But that's a pretty tricky situation.
Here comes Marks.
That Boris is working with.
Marks jinks out for a moment in that resplendently painted number 99, the American flag and the jockey sponsorship. That actually comes from NASCAR. He actually used it when he did the Xfinity. He did one run in Chicago, only did 8 laps, but he got sponsorship from Jockey, and that's part of Trackhouse's coverage, so he decided to bring it over here because he didn't only get that run.
For my money in motorsports, no one's doing better style out there than Trackhouse.
Yeah.
Their style, the way that their liveries are popping out, the way they dress their athletes, it's really inspiring to see, and it's just a little piece of the puzzle. But I'm telling you, when your group shows up confident in the product that they get to put on the track and it looks the best, and they have that just gets you. It's intangibles out there that gain you a little bit of time because it's that effort that comes in, that extra effort. So, I love Justin Marks. I love the Trackhouse style and what they do over there and what he's brought to the sport.
Here comes the Jim Weed, number 16 of our champion, Chris Dyson, having to go back to the old chassis. But, of course, this is the championship-winning chassis from last year. But he's on his own this weekend, as we mentioned. But he's actually doing a little bit of catching up right now. The gap, 1.8 seconds here in the early stages, this 30-lap or 100-mile race.
And we got to remember where Chris Dyson's mindset is as well. You know, for a two-time champ, he's got to have the mindset right now that he's in championship mode. You know, as long as he's keeping that 99 jockey car in his sights, that car's not gaining a lot of points on him in this new Edge point system, as you brought up, where there's more to grab. So I think that's also going through Chris's mind, is that he's really racing these 100 miles. He's racing to get these 100 miles done, get the best out of them, manage those days. As we see Justin Marks making a move.
Yeah, he jinked out last time, but now he's going for it, and now he takes it. That's nicely done. And that is the obvious overtake into that inner loop, or the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers inner loop, as we're calling it.
Yeah, I think all that started back there at Mission Foods Turn 1, too. Boris was struggling with brake lockup getting out into Turn 1, so that makes you, if you, again, don't want to find that flat spot, you have to give up a little bit of braking zone. So he probably gave up a little bit of braking zone there, and that gave, and Justin, you know, kind of was able just to sit back there and chomp on that meat and go through it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I talked to Chris Dyson about the key to a lap here at Watkins Glen, and that's exactly what he told me. He said, you know, Turn 1 is the key because the interloop is the inner loop is the place to overtake. So that's where you get that done. You started at Turn 1 with good drive out of it, up the hill, through the S's, and then you get it done. And that's exactly what Justin did.
Yeah, absolutely. And now he's just about managing this lead and setting sail and kind of doing what he did here last year, except last year they were in wet. I mean, it was full wet conditions, and I mean, we were darn near a torrential downpour. So this is really, really good to see a nice dry weather race and these Trans Am stars going at it.
Yeah, Lowry leading in XGT behind Amy Ruman, a former winner here, as we go back on board with Chris Dyson, who has taken a chunk of time out of Boris Said as they head into Mission Foods Turn 1. And now the Mustang definitely gaining some ground and getting closer and closer to the back of that Challenger.
And I'll go one step further from what Ben pointed out. You know, you have a Chevy, a Dodge, and a Ford here in the top three, but you also have an Ave Riley chassis, you have a Weaver chassis, and you have a Bison chassis in the top three. You want to talk about parity across the board.
Yeah.
This is what the technical staff here in Trans Am is doing so well on both sides of the fence that we see in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 class and here in the King class of TA.
Well, as we mentioned at the top of the show, 111 points the lead. But as you pointed out, it's certainly not over, and it can't be over in terms of what you possibly can do in terms of points, because you can score over 100 points in a weekend. So we've got the St. Louis race, Worldwide Technology coming up. Then it's VIR. So I think this is going to go all the way to COTA. That's the final round in November as they head into the boot. It's Marks, Said, Dyson, Grant, Pintarik, and Dreesy. Still a long way to go, though. 5 of the 30 laps complete. So out of the toe they come, and into the heel. Turn 8, turn 9, the Bridge Hall Bennett's turn 9, and then we go back into the Customer Bank turn 11, the final corner here. Also important to get good drive out of that one, too.
Yeah, because, again, that sets you up into Turn 1, which is another great passing opportunity here. And really, honestly, the track here at Watkins Glen International lends itself to a lot of opportunities. The one that seems more cut and dry is you know, our Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop. But the problem with that is everyone's entering that so fast these days, right? You just swallow the curbs up with these cars, and you enter in there so fast that it's kind of hard to get the position on somebody. You have to start that way back, like Justin Marks did, and be for sure that you're alongside. You're really not going to deep brake another driver into that. See the two-time champion there of Amy Ruman coming in her McNichol Chevy, and then looking here at Danny Lowry there. He's in that Bridge Hall Ace Duran, number 43, the Bennett Mercedes, beautiful GT3 car, Mercedes GT3 car.
Yeah, I was talking to Chris Coffey, who is down there in 11th place in GT at the moment, and talking about the other classes. That Audi's been so successful as well. The Bennett's Bridge Hall Audi of Ricky Sanders, and in 9th position he is in, chasing Lowry, and that's a good little battle between those two for 9th and 10th overall. There's Lee Saunders, who is a multiple champion in SGT, the man from Florida. And there's Chris Coffey, the man I was talking about, has got a brand new car because he had a big smash in his Maserati at Road America down the fastest part of the track. Suspension broke and just sent him straight into the wall. So he's in another Maserati, a 2016 Maserati, but a new chassis for this weekend. So then, plenty of battles going on throughout this race, but let's get back to the action as we see Chris Dyson. Well, so far so good for Marks. He got the lead, taking it away from Boris Said, who took the whole shot in this race. And the gap is 1.7 seconds, but it's early days yet. No pit stops anticipated and none needed at the moment because no more rain has come down. We had rain overnight. We had a little bit of rain when we arrived at the circuit about 8 a.m. But as you can see, it's drying up. There are a few puddles out there, but nothing that would affect the driving, and pretty much nice low temperatures, plenty of grip, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is, honestly, the cars all around are loving this, right? The cool air, the heavy air, right? This really heavy air. Oh, as Amy spins here and gets into the water, hope everything's okay. She keeps the thing running or gets that thing refired up. She'll be on her way, but might have just got on the paint, might got a little bit of the wet there with the slick tires, but nonetheless, no worse for the wear. Now, I'd like to see if we could ever get a good look at the front of the 79 of Boris car. I thought I saw some grass packed up onto the left front there.
And I definitely saw some on Chris Dyson's car.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if, a little bit of John Deere work out there has been done and we've shaved some of this grass off. But it's wet, right? So it would catch up there and pull right in, and it would be so sticky to the grill. It's not like dry grass, where you can maybe even tuck up behind somebody and get it to break loose. But
so will he be looking at the dials to just check that the temperature of the engine is not going up?
For sure.
Yeah,
I know, absolutely, for sure. And the beautiful part too about the Dodge, I remember from driving it, is it doesn't mind high engine temp. So, and you can see that he's not letting Justin Marks run away. This gap has shortened up between the 79 engineered components Dodge and this jockey Chevrolet Camaro.
Yeah, there is the front of it. There is a lot of grass on the left-hand side, but he's catching again.
But that's going to affect brake cooling, and that's also going to affect, the engine cooling quite a bit. So they're going to have to keep an eye on things there, and hopefully everything sorts itself out. Again, the cool temperatures, that might have just helped them, honestly, give you a little bit less aero drag, a little bit more downforce, and might be kind of aiding what our gap closure here that we're seeing between the leader and the Centennial starter of Boris Said.
Yeah, what's going on with Amy Ruman? She looks as though it's terminal because she's not going anywhere. They've got the hood off. And sadly, for our only female competitor today, she is not going anywhere.
I'm wondering, they're looking up there in the suspension area. They're also looking at the steering. So if it's a power steering failure, that can certainly catch you out and cause you to spin and things of that sort. But hopefully it's not the end of the day for Amy Ruman and Ruman Racing. It's a wonderful family operation. You can always count on them to be in the Trans Am paddock, and it's so special to always turn around and see them here. And it'd be a shame for that to be the end of their day.
Adam, when you're in a 100-mile race like this, it's what I would call a sprint endurance because it's a long way. An hour of racing, especially when you're in your 60s, like this man is. Oh, not Chris Dyson, sorry. Boris Said is. But it's a lot of racing and a lot of physical endurance. But do you find times where you push harder than a particular part in the race or not?
Yeah, I mean, it's all, it's tire wear and equipment wear, too, because over 100 miles, again, like you said, we're not making pit stops. This is a sprint format. And so you have to manage that tire. It's any form of racing that we see out there that you have to manage one tire that you start on over the course of the race, in my opinion, just makes for more exciting racing for the fan. It gets have strategy that gets mixed in that is very hard to follow and things of that sort. Really, the strategies are easier to pick apart because you're looking at strategy. You can kind of see when a driver is letting the car relax a little bit, come down for a final attack, as we see these two GT cars kind of pseudo teammates. And if that Audi looks familiar, that's the one that Ken Twaits won the championship in and moved his way into the Trans Am Championship. He's the owner of Showtime Motorsports, which is leading this race with Justin Marks in that Trackhouse jockey Chevrolet Camaro.
Yep, no question about it. But these two are glued together, aren't they? Heading down to the back end of the circuit into the boot. The toe, first of all, and that cambered toe we were talking about. That is our modal toe corner, and as you can see from the drone just how close he's getting to him at that particular corner. And then he just, the Mercedes, it seems, just stretches his legs. You can see it now. He's got, 4 or 5 car lengths, and then under braking the Audi, a little bit more nimble, a little smaller, just closes up as he comes through the heel now.
Absolutely. I would say the Audi needs a little bit more open restrictor for this to be a fair fight, and that straightaway is what we just saw from the aerial view, the drone view. Beautiful drone shots, too, by the way, being brought to you here by Greenlight TV. It's doing a fantastic job here with our coverage. And this battle here in GT is awfully exciting to watch. Because like you said, Jonathan Green, as long as they're being nimble through these, when they get through the tiddly bits, as Adrian Newey would call it, that Audi really catches it. But as they start to stretch the legs, so this is really an exciting battle. If the Audi can get a little bit closer, right? If Ricky Sanders can tuck up behind Danny, that Mercedes is punching a pretty big hole in the air.
Let's head down to the pit lane. Ben Sissels, I think, found Michelle Abate.
I'm here with two-time champion Amy Ruman, the 23 McNichols Chevrolet. Seems like you just had some rough luck this weekend.
Yeah, we battled problems all weekend, and unfortunately it's racing. We lost the motor on Thursday, and now this one was running hot too. I don't know what the issues were. It's an old backup, so we knew it was a gamble. Unfortunately, the McNichols team was awesome this weekend. I mean, they worked their tails off. I wanted to at least try to get a finish. The points race was so tight with us, so unfortunately, we didn't have good luck this weekend, and I love this track, and I was glad it dried up for us, but unfortunately, this McNichols 23 didn't last today.
I'm so sorry. I'm sure the Amy Army is very disappointed. Stu, our cameraman, if we can get a shot of this, you can see Dave Skinner moving things around. Be careful, Dave. He's about to take the cap off. But you can see just all of this right here that he's just overheating, too much pressure buildup as he's going to release this pressure valve, and he's just waiting to think. He's feeling that it's hot. So Adam and Jonathan, back up to you in the booth.
Keep out of there. Don't follow Ben around. He'll take you to dangerous places where they're about to let the water out. No, great stuff. Stu, our cameraman there, getting right in amongst it. And it's a shame for Amy Ruman. I misspoke earlier. Of course, it's Amy Ruman. Michelle Abate, though, is back and racing against you tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it's so good to have her back, and it's such a blessing that everything came out okay there. She's got, she can't do the stairs to the driver's meeting. She had to take the elevator, but
I'm sure you all gave her a tough time about it.
That shows the strength and the power of the mindset of race car drivers. And I think, honestly, having the wet conditions we had are probably a little nicer for her and her injury of her ankle, being able to not have to press on the brake so hard and kind of do those things. She put out a really good session here. But back to the TA race that we got going on here. And Keith Granis fell into the clutches of David Pintarek, and we got a nice little battle here for P4.
Yeah, this is a good battle because Pintarek is still very much in the hunt for at least finishing runner-up. He's got a battle with Dreesy, who's ahead of him on the road at the moment in 6th position. We haven't seen much of Tommy, but this is our first look at Keith Grant and of course, David Pintarek. He's got, everybody seems to have got grass in their grills, so I don't know where they're picking that up from, but
I think, I'm just assuming here, there was possibly one culprit that brought a bunch of grass onto the track.
Yeah, maybe.
Because it's not like they scooped it, right? There's just a little bit of grass on the rest of the field's noses that we see, and that can happen when someone really shovels out a bunch. It can lay it out periodically around the racetrack, and you'll scoop up a blade here or there. But this is wet conditions. This is Watkins Glen with some beautiful ground, so you're going to see grass in about everyone's face at some point here today.
Yeah, I went out to this area, and there's so many people out there, and as you can see in that corner, look at all those RVs out there, everybody enjoying the last of the summer wine, so to speak, and enjoying their time here in the New York State while the weather stays good, but it's about to turn, I would say. So, as we get to 11 laps in, Martz leads in TA, Lowry leads in XGT, in SGT it's Saunders, and Chris Coffey leads in GT at the moment, followed hard by Michael Sire. I love this drone shot because it really sees the closing gaps and the braking. It's a part of the sport we've not seen as closely until we got the drone coverage.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's such a great solution. Like if you had to rely on a helicopter today, you're not flying. To get the aerial shot because of how low the ceiling is, and that's what the drone has really brought to our sport is
You got in okay this morning, right?
Yeah, of course. My helicopter, I got a great pilot. He flew us right now. I'm teasing. No, of course, the motorhome's sitting right there on pit lane.
Hang on a minute.
So it's easy to
Doesn't
get out
the
of there.
Andretti clan meet for we're not far away from where you guys meet up for Thanksgiving, aren't we?
No. We got Nazareth, Pennsylvania,
That's
just down the road.
Just
and
down the road.
In the area, we spend a lot of time in Pennsylvania, and it's where we landed as immigrants. Where my father and my grandfather and grandmother, my father and my uncle and my aunt, they all landed there in Nazareth and settled in. But that's not far from here, and that's why this always feels like home to us. And Mario made a great name for himself here at Watkins Glen International, and had a lot of success here over the years, especially in Formula One at the U.S. Grand Prix. And I love, and the fans that come around and remind you of the history of this place, and the fan base here is just incredible, as you pointed out, John, at the green earlier. The camping, the campers were lined in to get here on Wednesday night and Thursday night, and it was just such a great sight to see for the Hilliard Vintage Grand Prix and our TA races that we have going on here in Trans Am.
Now, as you can see, Keith Grant trying to make his way through some traffic here, and he's trying to use the traffic to get away from the man chasing him. So this is an intriguing time in the race, because it always happens at this point. You've really got to choose your moments. Like now, you see the man chasing him, Pintaric, got a little bit caught out there, but he's got through all the same. So well done to David. He's stayed on the short and got through. So, Watkins Glen Trans Am, presented by Pirelli. Marks leads the way by 3.9 seconds ahead of Boris Said in his 100th Trans Am race. Started racing at the Miami Grand Prix. That was an IndyCar race back then in '94, and has been doing Trans Am ever since. But in fits and starts, he comes in. He always says, if Poncho Weaver prepares the car, I'll drive it.
Yeah, him and Poncho are old friends and been around each other a long time, and there's a lot of faith and trust in each other. And I know Boris has gotten really close to the Hendrickson family over there at ECC, and Steve Ray and Christina Ray. So
I bet you never thought you'd be racing his kid, but you are.
Yeah, no. Well, I never thought I'd be doing a lot of things, but but yeah, I'm lucky. I'm blessed to have had a long enough career that I get to race those second generations as well. So. I think that's where my true blessing comes in, is been able to keep the longevity here and stay in the sport and be a part of it and really be at the pointy end of it and still be very competitive, and that's my biggest joy.
Adam, I mentioned that this is an interesting part of the race. We're watching the leaders now going through traffic. It's not easy, is it? Because they're in their own race, they're going hell-bent for leather, but they just don't have the same power as the 800-plus horsepower of the TA cars. So you've got to tiptoe a little bit.
It's timing, right? And
what is it again?
Timing.
That's the key to comedy.
That's the key. Yeah, exactly right. Good timing.
Thank you.
But yeah, no, you have to get the traffic right. You have to almost, anticipate. Obviously, lap times and where you're going and things like that.
You see, that has helped Chris Dyson. Just those last few corners has given Dyson a chance to catch up.
I think we got a problem. I think Boris is sitting there.
Oh,
hurt.
he is.
I think the engine's hurt. Again, that grass has definitely packed up.
Dyson's got grass as well.
Chris is really packed in there as well. So it makes me think, was it the chicken or the egg, right? Did Boris go off first and kick up a bunch of grass, and then Chris got into it as well, or did Chris follow him right in and scoop up his own bit of grass, or whatever the case may be? But this is all stuff we're going to find out when this race is over.
Going to say, I wonder if Ben Sissel can find out for us why there's so much grass in the grills, because it's no bare grills, but it's grills that are covered in grass that doesn't seem to. I don't know how that's happened.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that it was the bus stop, because that's where it's where you're straight lining things, and if you got a little bit too much of that wet curb, and it might have thrown you off. But look at here, Tommy Drees. That's a beautiful livery car, the Lucas Mav TV livery.
Well, I was about to say that his cunning plan has not worked so far, though, because he was smart enough to get sponsorship from Mav TV, thinking that, hey, I'm going to win all the races. Mav is going to be happy. But he hasn't. But he's kept the sponsorship, which is good.
No, he's a sponsor's dream. You kidding me, Tommy Drees?
Oh, he's awesome.
His online presence alone. Would make people very jealous. No, he's
Mr. Hollywood, they call him.
He's fun to be around, and I always love seeing Tommy Drees in our paddock. He brings something to it, and brings an energy to it. I don't like to see him struggle the way he is. I think he is definitely a lot more of a driver than 15 seconds off the pace at a halfway point in a TA race. And we know he is because we've seen that.
Yeah.
Seen that out of him. So, I'd like to see some confidence rebuilt inside him as a driver because he's very dangerous speed-wise when he's got the confidence in between his ears.
Yeah, he too had electrical issues. I spoke to him on Friday after the first practice, and I said, how was the practice? And he said, we're dealing with some electrical issues. And I said, well, can you sort them? And he said, yeah. And I saw him again today, and he said, yeah, I think we've sorted them all. And I'm just sort of hoping he wasn't overconfident that everything was right.
Right, absolutely. And that again that wears between your ears here. These are huge speeds that you're doing out here.
You can see how quickly he goes past there.
Right there, there's the lap traffic there. Lee Saunders there, and in that Viper, Mr. Viper.
Yes.
Lee Saunders.
He's been ever present in that Dodge Viper since he came to Trans Am. 2 championships in SGT for Lee Saunders. There he is in that famous 84, black and red.
And we have, Boris said, we have an update here. It's a transmission overheating issue, and so that brings up a good point. The Dodge was always that perennial front runner. You saw it a lot when Boris came in and would run up front and win races in the Dodge, and as well as I was able to win a race in that very car that he's driving today at COTA in 2019. But it was always a 4-speed. That's the way Pancho Weaver built them, as a 4-speed. You get a weight brake, and it was very competitive all the way up until it seems like we turned a calendar year in 2023, and all of a sudden the 4-speed was really struggling. So ECC Motorsports put the investment into an EMCO sequential 5-speed gearbox, and that's why we've seen that. I think that 79 car be at the pointy end of the field and really be a headache again. And this Dodge is back with that 5-speed gearbox, being able to compete at that level.
Well, we're watching Lee Saunders trying to hold and maintain that lead over Josh Carlson. It's an interesting battle because you've got the experience of Saunders and then the youngster, Josh Carlson, just 18 years of age, came up through karting and did SCUSA and many other different forms of karting, but now he's in Trans Am pretty much for the whole season.
This is a pathway as well as a destination. There's a lot of drivers that are finding their path coming up through here. And there's a lot of drivers that this is where they love being and driving and being a part of this paddock. And I know I'm certainly one of them, as we're seeing Boris coming in here to...
Yeah, let's head down to Ben.
Yeah, well, you can see Boris said coming in hot. You can see right there they're getting all the grass off of the grill. I know what was happening. A.J. Hendrickson, the team principal, told me that he's got... His transmission is overheating. There's a fan breaker problem that they can't get the breaker, so they're trying to decide if this is going to be a retirement or not. You can see a ton of smoke here in the cabin. AJ's reaching for a switch. Not sure. You can see the smoke. It's just way too much smoke, and you can feel it really hot. You can smell the transmission fluid. And so really it's not a transmission failure. What we think happened, it's an electric failure with the fan transmission breaker. So super unfortunate for the man who has started 100 Trans Am races. He has won 18. So that's basically 1 in 5 races he has won. And throughout his career, you can see a disappointed Boris said. So, gentlemen, I'm going to throw that back to you, and then I'm going to try to interview the driver.
We'll go back to you when Boris gets out. But I've heard of getting the hell out of Dodge, but you better get the hell out of that Dodge because it's smoking.
Yeah, no, you don't want to inhale those fumes for too long.
No.
But I understand the disappointment there for Boris. It's a shame, and he had a very competitive weekend, and for it to come to an end like this is not what you want. But they great showing again, and it showed that they're on the right path here. That this car is back to being super competitive with that. With the 5-speed, that was something that was a question mark, and they answered that question. So this has been you got to find the bright sides of the weekend, and that's got to be the bright side.
Yep, back to the battle as we've seen already between that Mercedes and the Audi, the 2 German marks going at it. There comes Pintarek just ahead of him, the lights blazing on the Mercedes. What a resplendent sight that is. So much history here, and of course IMSA has a storied history here as well as NASCAR. Formula One was at the home of the U.S. Grand Prix here at Watkins Glen for over 20 years. And so back in the 60s and 70s, the The lakes, the Finger Lakes, you can see in the background. Wonderful atmosphere last night downtown in the village of Watkins Glen, where it all began back in 1948. They were running here, and many believe or would say that this was the home, if you will, post-war, the first real road racing circuit to come of prominence. Laguna Seca was built at a similar time, but given that they were racing around the streets in 1948, they've kind of claimed it as the real home for American racing, road racing, that is.
And they've embraced it to the fullest. You know, it gives you that feeling like you're in Speedway, Indianapolis when you come to Watkins Glen, New York, or if you're in Charlotte, North Carolina, Daytona, Florida. You know, it gives you just that feeling of you know, the whole area is around it. Like Watkins Glen, New York, the International Raceway is the center point, is what brings the commerce to the city, to the area, and then the bonus that really, I mean, it's you know, again, which came first? Were people coming to the Finger Lakes first and then the racetrack, or did we find the Finger Lakes because of the racetrack? But I know that my wife and I certainly love coming to this area and enjoying all that it has to offer. Watkins Glen State Park is one of the top 3 state parks in the country, so really special place.
No question about it. So we're watching Chris Coffey on track in 9th. In fact, I caught up with Chris, and he was telling me about his sponsors. He's got those new traffic graphics, it's called, from Dallas, Texas. And I said, wow, it really does. So I said, he obviously is voting with his feet, because you can see the graphics on the side. That traffic graphics really pings on the side. Look at that, traffic graphics. So well done. With a new sponsor this weekend and a new car this weekend, as I mentioned, had a big smash at Road America where the suspension went coming into Canada Corner, or between the kink and Canada Corner, and I don't need to tell you how fast that is.
No, I've seen some of the nastiest ones ever there, you know, and we have Catherine Legge actually rolling around the paddock. She's walking around the paddock with the International GT stuff, and she had one of the worst crashes I've ever seen there in the kink.
Yeah, no question. Well, Boris is out of the car. Boris said that is. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
Miami. So I'm with Boris Said here. 3 decades, or almost 4 decades, in the 4th decade, 100 starts. But before we get to what happened, I got to brag on you, because the Boris Said balls are still intact with that turn 1 pass over Justin Marks. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, me and Justin have been racing a long time together. I mean, he's a blast to race with. Some of our best races, me and him together, were here a long time ago in the BMWs, but I knew his car was pretty fast, so I had to make an attempt to get around him on the outside. So I kept him honest for a little while. But unfortunately, you know, first weekend with a 5-speed transmission, and you know, we always ran a 4-speed, so we just had a little bit of our fan stopped on our cooler and transmission overheated. I don't know if we had anything for him, but you know, this ECC car was really good. I mean, Weaver builds a great car. And
sorry, I'm being told we've got to end it, so we're coming back from a break. Sorry, Boris.
So if you've just joined us, 19 laps gone of the 30. Boris Said an early retirement for him, transmission overheating, and we saw it quite graphically as he came into the pits of that 79 Dodge Challenger. But sadly, 100 races in Trans Am, but he won't get to the finish line, and he won't be raising his century bat, as we say in cricket, because he didn't get to celebrate. But now he's going to concentrate on Junior, because, of course, Boris Said Junior now racing in TA2. And if you talk to Boris Said, he is an absolute terrible parent. He gets so nervous about his kid racing. Not because he said, I'm not worried about his safety. He's a really good, careful driver. But he said, I know all the pitfalls, the punctures, the things that can go wrong. And he said, I'm very nervous.
Well, you want him to do well, you know, and that's the thing. You know, that's where a lot of that comes from. Is you want their success as a parent. So, you know, I know that every race driver dad that I know of that has a second generation, has a kid in it, they always say the same thing. I was more nervous with them driving than I was with my own driving, and it's because you're not in control, right? It's human nature for us to want to be control freaks, and you know, when you can't be in control of the situation, your nerves act up, and especially when it's your blood out there, of course, it takes it to another level. And I'm not a father. Imagine what it's like to have your child out there, and it's, again, not the dangers of it. It's knowing what the challenges are, and even the challenges of making this your career. It's it said, it must have been a prerequisite being the Andretti to be a race car driver. I said, no, it's the opposite. They try to talk you out of it.
Yeah, exactly, I'm sure. And it's expensive.
Well, it's such a tough sport, like any sport. To get to the professional level, to get to the top level of any sport is very, very challenging to do, and you're definitely going to go through a lot more heartbreak than you are the good days. But the good days are so great that they make you forget about all the turmoil that you went through. So that's what keeps us racers coming back.
We've been watching 10th place Michael Sire, who I said earlier, interesting career he's had. I hadn't realized until this weekend that he had, or used to have, an AMA motorcycle license, so raced in AMA back in the day. So I always think that's a good prerequisite. If you can race a motorcycle, you get so much understanding for what a car's going to do, because obviously you've got so much more feel. Your whole body's involved in riding a motorcycle. And so, good background for Michael Sire. I'm sure the Porsche feels a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too, right? Is the courage level right there. They're not lacking that.
No, not lacking anything.
A motorcycle racer, climbing inside a race car, and the courage level probably even goes up a little bit. And, I remember listening to the great Valentino Rossi talking to the great Kevin Schwantz there at COTA.
Yep.
And Vale goes, oh, you make a mistake. I'll go drive the race car. You make a mistake in the car, they get up the back of you.
Yeah.
You make a mistake on the bike, it hurts for 6 weeks.
Yeah, no kidding.
So
they remind you of it for the next 6.
Yeah, it's definitely great to have Michael in the series, and we're great. That's what this TA2 and TA and the GT classes, they're full of drivers that do a lot more than just drive race cars. If you really dive into the nitty-gritty and what each and every one of them do, dear friend of mine that's became in the TA2 class, Adrian Vlastowski, you've never seen a guy as good on 2 wheels with a bicycle as that man is. He's an amazing flatland rider on a BMX bike. So it's really fun paddock to be around here in Trans Am.
Well, there's Boris on the pit wall with those famous curly locks, and his son has exactly the same. And they're just talking about what happened to the car, because they'll want to fix it or sort it out, but still don't really know why so much or so many of the cars have so much grass in the grille. I think we'll find out afterwards as we take a look at the Bennett-sponsored number 91 of Michael Attaway in that Audi R8. That's another one of the beautiful R8s that's out there, and he too sponsored by Pit Boxes, a division of Ricky Sanders Racing. Definitely online, pitboxes.com. Look them up. Very popular indeed. That's one of the sponsors, as is Bennett's and Bridgehall.
This is a family team here. You got Steve and Christina Ray. Actually, those two, Steve and Christina Ray, Boris married those two.
Did he really?
Yeah, he went online, became a reverend, and he married Steve.
Well, I know he's irreverent a lot of the time.
Yeah, exactly. And then the guy in the Ron John hat that's not in sight right now. That's Jeff Marchione. He's a wonderful mechanic and a yoga meister. You see that man, and he's doing yoga moves that a teenager couldn't do.
Wow,
incredible.
That's pretty impressive. Back with the 36 then of Josh Carlson. Our first look at the young 18-year-old teenager and going about his business. I had a quick chat with him yesterday. Nice kid, and making his way. And I tell you what, and I think, Adam, you'd agree, this is a great place to learn motor racing without that pressure of being, let's say, in the Xfinity or the Truck Series, where it's so cutthroat and so, like, you're in, you're out. If you don't perform, whereas here, this kid can learn with some very experienced drivers in a very professional setup, going to all the iconic circuits. So welcome, Josh Carlson. We look forward to seeing your future here in Trans Am, and let's say if he stays with us, great. If he doesn't, even better, because he can talk about what a great series it was to start off with, and you'll see tomorrow. We've got so many youngsters coming through, like Brent Cruz and Connor Zillage. Really looking forward to TA2, and of course Adam Andretti will be racing in that race. 22 laps gone of the 30. Now it's the business end. This is where you work out whether you've got tires or you don't have tires to go to the end, right?
That's exactly right. And Marks isn't worried about this. He's got a 16-second lead. He's in definitely cruise mode. out there, because at this point, why lay down laps? You don't need to do that to your tire, because if a caution, a late race caution does come out, you don't want to wear your stuff out, because I'm sure Dyson's in the same boat. He's like, I'm 16 seconds behind. I got no threat from coming behind me and Keith Grant. So we're just going to sit here.
Well, interestingly enough, though, Justin Marks is still pumping in the laps. 144.9 last time out, compared to Dyson's 147.1.
Well, one thing I haven't learned my lesson in this booth, Jonathan Green, is to, stick my foot in my mouth when it comes to Justin Marks, because every time I say that Justin is out there relaxing and taking it easy, he goes out and just cracks off a Max Verstappen lap and just lays it down.
I mean, his pole lap was, 144.3, and he just did a 144.
That's incredible.
So he's still on, absolute pace. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, he's, like I've said numerous times, this is a man who is definitely at a talent level that he could drive his own Cup cars, but that's not why he started.
Well, he did an Xfinity race.
Yeah, I know he's done Xfinity, but he didn't start Trackhouse for his own Cup car.
No, he didn't.
Cup program. He did it to better the sport, and he comes out here to Trans Am because he loves the cars. There's nothing like him, and he'll tell you, they're animals.
Yeah.
They're absolute animals. Nothing's got this power out there. Now, everyone at the top level, except for Trans Am and Formula One, is choking down horsepower, right? IndyCar chokes down horsepower. NASCAR chokes down horsepower. Trans Am, how much horsepower can we get? Let's get it.
Yeah, let's do it.
And Formula One is the same way. So those are the only two that in the modern era are absolutely pushing the limits of the power, of getting the best power down. And I absolutely love that about what we're doing here in the TA class.
Once again, through goes the number 30 of Grant. And I hope you're enjoying our coverage here on MAV TV as we bring you action from the famous Watkins Glen, celebrating what has been an amazing history and an amazing history of Trans Am as well over the years, back in the 60s. In fact, actually, the owner of the series, Tony Pirelli, took his first look as a little kid here at Watkins Glen back in the 60s and fell in love. He saw his first Trans Am race. Look at this, the leader getting through and making a nice move there, Justin Marks, on the number 30 of Grant. And that just shows you how much he's pushing on. But
he's driving like Dyson's right on his tail.
Yeah, I know.
He's cutting through traffic like Dyson's a big threat. And you love that about Justin. He's not leaving anything out here, and he's just having a ball. He's out there smiling, having a good time, and just enjoying everything about dominating this race 2 years in a row, quite honestly.
But don't you think it's like anything? The minute you take your foot off the brake, or take your mind away from the fact that you're cruising,
you can make mistakes.
You can make big mistakes.
Make really stupid, silly mistakes when you do that. So no, I get it, and I get why he's still cracking them off like he is.
Here comes the 13 of Michael Sire.
Yeah, we were just talking about this gentleman, and hate to see this, but. I hate anyone's day that ends this way, right? You put it. These men and women put in so much work to these cars.
Yeah.
For them to go 100 miles, that when they just come shy like this, you just hate it. You hate it for them and all that effort.
Well, it's a mechanical issue. There's nothing on the car that shows that why he stopped, but it looks as though he's got a mechanical glitch. Look at this battle. It's gone on all race long between these two, and it's cracking. It's 6 now. It's 6th and 7th place they are overall as the leader. Justin Marks passes them. But that Mercedes has held off that Audi. That's Lowry holding off Ricky Sanders. But these two have been going at it. They are quasi-teammates, as you say, in terms of sponsorship. But they do definitely want to take a strip off each other.
Oh, my goodness. And, you were about to see it. He got the run through turn 1 because of Justin Marks putting a lap on Danny Lowry. He couldn't get down the line. Watch the Audi here. Ricky Sanders. He's coming. He is coming. I'm telling you right now, he's coming.
And like you say, he saved his power.
Just not enough power of that Audi to take advantage. But boy, was he right tucked up. Now they're coming into some of them tiddly bits of the boot as we watch Richard Gant come up into this Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop. They're coming through the carousel here into the boot. This is what we consider the laces of the boot that you're looking over right now. The laces of the boot are obviously going to lead into the Motul toe of the boot. And that's that carousel tuck corner coming right up here. You can see it. It's very obvious from an aerial view of why they would call this the boot. As you come through the Motul toe of the boot, it's going to come uphill here. They're going to climb a little bit of a hill. And then you go back downhill into the heel of the boot here. This is turn number 8. Really tricky spot here. It's kind of a late apex. Long corner here. You can use up the curve on the exit, straddle a little bit, come in here into Bridge Hall Bennett's turn 9, appropriate for the battle that we're seeing here between the Bridge Hall Bennett's cars here in the GT class. Danny Lowry, Ricky Sanders putting on a show in this GT class. And I tell you, this is for those bragging rights, as you said, Jonathan Green, because these two have a lot to go at here.
Yeah, no question about it. That they are, like we said in the past, going for their own championship and fighting in XGT. That was the latest class. We added XGT a few years ago, and as you mentioned already, that's what the head of Showtime won in that Audi that you're looking at there.
Yeah, Ken Twaits.
Ken
That's his old ride right there, going up the hill. But yeah, if you saw last time around that Danny couldn't get that turn 1 done to the apex because of the 99 and Justin Marks put him lap down. This was a much tighter race down the back straightaway last time, if you remember. Now Danny got that run, and it's just not being able to capitalize.
Let me ask you 2 questions. Where do you go for it if you're in the Audi? Or is it specific to the car itself because of the difference in the cars? Or when do you go because you're running out of laps, but you don't want to give him a chance to come back at you?
At this point, you're filling the mirror. I mean, if you're Ricky Sanders, you're trying to fill that mirror and move a little bit, right, to try and take some attention away. And by moving a little bit and making little juke moves and things like that, objects appear closer than they appear. So you might get inside that driver's head. He's trying, in other words, to get Danny Lowry into a mistake. Now, Danny is a seasoned veteran. He keeps his head down, and I don't really see that being as easy as it sounds on paper. But that's exactly what you're doing. Now, we still have some tricky conditions. If he grabbed too much of this curb and it's got some moisture on it, that's not going to make you happy. As we watch Tommy Dreese go up the S's and approach himself into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop.
Well, we saw Michael Sy getting out of the car, and I said no damage, so but I wasn't looking at the rear, was I?
You were not.
He got tagged in the back, he said, going into the inner loop, and the suspension broke in the rear. So that's why we didn't see the obvious look. If we'd have seen the rear of the car, we might have noticed that he got tagged. I don't think there was a lot of damage, but it did break the suspension. That's why he came in.
Well, Porsches are pretty sensitive on the rear, right? And Porsches are pretty sensitive, because that's where everything is. It's a rear drive car. But yeah, this is a really good battle, as we see they're coming through the traffic there, Tommy Dreese. But, Dreese's catching David Paterick here. And I wonder if Paterick had a late issue or if he just drove the tires off it. But Tommy Dreese is coming up and trying to get this 4th position, which is so important in the points battle. Remember, the battle between Paterick, David Paterick, Tommy Dreese, and Amy Rubin was, Amy alluded
they were on
to
equal points, actually, so Paterick's going to go ahead.
Because that's what made her so heartbroken about having a breakdown. So
here is Paterick in 4th place.
Yeah, but
there's
Dreese
behind him.
He's
and interestingly enough, as we close this down, Dyson and Keith Grant, in a really good battle. There's only a second between them, and Dyson doesn't want to lose out and on any more points that give anybody a chance to come back.
No, I think it's a little confusing. I think it's 25 seconds. 21 seconds in between. So it's a gap in between each.
Keep me honest.
So Paterick, like the gap between Paterick and Dreese was 3.4. Now it's going to be, should be much tighter than that. I think that's within a second. Yep, 7/8.
Yeah, Paterick's got grass in the grill. So it's definitely been a problem for everybody out there, especially the TA class. An interesting one. It's something I'll do some investigation.
I'm going to guess the bus stop is our culprit.
Okay.
The bus stop is really easy to get in there just a little bit too deep or to lose braking. And you don't want to go straight, unfortunately, because you have to come to a complete stop. And it's such a punishment. So you'll kind of commit yourself to the grass. Unfortunately, it's pretty wet ground.
Look at these crowds here.
I love the crowd.
It's amazing.
The crowd here at Watkins Glen. Thank you, race fans. Thank you, race fans, for tuning in to MAV TV, tuning in here to our live stream coverage on SpeedTour TV. Wherever you're watching us from, we appreciate the audience. We love that you love our type of racing in Trans Am. This, to me, in my opinion, I think this is some of the most exciting and most competitive racing on the planet. Always right down to the wire, always through the field, as we see right here with the likes of Tommy Dreese and David Paterick.
You know that Dreese's going to make an attempt before the end of this race. Just 2 laps to go. Dreese's right there as he comes out of the tow, the modal tow. Will he get a tow, I wonder? I think he's going to. He jinks out now, looks for it, and here he goes. Tommy Dreese, textbook overtake on David Paterick.
Is it the
Has he made
over-under?
it stick? Is it the over-under? Paterick says no, you're not coming through yet.
He said, I'll let you go deep in the brakes there, but I'm going to over-under you here, and I'll over-under you here.
Great stuff.
So, yeah, you get through the Bridge Hall Bennett's turn 9 and go into the sweeping turn 10, and then you got the Customer's Bank turn 11 coming onto the front straightaway. Will David Paterick get a run and get that position back? He knows how important this is for this points battle between these two, But Tommy Dreese has found the rhythm inside that Lucas Oil Ford Mustang, prepared by 3GT to get himself out front and to maybe hopefully, well, no, I would say pull a gap, but David Pater's going to make a liar out of me. And I love that. Go get him, David.
Yeah, I love it. Go on, David. Last lap coming up soon, and he wants to get it done. Dreese's an old competitor and friend. These two have raced each other in TA for many a year, and they're still doing it and doing it very well indeed. As we look from high above the Watkins Glen circuit, is Pantaric going to come back at him? The Dreese jinx to the inside there at the bus stop to close it off a bit. Here comes Pantaric, and Pantaric gets through again in on the big machine vodka spike coolers in a loop, and he's done it.
Tommy gets it wrong. Tommy gets it wrong right at the beginning and opens up the gap. Will he have enough time with a lap and a half left in this race to get that gap back and to take the attack back to David Pantaric? What a move by David Pantaric, again, on the outside, like you said, in the big machine vodka spike coolers bus stop to clear the nose and basically take the air off of Tommy Dreese's nose and make him wash way out. That was impressive stuff, David Pantaric.
Penultimate lap then, on board with Chris Dyson as he dives through the Mission Foods turn one. And he was telling me earlier in the weekend that that's the most important corner because all of this is uphill through these S's. And then he said the next important place is coming up here, which is that big machine vodka spike coolers in a loop. And we're just about to get to it. Here it is. And
just with the onboard with Chris, I tell you right now, he's in cruise mode. He's just out there just saving the car, making sure this thing comes home. There's been a lot of attrition today.
Well, it's been a tough weekend for the team.
Yeah, and because of the grass, too. I mean, there's just been a lot of attrition today. So, I think he's just making sure, because he's got some grass in his grill as well. So I think just making sure these things are coming home nice, safe, and clean. The only one that does have grass, look at this leader right here, Justin Marks. You want to know why? He's been there the whole time and not put a wheel wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, this man has driven two of the best races I've seen here at Watkins Glen over the last 2 years. In the wet last year, and you couldn't have two different conditions. In the wet last year, dry track this year, and just hands it to him in this jockey Trackhouse Chevrolet Camaro.
You've got to think
by Showtime.
If he'd have done the whole season, and that's the reason he's not leading the championship. There's the white flag. He's had 5 pole positions. He's had a bunch of wins. And he's going to take this championship all the way to the wire with Dyson. But if he did the full season, which I think now he must be, because this was the first time that he committed to as many races as he did, because, of course, he's running a NASCAR team when they're racing every weekend, pretty much. And he's even been racing in Xfinity. So, he's a busy lad.
I've been trying to convince him, how celebrities have doubles.
Yep.
Is you need a Justin Marks double to handle the NASCAR weekends while he's, here doing Trans Am stuff. So I think that's the simplest solution for what we need to get done.
There's an easy way around it. Put some press releases about the conditions and whatever. Nobody would know. He's in his motorhome.
Yeah. But he's, again, the last lap out, he finally started to relax. He saw his pace back off a little bit, but he's still dicing through this traffic and shoving himself through traffic to get this last lap done. We're really excited to see what's going on between this Pantaric and Dreese battle on this last lap, as Dreese has closed it back within a second. That is the battle to watch here on the last lap, as it seems like Justin Marks has this all but sealed. Got to hit his marks. No pun intended, of course. As we get back here to the, he's heading into the heel of the boot here. Very tricky section, as I mentioned before. But again, this battle between Pantaric and Dreese for 4th and 5th is a pretty solid battle going on there. Under a second between the two. But I think we're going to bring Justin Marks home, and after that, hopefully maybe cut to that battle and see what's going on further back in the field there. But this right here is Justin Marks in the Jockey Trackhouse Chevrolet Camaro, prepared by Showtime Motorsports, coming through Customer Bank, turn 11. Jonathan Green, bring him home.
Yeah, this has been brilliant. The defending champion of this race winner last year and race winner in 23, Justin Marks takes it and does it in style. He lost the lead to Boris Said earlier in the race, or right at the start of the race, I should say, and then from there on in, once he got the lead, he never looked back. His competition, Boris Said, sadly had transmission issues. Dyson was cruising after what has been a tough weekend for CD Racing, but they've got the points and they keep the lead. Meanwhile, Justin Marks, on the other hand, is doing a superb job. 2023 will be remembered as a year where Justin Marks, so far, 5 poles, 4 podium finishes, and now 3 wins to his name. Not a bad season.
And I don't want to speak out of turn here because he hasn't crossed the line yet. But the last lap was the fastest lap for Keith Grant. He busts off at 1:45.8.
Nice.
That's a qualifying lap again here right at the end. But Keith Grant crosses the line, P3. That gives Showtime Motorsports, my good friend Keith Twaits, he gets a double podium out of this. And, I mean, it couldn't happen for a nicer guy. CD Racing grabs another podium there in P2. David Paterick, here's that battle I was talking about, has got Tommy Dreese filling his mirror. But I think Paterick got the better of Tommy Dreese on this one and is going to bring this thing home as he's bringing it into the Customers Bank Turn 11 to bring it home. Way to go, David Paterick. Nice battle there, Tommy Dreese.
Paterick will move ahead of both, well, catch up with Dreese a little bit after that finish. He does come across the line there, and with Amy Ruman not taking part, that's going to be a big day. But the race of the day for me has to be the Mercedes of Danny Lowry in 6th place. He had the pressure of Ricky Sanders behind him the entire race, and they battled for 6th and 7th overall. But more importantly for them, the winner in XGT is Danny Lowry of the Bridge Hall Bennett team, and does it in style.
Yeah, what another exciting day for us up here in the booth, Jonathan Green, calling these Trans Am races.
Love it.
I love. I mean, obviously, I love that seat much more, but no, this is the next best seat in the house, and to get to do it up here with you, Jonathan, I really appreciate it. You know, and the Trans Am family lost a good friend, old flagger, and definitely a Trans Am friend and fan. But name is Gooch, and Gooch, our thoughts are with you and your family, and
absolutely.
And then and my car owner John Cloud is his brother. He's with his brother right now, and so our thoughts are with you as well, John. And we miss you here, buddy. But we're going to go out there and do it for you tomorrow.
There you go. Nicely done. And just to finish off in terms of the other results in SGT, Lee Saunders gets another win. And a little further down, Chris Coffey finishing 9th. Josh Carlson rounding out the top 10. Richard Grant was in 11th place overall. But all in all, a pretty interesting race. Some definite drama when it came to the actual reason why people were having overheating problems and all sorts of issues early on. But no problems for Chris Dyson, and electricals issues at the beginning of the weekend. Had 2 cars to choose from, and eventually no backup from Brabham this weekend. But I'm sure, Matty, if you're watching, another win for the team.
Well, Matthew's all happy over there in Laguna. He's inside his Indy Next car, and for Uncos Motorsports, and that's Hollinger Uncos, and I love Matty Brabham. I want him to be here every week as well, and I know he has got some aspiring goals to get into IndyCar and be full-time there. So I always want the best for Matty Brabham. And
well, I don't know why. I just don't know why he hasn't been picked up. He's such a talent.
I tell you, I mean, if I was a person that could make that happen, I would have made it happen already for him, because I have so much respect for his talent and his communication, the way he handles himself on and off the racetrack. He's just he's a legend in the making. So I think with the right opportunity, and it'll come for him. I really do think so, because he puts in the work, he puts in the effort. So, but back to this, what a great effort by this man, Jonathan Green, Justin Marks. Yep. Another win here in Trans Am. You want to talk about a win record too? This guy's got a heck of a win record here in Trans Am now. He's on a roll.
Well, let's head down now, because the end of the Franklin Road is here for Justin Marks, and he's made it to the finish as the winner. Yet again, his 3rd win of the season. Let's head down to Ben Sissel to find out how it feels.
Well, here we are at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle here with, for the 2nd time in a row, we've got Justin Marks. Justin, go ahead and take off your helmet and everything. Really great celebration coming in hot here to Victory Circle, which was a lot of fun to watch. Oh, here we go. I gotta talk to both these guys together. And if you saw it, Justin was protecting himself, because last time he got a little how's your father tap from. Hey, I got to talk to both of you first here. Get in here, because it's Boris's 100th start in Trans Am. He starts, and then you had to see him coming around you here. The Boris said cojones are still intact. What were you thinking when you saw him coming around the outside at turn 1?
Damn old man. No, I've raced with Boris a lot. He's super aggressive on the starts. I knew that he was going to fire off just really, really fast, and he got a good launch into the brake zone in turn 1, really good, and rolled the outside and got by me, and then I had to spend a couple laps figuring out what to do.
Is it fun racing with your friends?
Oh, yeah. I mean, 20 years ago, I always keep a top 5 races through the years. And 20 years ago, we had one of those races here, me and him, and I got the better of him that time. And I thought today we might relive that, but he was a little bit faster than me. But I was trying. Nice. But it's fun.
I love it. So
what he's doing in Cup is friggin' amazing. Okay.
Yeah, I love it.
He was this idiot kid. We used to fool around, do stupid stuff like kids do, and now he's like, he is the Cup team, so it's pretty cool to see what he's done.
Now, I did notice that when you came up to congratulate him, he did protect himself. Is that a long-standing Boris said tradition?
I mean, sometimes you slap him, you do stuff like that. It's just things like that. It's like what we did in the old days.
Oh, man. So is that a good reminder of what it's like to race with Boris said?
Oh, yeah, man. I love that guy so much. I've learned a lot from Boris. Like you said, when I first came into pro racing 20 years ago, found out Boris said was going to be my teammate. It was pretty amazing, a pinch me moment, and learned a lot from him. Got to be really, really great friends, and still all these years later get to race against each other. So it's awesome. Congrats to him on his 100th start.
But we got to talk about this beautiful jockey Trackhouse TA car here with Franklin Road. Unbelievable. Another victory here at Watkins Glen. That's got to feel good.
It feels great. You know, we make it hard on ourselves sometimes in these weekends. We had a lot of electrical problems this weekend and really didn't have a lap in anger until qualifying. So we just had to guess a lot on setup, and we guessed the right way. So we always seem to get it right when it matters, which is great. It's a testament to a great team. All these Showtime Motorsports guys have worked really hard. Excited to have Jockey on the car this weekend. They sponsored me up in Chicago and only got 8 laps out of that race, so we put him on the Trans Am car. And I know my wife and my kids are at home, so I love you guys.
Now, who do we need to call at NASCAR to get them to change their schedule so you can run a whole championship with us here? Because if you didn't miss the races you had to miss, I think it'd be super close between you and Dyson.
I think you need to talk to Pirelli about moving all the Trans Am races to Saturday, and then I can do it.
Nice. Well, you heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Justin, congratulations. Another victory here at Watkins Glen. Let's come over here. I see Lee Saunders over here. Hey, crowd, did you guys like that race? Nice. I love it. Lee, nice job out there. How's it feel?
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Just want to thank God we didn't have rain. Thankfully, everything dried out. I was a little worried that we were going to have a wet track, but it dry line formed actually immediately. So it's good, good clean race. Thanks to everybody. Thanks for Trans Am to bring this beautiful place. I mean, Watkins Glen is awesome. I absolutely love this track. It is a great track for a Viper. So Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the fans coming out.
I love it. Thank you, fans. And on that, I'm going to send it back up to you, Jonathan and Adam, up in the booth.
Great stuff, as always, Ben Sissel. Thank you so much. Excellent work in the pit lane and, of course, in the Jimweed Winners Circle. Well done, though, to Justin Marks. So, therefore, you've been given Trans Am have been given a mandate. They've got to do the races on Saturday so we can see him race every time. Well, it was an interesting race. It didn't have too many close battles except for that XGT battle, but it was a good race all the same and worthy of the place that is Watkins Glen. Let's take a look at the highlights from our TA race. Exciting start, especially for Boris Said. He took off and went round the outside of his competitor, Justin Marks, former teammate, of course. So let's see if we can rejig that and have another look at those highlights, because it was an explosive start on the front row. Justin Marks in pole position, his 5th of the season, and as the green flag took off, so too did Boris Said in the 79 all grade. And locking up a lap later while the lead, sadly for Amy Ruman, she had a spin and then came back in, overheating problems for her. Boris Said, though, then had his own problems with overheating transmission, and that brought him in and out of the race. Tommy Dreesy scything his way through, and that's the Boris Said. That was the aftermath, if you will, and it was time to get out of Dodge for sure. Pintaric and Dreesy probably have one of the best battles of the race, but Pintaric took it away. But Justin Marks was the man of the moment, pole and the win, his 3rd of the season. There's the results then. Justin Marks for Trackhouse in the Chevrolet wins ahead of the Ford Mustang of Jim Weed's Chris Dyson. Keith Grant gets on the podium again for Showtime Motorsports. Well done to him. David Pintaric, a good battle with Tommy Dreesy, but he wins it. 4th for him. Tommy Dreesy 5th. Lowry wins in XGT. Ricky Sanders follows him home. Great battle between them. Lee Saunders wins in SGT. And Chris Coffey is our winner in GT. Well done to him in that all-new Maserati Norwood car. Further down, Richard Grant 11th. Michael Attaway 12th. Michael Sire retiring, sadly. Likewise, Boris Said and Amy Ruman. They'll be back, though, at Worldwide Technology Circuit in St. Louis. And we always give out a cool move of the race each time we race. So let's take a look at who our cool move is this weekend. And our Cool Shoot Systems cool move of the race today involves this man, Tommy Dreese, and David Pintarik, because Pintarik really did a great job here. Lined himself up with Tommy Dreese, and as they came out of that last corner towards the bus stop again, defensive driving by Dreese, but that led to Pintarik making that move, and that was our cool suit move of the day. Well done to David Pintarik, well deserved, and a cool suit, just what he needed at the right time. So let's take a look at the other categories and their highlights. Obviously, great battles going on through in XGT, SGT, and GT. Let's take a look, and side-by-side action at the front in TA, as we saw. But this was the battle. Danny Larry in that Mercedes with the bright yellow headlights, and Ricky Sanders behind him. Teammates, but on track, no love lost. They're trying every which way. The Audi a little bit more nimble in the slower corners. The Mercedes with the grunt power. And the two German marks going at it, and it was a great battle. And in traffic, it got really interesting because we thought for a moment that Ricky Sanders was going to get past. Michael Sire sadly retiring. He got hit from the rear, and try as he might, the Audi just couldn't make it happen. And in the end, Danny Larry just about held him off to take victory in XGT. So then, more racing to come from our live stream. Wherever you're watching around the world, we welcome you to Trans Am and SVRA. The big vintage coverage of SVRA continues throughout the weekend, and it started off with the reenactment downtown in Watkins Glen. But let's get down to the podium, and Ben Sissel is once again in winner's circle.
Yeah.
Ben.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear all right, we've lost it. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We are having some technical difficulties.
Can we get a wired mic?
Yeah, I guess so.
It is not. One more time.
Check, check, 1, 2. Hello, hello.
One more time.
Hello. Yeah. All right, Jonathan, I'm going to throw it back to you. We're going to fix some technical difficulties here.
So a little bit of technical issues, a little few gremlins out there. As you can see, we've got a nice parade of cars out there at the moment, and this is all part of the big vintage weekend that is the SVR Watkins Glen Vintage Weekend, and one of the biggest in the US of A, and a great chance to see some fantastic cars. The love of the sport here in this particular area in New York is, well, it's like no other. I went down to the reenactment on Friday night with Scott Goodyear, and yeah, just fascinating to see. There must have been 30,000 people who come out and watch all the cars that you're looking at now, some of them, come out and do the 6-mile course that was the original back in 1948. So it's always a great opportunity. Tony Pirelli taking his family out as one of the parade cars, and he always enjoys it. This is where he fell in love with the sport, and now owns SVRA, Trans Am, and FR and F4. So it's busy times for Pirelli Motorsports. Perfect weather conditions, although it's a little bit dreary out there. In terms of racing, the track is in great fettle as they look high above from the drone down on Winner's Circle. And like I said, if you want to stay with us on the live stream, we've got some great action coming up. We've got several races to come. In terms of group racing in Group 6 and Group 12, we'll have some guests in there. Ben Sissel will join me. And so we'll have a nice cross-section of historic cars to show you throughout this rest of the day. Apologise for the problems with the podium. Let's see if we can get back to Ben Sissel and get that podium sorted. Let's head down to Ben Sissel. Well, we'll welt on Ben, see if he's got himself sorted. As you can see, the car's all there and the crowd waiting. And the parade continuing here at the Glen. Different variations of circuit here, and we're on the long circuit here this weekend, so that's why we've got so many RVs parked up. And we've got lots of Corvettes. It's a big Corvette and MG weekend. Those are the, if you like, headliners for SVRA this weekend. Of course, 70 years of Corvette being celebrated, and MG, well, you could celebrate MG every weekend. I thought, I saw a great t-shirt yesterday that said, you can't buy happiness, but you can buy an Austin Healey, and that's pretty close. I thought that was pretty cool. So we've even got trucks out there, everybody enjoying it. These are all the locals, or many of them, with their chance to do a parade of the circuit itself. And like I said, we got a great reenactment last night. The whole town of Watkins Glen came out, and they come from far and wide from all over the New York area. And in fact, we've got several drivers, including Chris Dyson, of course, who comes from the Lime Rock area. And so this is also a good catchment area for Canadian drivers as well, because we're so close to the Canadian border. In fact, they sang the Canadian national anthem as well as the U.S. anthem last night. So it looks as though we have got things sorted down in Winner's Circle, the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. So why don't we see if we can get Ben Sissel back up and running as he does our podium.
All right, Watkins Glen International, let's get loud. Here we are at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. How cool is that? Love the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli coming to Watkins Glen International. So much fun. Fantastic crowd here. We love coming here, and I know the drivers love driving around this beautiful circuit, seeing all the campers, seeing all the spectators. How cool is that? We are going to start with the GT class. So when I bring up these drivers, I need each and every one of you to be super loud. We're going to start with the GT class, third place. Let's hear it. Michael Saya. I know you can get louder than that. Michael Saya was running really well in his Porsche and then had an unfortunate incident out there, had to come in a little bit early. We do love you, Mike. Yeah, he says, I think that was a fella. It's okay. In second place in that beautiful Audi R8, let's hear it for Michael Attaway. Two Michaels out here. And then Colin, you might have to give the patented Chris Coffey thing, because in first place in a new Maserati to him, let's hear it, Chris Coffey. Nice. There's that patented. We gotta hear that one more time though. The Ric Flair Nature Boy. Give it to me one time. Woo! Nice. Sorry, Julie. All right, let's talk. Michael Saya, bad luck out there. Sorry about that.
And no worries. It was a fun race. I was trying to track down the Italian bird, but that thing's got a lot of grunt. But got hit in the bus stop, ended my day. But thanks to KMC, thanks to Rabid Raps, best crew chief in the business, the fella, Chris Ross, and thanks Trans Am. Love the series.
Nice. Well, we love having you out here. Michael Saya, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Attaway, back up on the podium.
Yeah, it's nice to be here. I want to thank Bridge Hall, Bennett Trucking, Ricky Sanders Racing, all the crew, Sweet Cheeks especially. Got to keep him in there.
Where is Sweet Cheeks? Over there, hiding.
Just a great guy, great crew, a lot of fun, unreal.
Nice, I love it. Let's hear Michael Attaway. And how about one for Sweet Cheeks? For some reason, we'll find out why that he's called that. Well, Coffee, this is dangerous, but take the mic, tell us about your race.
Well, I am incredibly thankful that the weather decided to hold out for us. I thought for sure that we were going to be starting on a completely wet track, but thankfully it was dry enough. So it was a great race. This guy right here says I got grunt, but he drove straight past me on the start. And had to track him down, but had an incredible race and thought I had a tire going down there at the end. Car was shaking so bad my mirrors looked like they were going to fall off. So I just want to thank Colin Cohen and Nancy Cohen. They're by far my biggest sponsors. They're with me every step of the way. Couldn't do this without them. My lovely wife Morgan and my crew Keith and Jack. Couldn't be here without those guys.
Nice. I love it. I'm sure you'd like to thank the owner and operator of Norwood Auto Italia. All right, let's hear it. GT class, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Saya, Michael Attaway, Chris Coffey. Hold them up, gentlemen. Pictures there for Chris.
Little hat dance.
You're welcome to throw out those hats to this great crowd if you'd like. No pressure. Not that one. Yeah, there you go. All right, there goes Chris. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, man. There we go. Jeremy can rethrow it up there. All right, one more time. Michael Saya, Michael Attaway, Chris Coffey here in their Pirelli hats. Man. All right. I love this Watkins Glen crowd. I wish you guys could see you from my point of view. This is a great crowd.
Over here. Because the battle with Brucey in the past.
Okay. Oh, man. That'll burn the eyes. Come on now, get loud. GT, Michael Saya, Michael Attaway, Chris Coffey. Now, Super GT. This was a fun battle. Super GT, we've got in second place, let's hear it, Josh Carlson. Fairly new to the series out here, and I've heard rumors he might be running in the Big Machine Vodka TA2 series here soon as well. So come on up here, Josh.
Good job.
And then in first place in this beautiful number 84 Dodge Viper in Super GT, Lee Saunders. Where's my Mopar fans? Well, Josh, as I alluded to, you're new to the series, but this has to be so much fun. You're running some world-renowned tracks in such a cool car. How's it feel?
It feels really good. It was definitely worth the time to travel out here, and this is definitely one of my favorite tracks, all the elevation changes and stuff. I'd like to thank Insiva, TC Fab, 9-Round, All Test, and Strasbourg Performance, and then Trans Am for putting on such a great series. And congrats to Lee for the win.
Nice. Josh Carlson. Well, Lee, you know, you're always seem to find your way to the steps, but battling out there with Josh and some of these other drivers, that had to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. I'd like to first thank God for getting us no rain. I was a little worried. Thought we might have to start on rains, and that's never a good thing in a Viper. So, but luckily we had a dry line, and we got to get through it. I also want to thank KSR, Kevin with KSR. The reason we get up here all the time is just meticulous car prep by them. They're awesome. Eddie, my crew chief here, first win, first crew chief. So congrats for that, and just thanks for all the competitors. We had a great time, with these guys, even with Chris, some other class cars, some great battles, and thanks for Trans Am. This is an absolutely fantastic track. Seeing this elevation change for a Flatlander Florida guy like me, this is really exciting. Very good, very fast track, and thanks to Trans Am for putting it on. And the fans.
Nice. And he says thanks to the fans. Hold those up. Let's hear it. Josh Carlson, Lee Saunders, Super GT. Keep it up, Watkins Glen. Loving this crowd. And it's about to get even better. Keep it up. Oh, look at that. Oh. Well, the reason is it's kind of your fault. You guys can get a little closer. One more time, Josh Carlson, Lee Saunders, Super GT, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli here at Watkins Glen International.
Josh is under 21.
Josh, being under 21, gets basically sparkling cider. Lee Saunders, just barely over 21, gets actual champagne. Let's hear it. Josh Carlson, Lee Saunders, there we go. Lee's like, I got to drive home. I can't smell like this. Yeah, exactly. Super GT here at Watkins Glen, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Extreme GT. You heard that right. Extreme GT, XGT in second place, but keeping this man honest because that was a close battle the whole way. I think he was in the draft. Let's hear it. Ricky Sanders, Bridge Hall Bennett, Audi R8. And then in a new livery to me, let's hear it. Danny Lowry, come on now. Danny Lowry in that beautiful Mercedes-Benz in first place. So, Ricky, another podium here, Extreme GT. You've raced in basically every class in Trans Am. How was your race out there?
Just about every class. We got a couple more classes I need to do with GT and TA, but I got to thank Danny for giving me the opportunity to come play with Trans Am again like I used to. It's the place I feel like this is a home to us, and we really enjoy with Trans Am. I couldn't do it without Danny's support with Bridge Hall, Bennett Transport, and all the guys over there. We got Sweet Cheeks again working on mine. We got Garrett. We got Jason. Tyler's our coach, who does all of our data stuff. So we couldn't do it without those guys.
Nice. Ricky Sanders, ladies and gentlemen. Danny Lowry, that had to be fun, but a little bit nerve-wracking looking in that mirror. I don't know, does that AMG, does it have a mirror or a camera back there? But that had to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I knew Ricky would be tough, and really give a lot of credit to Ricky. That's the first time he's ever driven that car. First time he's ever driven a GT3 car, and he was fantastic. He kept the pressure on me the whole time, and he made it a lot of fun. He got in the draft, and I thought he was going to get me going through the bus stop there a couple times, but I don't know if he backed out and had mercy on me or what. But were you running 10 tenths? Because I was running like 8 tenths trying to help you there. But anyway, no, I was all out, and I had a mirror full. Ricky did a fantastic job, and he's a good buddy of mine. I'd like to thank the Bennett family of companies, Bridge Hall, Ricky Sanders Racing, Tyler Hoffman, Jason Howe, of course the infamous Sweet Cheeks, and Garrett for all the help they give us this weekend. Thank you.
Nice. Let's hear it. Ricky Sanders, you didn't hear him, but Ricky Sanders looked at Danny and said, was that team orders maybe? So let's hear it one more time. Ricky Sanders, Danny Lowry. Now, Watkins Glen, let me ask you a question. Is it weird to you, because I find it weird to myself to have people with such thick southern drawls driving these fancy European GT cars? That's kind of weird, isn't it? No? Is that only me? I find it a little bit weird. NASA finds it a little bit weird. There we go. Oh, a little boomerang. All right, we're going to have to practice this, guys. We're going to have to practice this in the off season. Come on, one more time. Ricky Sanders, Danny Lowry, Bridge Hall Bennett with Ricky Sanders, and then what's the name of your sponsor out there?
Bennett family of companies.
But your sponsor on your car?
Oh, Ace Duran. Yeah, it's one of the companies in the Bennett family of companies.
Oh, okay. Ace Duran, trucking and rigging with Danny Lowry. Uh-oh, here, what are we going to do here, guys? Is these team orders? Oh, right into the eyeballs. You didn't even save any for Sweet Cheeks. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Ricky Sanders, Danny Lowry. How cool is that? All right. T.A. Masters, all the way from Memphis, Tennessee, showing us how it's done. Wait, no, not yet, not yet. This is Masters. Hold your horses, because we're bringing up his dad, Richard Grant, T.A. Masters. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, in that beautiful silver Chevrolet Corvette. Your son's over here trying to steal your glory, Richard. Can you believe that? Here, if you'll step right up here.
Top of the Masters, right?
Yeah, top step with the Masters. Richard, how's that feel?
Feels great. I had a great time. Fortunately, the track was dry on the start, and I was kind of worried about that earlier, but had a great time. The track is a lot of fun to drive. And, of course, I got to see my son a couple of times because he passed me 3 or 4, so I got to see him on track.
Anybody you want to thank?
Wade Hoover, my crew chief, and my wife for putting up with this for me with 50 years this month. So
wow. 50 years. Now wait, is that 50 years marriage, 50 years racing?
54 years marriage, 50 years racing.
Wow, 54 years of marriage, 50 years racing. Ladies and gentlemen, that is living well right there.
Started racing 3 months before my son was born. So Keith, the one that you...
Well, now you just told everybody his age. Wait, hold on there, Richard. Yeah, we got to do the hat dance. Let's hear it, Richard Grant. Ladies and gentlemen, if this isn't something to reach for, somebody that's been racing for 50 years, 54 years of marriage. He says 2 happy years of marriage. Just kidding. That was me. He didn't say that. One more time, Richard Grant. Ladies and gentlemen, Chevrolet Corvette. 70th year anniversary of Corvette celebrated here at Watkins Glen International. This man, super famous race car driver, was with us in this race. I need to hear from my said heads because he's celebrating his 100th start in Trans Am. Who said? Boris said. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Boris said, coming up here, look at that, like a spry spring chicken. Started racing in the early 90s, and this is your 100th anniversary break. You got to hold that up for the photos. You want to take it out of there?
Got one for AJ as well.
And we do have one for AJ as well. Hold on now. He's going to hold it up. Let's hear it. Boris said, come on now. All right, Boris, hold on. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, you can't cover up that beautiful fro. Hold on, let me take this. Hey, Eric, will you take this out of the box so you can hold it up for a picture? But Boris, you got to talk to us, man. 100 starts. We were talking the other night. 18 first places in those 100 starts. So basically, if you're team owner, you know 1 in 5 times you're going to win the race. How does it feel? You ever think you'd get to 100 starts in Trans Am?
I never really thought about it, but hopefully there'll be 100 more left in me. What I remember about my first start is I Dream a Genie said start your engines in 1993 at Miami Grand Prix.
No way.
I never forgot that. But I mean, I just, I've been racing for 37 years. I just love it. I still feel like a little kid getting in these cars and racing with guys like Justin. It's just a blast. So, hopefully I'll be racing a few more years. But right now, I mean, it's more for me watching my son race, and hopefully he kind of takes the ball rolling and see if we can get him in the top 10 this weekend, and I'll be really happy.
Nice, I love it. Hold on, hold that up, please. Let's get a photo of that with Chris. Boris said, ladies and gentlemen, Watkins Glen. Boris said was always kind of that NASCAR road course ringer, so he also raced here on Saturdays and Sundays with NASCAR too. And I know that you had told me you had a great race here with Justin Marks years ago, and then your favorite race was here with Dorsey Schrader in the Trans Am Series.
Yeah, I mean, I had an unbelievable race one year with Dorsey in Trans Am. I've had so many unbelievable Cup races here over the years. Watkins Glen is probably one of my most favorite tracks anywhere in the world. It's kind of like my hometown, all the Sed Heads, the Seneca Lodge, just the town, the people. Michael Printip was probably one of the greatest track presidents that ever lived. I mean, this place is run so good. So the new president has a lot to live up to. Maybe he'll bring those Martinsville hot dogs here. He should do that. But anyway, I just love coming here, and hopefully I'll come here for years to come.
Nice. Boris said, ladies and gentlemen.
AJ
Oh, wait, hold on, Boris. Boris, stay up here. AJ Hendrickson, where is AJ? Come on up here. AJ Hendrickson, team owner with Boris said ECC Motorsports. I got to say, you ran up here a little faster than AJ did. It's pretty good. Let's hear it. AJ Hendrickson, Boris said. Get in the middle. Come on over here, AJ. Come over here. AJ, as a huge motorsports fan, that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, really good. What a special day. We were hoping to do a little better, but it's racing, you know, we'll get the car better. But to be a part of this with Boris is very special. I'm also a race fan too, obviously, so I've been watching him go around the racetrack since I was 4 years old, and pretty cool doing this with him.
Nice. I love it. AJ Hendrickson, Boris said, and I give it up for AJ. You won the Northeast Championship here just a couple years ago in Trans Am yourself. So AJ Hendrickson, Boris said, come on now, Watkins Glen, where are you at?
I just need to also thank my wife, Deanna, 23 years. I don't know if we'll make it to 50, but thank you.
Thank you very much. 23 years. Boris said, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, get loud. Who said? See, I love that. All right, Trans Am. The big 850 pushing 900 horsepower behemoth monsters like you see here in this number 99 Trackhouse car. Third place, all the way from the Memphis, Tennessee area. We're going to call him Richard Grant's son. Let's hear it. Keith Grant, ladies and gentlemen, finally getting to come up here. Watkins Glen, you got to get louder than that. This is the TA class. Jump on up there, Keith. In second place, running for that championship here at Jimweed Winner's Circle. Let's hear it. Chris Dyson, ladies and gentlemen, two-time TA champion from the Empire State. So let's get a little bit louder than that, New York. Chris Dyson, second place. The owner of Trackhouse. They were just here a few weeks ago with NASCAR. But this is how he spends his vacation time. He won here last year in the very wet conditions. He won here again with this Trackhouse number 99 Franklin Road jockey car. Let's hear it. Justin Marks. Keith, back up here on the steps in Trans Am. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it does. I wish I could have fired off a little bit sooner. I stayed with them a few laps, and then they just worked their way away from me. And then kind of at the end, I got the car back under me again and started dropping my time quite a bit. Had a good time today, and I just want to thank Showtime Motorsports and my wife, Kim, and family for supporting this.
Nice. I love it. Now, is this the wife family right over here? Raise your hand, guys. Come on now. And this addiction, did it come from your dad?
What do you think?
Yeah. Dad, uncle, cousin, whatever, the whole Grant family well represented. Now, here is something that I got to point out. This is what I love about Trans Am. To me, if I were a team owner, I would say that was a perfectly executed championship run by Chris Dyson. He gets out of the car, and I could just read the disappointment on his face. I hope you don't mind me saying, but you want to win every single stinking race.
Well, you know, Ben, we want to come out here and compete, and I think this weekend we struggled. You know, once again, we had to switch cars because of problems. You know, I want to do better than that. The guys want to do better than that. Give ourselves a shot to go out and contend with Justin. You know, Boris was quick at the start. We were hanging up behind him. Justin pulled a gap, and then we got stuck in traffic a little bit. And at that point, it was just like, okay, unless we get a yellow, I'm just not going to touch him. So we just basically brought it home. The Jimweed car, number 16, getting second place, good valuable points. Awesome weekend though. Otherwise, you know, off track we had the Winter Circle program here. We had Pius over there, my man, and that was fabulous. And I've got my two kids. I got Ian and Nicholas here, my two sons, supporting me, and that's fantastic. And I've got my wife today of 17 years today, and this is how we celebrate the anniversary. I wanted to be where Justin is, but hopefully we'll be there in the next few races and we'll get our act together. But in the meantime, we're marching towards the championship, and I'm excited about that.
Wow. Chris Dyson from New York, the Empire State, and today is your anniversary. Congratulations. How about that? An anniversary here, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Marks, that had to be a lot of fun. Back up here on the top at Watkins Glen, tell us about your weekend.
Well, okay. first of all, it's a Trackhouse sponsored car. This is Showtime Motorsports, and I got to make sure that these guys get some credit, some recognition, because they worked really, really hard this weekend battling through some electrical problems, and we had to do a lot of work on the car really just to kind of get a race car out of it, but we always seem to get it right at the right time. So really want to recognize them and all their hard work and appreciate that. Yeah, it was a good race. I mean, it was a drying track at the start, so starting on pole, I didn't really have the spot I wanted to getting into turn one, and Boris was able to drive in really deep and roll the outside in turn one and got in front of me. And then we went to battling for a couple laps and got by him, and then just could maintain the gap from there. So really, really great race car. Continues to get better, and I got jockey on the car because they sponsored me at the Xfinity race in Chicago, and I blew up on the 8th lap, and they got like 0 TV time, so I put him on the car this weekend.
Nice. Well, you got TV time this weekend. Now, Ken Twaits, I have to apologize. This Showtime car, yes, I'm sorry. I'll get that right someday. But let me ask you something. And Jeremy, step around here because his rear tire is blue. Is that from heat or is that from something else? You noticing that?
Yeah, I am. I do notice it. I have no idea.
Why would after this, you're going to have to come around here and see that his tire is noticeably blue. Not sure why, but let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Keith Grant, Chris Dyson, Justin Marks here at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Hold them up, guys. Hold them up. Hold them up there. Now they're all up here trying to figure out why his tire's blue. I'm sure Chris Dyson's trying to figure out a points infraction maybe for something like that. No, he says no. All right, we're going to change hats here. I'm going to bring up Mr. Tony Pirelli from just 30 minutes up the road. Tony, at your home track, Watkins Glen, you came to your first race here, and I think, I'm not going to say when, but it was a Trans Am race. You've been a fan ever since.
1969. It's hard to believe I'm still living. But yeah, I saw my first Trans Am race in 69. And it's amazing how much has changed, but it's also amazing how much is similar. To see Roger Penske and Parnelli Jones in that era, and now see these great champions, it's pretty awesome. Welcome to Watkins Glen.
Nice, I love it. And as you saw at the start, the big three battling it again here in Trans Am. So come on now, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. I know I keep saying that. Keith Grant, Chris Dyson, Justin Marks, still discussing the race here. Watkins Glen International. Yeah. All right, Justin, if you'll stay up here real quick. Oh yeah, we're going to do champagne, Michelle. Sorry about that. Let's see. All these drivers are just barely of age. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, look, they're already coordinating that too. Look at this. One more time, Keith Grant, Chris Dyson, Justin Marks, they're just holding it up. Yeah, look at that. Some of them have to drive home. All right, there we go. Oh. I don't know how I feel about that one. Wait, hold on. Yeah, he says they decided to stay dry. Don't go too far, Justin. So our AMCO Top Gear. Oh yeah, we got to do one for the homies. Chris Dyson, Empire State, Jim Weed, and Champagne. Come back up here, Justin. Our AMCO Top Gear Award winner, Justin Marks. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming out here to get the Happy Gilmore check. This is such a fast track. But also it's got some, you're changing gears quite a bit. This is tough on the equipment, so this really helps.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we've got an awesome gearbox in there. And we could do the count, but it's got to be north of 20 shifts a lap over an hour. So the thing's got to work right. We're putting a lot of horsepower through it. And it works perfectly. So it's nice.
Nice. Well, thank you very much, MCO Top Gear Award winner Justin Marks. And thank you, MCO, for being such a great longtime sponsor. Also, I think you were in the Dyson cars, the Boris Said cars. So thank you so much to MCO. Justin, congratulations. You are excused because the cool shirt, cool move of the race, goes to Captain America, that number 57 Ford Mustang. David Penterick with his battle with Tommy Dreesy. Let's hear it. David Penterick coming up here on the steps. The Cool Shirt Systems cool move of the race. $500 check there. Hold that up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for David Penterick. Great battle with Tommy Dreesy. That should keep you cool in the summer, David Penterick. Congratulations. Anything you want to say about that battle with Dreesy?
It was made for good TV.
Yes. I love it. Let's hear it, David Penterick there. There is an autograph session, 1:30 in the Trans Am paddock, so make sure you go get all the TA2 drivers autographs, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series drivers. But ladies and gentlemen, that does it for us. The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, Watkins Glen International. Ken Twaits, where are you? Congratulations, Ken Twaits. Showtime. I will get that right someday. Come around here, check out this blue tire. Somebody's got to be able to figure out what in the world that is. Did he hit something blue, or that looks like a heat thing to me? But thank you guys so much for coming out, but stay tuned. Join us on our live stream for the vintage races.
And thanks to Ben
that's okay.
Sissel.
That's my fault.
How he
So,
wrangles
at
a
least
bunch
it's
of
not
racing
the
drivers each and every weekend, I'll never know, but he does. Well done to him. And I hope that was fun to watch and enjoy. TA action there. Justin Marks winning in TA. Danny Lowry in XGT. SGT, Lee Saunders. And GT was won by Chris Coffey. Well, that's it for our coverage on MAV TV today. So tune in tomorrow for T82. And don't forget, Thursday nights is Trans Am night. We bring you all the highlights of the weekend as well as the documentary series afterwards. The Speed Tour continues as we continue our live stream, but we'll see you next time on MAV.
Honey, did you do something to the car? It's so quiet.
Do the new P0 AS Plus 3 tires from Pirelli provide a quieter ride? Yes. The new tires from Pirelli deliver high performance and, as she noticed, an exceptionally quiet and comfortable ride. The new P0 AS Plus 3 tires from Pirelli. Performance for every mile.
I'm Richard Petty, and you might say I've had a fairly successful driving career. And you know the secret of my success? Having a good support team around me when I need it. Whether you're a route driver, over-the-road trucker, or you're interested in driving special purpose vehicles, Clean Harbors is the kind of place where you can build a long driving career. Do yourself a favor. Give Clean Harbors a call.
We're at a commercial break.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
offer low to medium volume production parts and full assemblies utilizing the latest manufacturing technology and automation, which 3D continually invest in. We are able to deliver high quality parts rather than empty promises. 3D takes on the jobs our competitors simply can't. The Three-Dimensional Services Group loves the challenge. Our team is your team. The Three-Dimensional Services Group, prototype, production, proven.
Every weekend, I drive a truck for Clean Harbor. Now make no mistake, it's hard work. It takes a lot of focus, and you have to know your vehicle's limitations. And more than anything, you have to drive to win.
Nice driving, Thad. If you want to drive for a winning team, give Clean Harbors a call at 1-833-32-DRIVE. Visit driveforthebest.com. They have the vehicles and the compensation for every kind of truck driver. And everyone drives home a winner.
To Worldwide Technology Raceway, September 22nd through the 24th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, and Saturday, take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with parade laps. You do not want to miss the Gateway Speed Tour, September 22nd through the 24th. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Hawk Performance packs 100
the checker flag. I believe it is. Ryan Nims getting the win.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Hello everyone, welcome to the glorious and iconic Watkins Glen here in New York State. Seneca Lake, one of the Finger Lakes in the background just to be seen there. That's where the famous Watkins Glen Village is, but we're further up the hill where they built this purpose-built track. And since literally the 60s, we've been coming here for some of the best racing in the United States. This is the home for many of road racing in the US of A. They've had everything from Formula One, IMSA, sports cars, and of course Trans Am. But this weekend we celebrate SVRA, the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix of 2023. And I can assure you, the fans here this weekend know their stuff. They love historic racing. They were out to watch the enactment. There was some 30,000 people here watching the enactment in the village because this race started back in 1948 of all years, just after the war when people were settling back down to normal life, and this was one of the first courses up and running. So we're going to get up and running, and we've got some great historic action coming up. But first, let's go down to my man of the day, Ben Sissel, who's down there in the thick of it to tell us what the latest is. Ben, over to you.
Well, here we are, the Group 6, the Group 12 false grid, Watkins Glen. And how fitting is it that here at pole position in our first race is a Corvette as we celebrate 70 years of Corvette. Now, I want to talk about the spirit of vintage racing because it is a lot in this group right here. Edward Savagian and Jim Kitzmiller's car, I would consider him to be top 5 vintage racers in the world. Really talented race car driver. One of my really personal friends. In fact, he loaned me $10 just the other day. But I got to point out something, the spirit of vintage racing. His wheel bearing cover is a Keurig K-Cup from his coffee machine. They had to figure out something. Now you'll notice he's on brand new Hoosier tires. And that's a source of contention with Concierge Motorsports and these Duntov crew. You can see his arms are crossed in here, game face, ready to go. But he's in a 427 Jim Kitzmiller's car, always really fast as Edward Savagian. Then we come back here. Sorry, I'm running into Joe Party-Vardy there. We've got front row Joe Nemechek in this Captain America. And then get a zoom in right there. His teammate Stephen Dolphy, who races with him in stock cars, has told me there's a source of contention because front row Joe's the only one on the team that didn't get new Hoosier tires. Is that true? Oh, he's giving me the thumbs up. But now talking about the spirit of vintage racing, I can always come to my friend front row Joe Nemechek for where to get the best ice cream. You got to know that he has scouted out the best ice cream at every racetrack across America. True vintage racing style. Gave me a pro tip on ice cream cones. What, this tall, right? See, you got to love that. Front row Joe Nemechek out here in this number 167. Then we come over here, Michael Origer in this beautiful prepared 969. His friend Bob Gee runs the almost identical 696, but Ricky Bob Gee isn't here. He's making cookies in Chicago. But Michael Orger and his wife Stephanie always bring a huge party here with us with Stuart Black and his crew. So look for him to be moving up front here in this beautiful car. Then we go to Gary Moore, who's been driving around the paddock, having fun in his little dune buggy, Volkswagen dune buggy Myers makes. I asked him the other day, he usually races a Cougar with us. What are you racing? And he says, oh, my Mustang. And I know this Mustang really well. It's in a lot of our videos. But this is not just any Mustang. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a true Shelby GT350, painted in what they call heritage white. In heritage white out here. So he's not just racing some run-of-the-mill Mustang. This is a true Shelby GT350. And a lot of people would call him crazy for doing that. I know he's crazy for doing that, so good luck, Gary. Then we've got Dr. Claire Schwindeman right here. Dr. Claire Schwindeman, you'll see on the sticker, there he is. He's right here on his own sticker, the Watkins Glen sticker. There's Dr. Claire. But when he's not racing cars, his hands are so valuable. He's a neonatologist, and he is a doctor and a surgeon working with premature babies and newborns out of Dallas, Texas. So thank you, Dr. Claire. Then we've got Rick Mooney here, racing with his dad's car, I think. But we're doing a Dick Mooney Memorial this weekend, and Rick is here. He's usually in the blue 42, but out here in this beautiful number 88. John DeGainer here in this beautiful Devon. Basically was a kit car back in the day. I believe it has a 327 in it. Always super fast. These are some new hoops to help protect the driver. This is his dad. His dad built the car. What year did you start out with this car? 1962. 1962. Father, son out here. Yeah, John was this high. So look for John. I know that his sister's probably watching. She'll be making comments on our section in YouTube. So thank you guys so much for coming out. Bob Lima, longtime racer with us. He races the Smothers Brothers Formula B car with us, but then this huge Corvette. And then, if you know me, I love my British cars. And look at this beautiful Jaguar E-Type. Donovan just prepares some of the most fantastic E-Type Jaguars. So if you like the European cars, you're going to be rooting for this here. Bob racing this. This is the 4.2 liter Jaguar motor. He is always super fast here, and this is just such a beautiful car. But we're getting really loud here, so I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth, guys.
Great stuff, Ben. Thank you so much. And yeah, absolutely. What a display of beauty that shows the eras and some of the great historic cars. And we'll see more as the weekend continues. But I've got a special guest to introduce you to. His name is Cord Kistart, and he is sadly meant to be out there, but he's graciously decided, because his car's gone conk, to join us here in the booth. Cord, welcome aboard. First and foremost, what happened?
We're still working on that. We think it's a crank position sensor, but on the qualifying lap in between turns 10 and 11, the car just died. It turns over, but unfortunately, not going to make the race, so I came up and spent some time with you guys.
I like it. I like it. Well, welcome aboard, and we're going to get you to tell us some of the insight, because you race probably against these guys. Yep. And probably you were telling me earlier you've raced both Group 6 and Group 12, or you could.
Yes, yeah, so we actually have two cars. The T1 car that we brought up this weekend runs in Group 12A. I qualified first in class, even with only doing one lap, which would have been third position overall, which is why there's that grid spot that's missing. And the other car that we have is a 1968 Corvette, similar to these cars, that actually ran the 24-hour day of Daytona, 12 of Sebring, and 6 hours of Glen back in the mid-70s. So get a little bit of insight on both cars.
Yeah, very much so. Well, they're heading out, and as we progress and as we get to the start, Ben's going to join us as well, and of course he's a fountain of knowledge, but I recognize a lot of the names he was mentioning there. Bob Lima, a lot of the regulars to SVRA. What is it that attracted you to, because you're a young man, what attracted you to historics?
Honestly, So I grew up, my parents have a huge library. I've grown up around racing my entire life, and just the classic 60s and 70s is what I've always been attracted to. And when we finally stopped, contemporary racing, I was like, let's go, with vintage racing. And we're having a blast. I mean, SVRA puts on a great show. Tony and everybody makes it for a fantastic weekend, so we all have smiles on.
And I'm finding more and more young men getting into historics because, there's two things about regular racing. It's cutthroat and expensive. And this is, I would have thought, a great environment to learn, about racing itself in a safe and clean environment. You've got all the marshals. It's a very professionally run series. But that must give you a lot of confidence. Plus, when you're learning, you can kind of talk to anybody, can't you?
Yeah, 100%. And, especially with the Corvette people, right, it's kind of like a family. Everybody knows each other that has a Corvette, whether it's a C2, C3, C4, C5, C6, whatever. But Ben and I were actually talking about that this morning, in which, it's phenomenal for trying to learn the track. It's better than a sim, obviously, and you're actually out getting track experience. And a lot of the cars are the same wheelbase and width as some of the contemporary cars. So, you have that aspect as well. Now, you don't have the tire technology, the brake technology, any of that stuff. But, it does make for, some interesting learning opportunities.
Yeah, and I would have thought the camaraderie, the friendship, the fraternity that is. I mean, I guess if you wanted to borrow a spanner or a Corey, coffee thing for your wheel hub, which I still want to be
Incredible.
Have to explain to me.
Yeah.
I shake the coffee. I love that. But so have you been to most of the tracks that we go to?
So unfortunately not. We ran SCCA Hoosier Tire Super Tour for many years.
Somebody just pulled off that.
Yeah, Randy Williams just went off into the long. Oh, he's
come back
on.
Yeah.
He forgot where he was.
But they're about to come to the green flag. Do we have green sheets up
10
here
and
yet?
11.
We do not.
All right, but they're coming up here. So we let Jonathan, the most, I love his voice and get to hear him announcing everywhere around the world, but we're going to let him take us to the first lap through here. Now, we pace the short course, but we race the long course to save money as they come around Customers Bank Turn 11. Jonathan, take it away.
All right, they are coming round exactly that Customers Bank Turn 11, and they'll head full flong into Mission Foods, Turn 1, and it's a gaggle of Corvettes at the front as our Group 6 and Group 12A gets underway in the NetJets Feature Race 1. 2 races per weekend. Look at this, side by side, 2 Corvettes, 2x2. Doesn't get any better than that. And that beautiful Mustang just behind on the second row. But they're now starting to spread out and get line and stern.
Look at that. Yeah, you can see we talked about front row Joe Nemechek being a little bit sore with his team not going out on fresh tires. And that's his teammate right there, Edward Savajian, on fresh tires. Michael Orger right behind them, Gary Moore in that Shelby, and look at John DeGaynor ducking out in that Devon.
They played very nicely going into one there. I was kind of wanting to see if he went up on the curbs or not, but kept it in.
So Nemechek with a good start as well. And already starting to fight hard. I bet you Scott Borchetta's watching. But somebody other than Scott Borchetta might win a race this year. Because he's not racing at the moment.
Look at that. And I'm so excited. Our Group 6 has always been a long-time favorite with everybody. And here comes, looks like Colby Hillman there in that number 73 as he comes into Mission Foods Turn 1. So I'm not sure, did they get split apart on the pace lap? Did somebody take the long course? I'm not sure, but that's what it looks like to me. Because
that might be what
we're not
did.
supposed to have a split start. There is a ton of Group 6 12 cars in this race, but for some reason, a whole gaggle of them are coming late to the start.
Well, that's Colby Hillman, as you mentioned, in the 73. There he is.
Well, that's going to make for interesting towards the end of the race when they're coming up on lap traffic, because some of these cars definitely will get caught.
Cord, what do you like out there, and what do you know about? Who do you know, and so on and so forth?
So I know Joey Nemechek, obviously. Michael came up to the car yesterday, Claire as well. So a bunch of the group, obviously people that run up. Oh, big time sideways by Joe Nemechek there.
Nicely done.
Yeah. Yep. I bet he wishes he had new tires right about then. But
now you can see both of these gentlemen here are in 427s, but Edward is obviously in the newer version of the Corvette, as Joe Nemechek looks like to be about a 64, 65.
Yeah, it's a mid-year car, so anywhere from, it's not a 63 because it would have had a split window, but 64 to 67. And then the C3 would have been, 68 to, mid 70s because it's not a rubber bumper car. But, realistically, those two cars are very similar stock chassis-wise. The big change was from the C3 to the C4, in which they redesigned all of the chassis, and obviously the look changed quite a bit as well. Ray Zisa down in 15th actually runs a World Challenge Corvette. We've run with him for a bunch of years now.
Ben Edwards Savagian, he's a young driver too. I mean, he drives a lot, not just historics. He drives in Trans Am.
You'll remember just a couple years ago, he got on the podium at Circuit of the Americas in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2. And he was Scott Borchetta's TA2 teammate for, I think, a season and a half. And I wish Scott was here because I'd love to see Edward and Scott going at it in their Corvettes too. And then there's Lombardo in that beautiful Mustang.
Now, I do have a question for you. You mentioned Rick Mooney, but Dick, is it so?
It was his father, who's been a long-time racer, raced with, looks like a yellow flag there between 1 and 2. I'm not sure if there was a local yellow or
they're
slowing down.
Course.
Yeah, so it must be a full course caution.
So tell us about the Mooneys.
His dad, Dick Mooney, was a long-time racer, raced Corvettes, and when he passed away, we started the Dick Mooney Memorial Trophy race for this race on Sunday, and it's, as you can see, very well attended. Everybody has a ton of respect for the Mooney family, and so Rick is here. I believe that's his dad's car. I could be wrong. I should have asked Stuart that. Stuart Black helps prepare his cars because Rick is usually in that blue 42 car that we see throughout the season. So there is a full course caution. I'm going to tune into race control to see what that possibly might be. But you can see the double yellows out as they come through Customers Bank, turn 11. Gives us a little bit of a break. We saw John DeGaynor there in that Devon not be able to take off from the grid, so I'm glad he was able to get back his position. But Jonathan, you know me, in this field of all these great American cars, that E-Type, that just has my love.
I know it would be, yeah. Well, there's a question for Cord then. So when you decide to go historic racing, I mean, is it kind of like happenstance that you end up with a particular car, or do you go out and say, I want to drive a 1960, whatever, I want to, you pick your poison sort of thing?
So I'll be honest, we're Ferrari people. You can kind of tell that from my shirt and the cars and all that with the prancing horse farm. But, obviously we started running Corvettes in sports car racing just because we came in with the assumption that they would be a little bit cheaper than the Ferraris, which isn't necessarily the truth.
Maybe the purchase of.
The purchase definitely is, but then the actual maintaining, I think they're all about the same. But when it comes to a historic or vintage car, the thing that really matters, at least to my family personally, is the history of the car, right? So, like the 68 that we got, it has documented history from the 24 of Daytona back in 73. It has the 6 hours. It was a Michael Oli or something like that. And then Paprika was the other guy. And then it actually was a Yankee silicone car, which it was General Motors was trying to come out with a new brake fluid, which apparently didn't really take off. But that was the whole Yankee silicone car that they were running. So it then ran the 6 hours of the Glen up here in 75, 6, and 7, ran the 12 hours of Sebring, and that's really what attracted us to that car. It wasn't, obviously a C3 Corvette with big fender flares is very cool, the bulge hood, everything, but the history is what attracted us to that car. So
now listen, Ben, I got a question for you. I'm delighted you brought Cord in here, but where is the boy from New York? I mean, we promised him that we would get him in here.
Oh, yeah. Remember he said he had some health issues and couldn't make it because he says he's boy from New York but lives in Canada. So unfortunately, but love seeing that he's been in the comments and he was watching the Trans Am race earlier today.
I was going to say, he had no excuse, really. I mean, he's just down the road. But no, okay, he's in Canada. We got you. You can't tell too much on YouTube. You have to be careful.
Now, it still seems like that's not the full field coming around the
No, I mean, they're still catching up. If you look in
but they are going green this time by. So you'll see the lights come out here
will be this
bit.
time by?
Yeah, I just heard that from race control. We had a car off, so if you're wondering, everything is okay. I don't think it was metal to metal. but the car went off on a mechanical in an unsafe position, so they had to go and clear that car.
So I've talked to a number of drivers, obviously, throughout this field, and especially in the Corvettes, 6 and 8 are two of the most difficult turns here, especially brakes. Everybody's having trouble with, pumping up the brakes there. So that might be something to look out for when we actually get back to green this lap.
Yep, well, as you can see, we are coming towards the heel at turn 8 of what is famously known as the boot. And that is the back end of the track. In fact, actually, it was the add-on in the 70s. I actually thought that the long track, like Adam was saying earlier, Adam Andretti was saying that we thought it was all one track, and then they just shortened it. But no, actually, the boot was added in the 70s.
Not run with the bus stop.
That's right.
Go straight through.
Yep.
Yeah, until Tommy Kendall had that unfortunate incident. Here we go, Jonathan.
All righty. Okay, we're back to green again, and away they go. And once again, the lights blazing on one of the Corvettes there, the 969, that of Oresia. And the Mustang having a look up the inside in the 98, thought about it.
You could see them both hit the brakes at the same time because the noses of the cars went down at the same time, which gives Edward the advantage because he was probably 10, 15 feet ahead of front row Joe. There goes Gary Moore in that Shelby GT 350. And the cameras, you can really see the difference between white and the heritage white. I love that.
Yes, you can. Yeah. Down the back of the circuit then, past all the RVs. It's a wonderful sight. So many people here this weekend. It's deceptive, isn't it? If you look at the big grandstands, you think there's not that many people here, but so much of the audience and crowd are here literally for the festival, aren't they? They're staying here.
Yeah, there's Rick Mooney there in the 88 getting a pass around Jack Bush and that beautiful Jaguar E-Type, Donovan prepared E-Type. Yeah, you see it hanging a wheel.
Yeah, it lifts it up the right front.
Sounds like a British name, Jack Bush, doesn't it? Sounds like out of some spy novel.
Yeah.
Jack Bush and his E-Type.
This is the section of the course that thing's going to thrive.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I hadn't realized until yesterday. I rode out there on one of the Buzz bicycles and got a nice view of how cambered that corner is coming in to this section of the track. And you can see deep, thick forest, which is very much apart. I was saying we were laughing with our Brit fans last night about the fact that when you say I'm going to New York, you instantly think of New York City. But of course, this green rolling hills of New York State is not perhaps what you'd expect, but it's a beautiful part of the country.
Oh yeah, I love it. As you see here, camera position is just uphill on our Bridge Hall Bennett turn 9, but you can see that they're coming downhill back to an uphill to a left-hander that Dorsey Schrader always said was hairy, because there's a big bump right there where Bob Lima is, where they built that tunnel underneath. And it's right at the balance of the car and can really throw the rear end off.
The other place that there's a big bump is going up through the S's on the left-hander, and the car really unsettles different cars, especially the C3, like the older things. So, yeah, I just saw somebody going.
Somebody's coming to the pits, not sure who. It looked like a Corvette from the back.
So it's got to be Nemechek or Savajian.
Oh. Well,
it's
that's
Nemechek.
It is.
Yeah. Oh, no. Front row Joe Nemechek. So now Michael Origer takes over in second, and then Gary Moore in that Mustang. And let's see if Claire Schwindeman can get around Gary Moore to make it an all-Corvette podium.
That'd be great for the 70 years.
Yes. Well, 8th at the moment, Bob Lima. He's another one of our regulars.
Oh, Jim Glass is down in 10th. He's doing good in that car.
Yeah. Yeah, he always has some very well-prepared Corvettes. And just one of our favorites was just with us at Lime Rock. Got to interview him there, so there he is right there.
Yep. Speaking of him, I think he has a C3 for sale down in the lower paddock, so if anybody's at the track, go down and check it out.
You know, I've asked a few people this, and I know my own answer to this question, but what, Cord, to you makes Corvette, I mean, you've just explained, you know, you're a Ferrari man, but there's something wholly American about a Corvette, isn't there?
Yeah.
It exudes muscle car. It's absolutely. If you had to take one, if you had to go to the Mars and introduce them to muscle car racing, I think you'd take a Corvette, right?
I mean, yeah, you know exactly what a Corvette is when it starts up, right? It's a rumbly, big, loud, fast car, and you know, in America, that's the American dream, right? Everybody wants to have a Corvette in their driveway, so. I think racing one of those is very cool. It's something you can be very proud of. And especially like the older cars, you know, a lot of them are painted red, white, and blue for the bicentennial. Yep. So that also adds in a cool mixture. But.
I think also just, you know, there was a gap where they didn't make Camaros.
Right.
There was also a gap, and no offense to my friend Jim Farley, but the Mustang 2 that was not a home run. But a Corvette has basically been a Corvette. It's actually gotten better. The first Corvette was like a six-cylinder, kind of more of like a British sports car. And then they're like, no, we're going to be an American muscle car. And they've stayed pretty true to that, even during the oil embargo of the 70s.
Go ahead, Claude.
Oh, I was just going to say the Blue Flame Corvette, but the I was going to say what I call the bubble back cars, so like 78 onward, weren't the greatest cars. They had low horsepower.
Nobody was
They're
making
like,
horsepower.
Right,
Because
back
of all
then,
the smog
exactly.
And because of all, so,
they had
you
the
know,
emissions
the
and
Camaros
stuff.
were like 200 horsepower, and the Mustangs were 225 and things like that. And but they've stayed true to a Corvette, I'd say, as we look at this Ginetta, another beautiful British
from
car.
Leeds in Yorkshire, yes, the tiny Ginetta company that has fought way above its size over the years. It's a bit cold and nasty up there in Leeds. You need a warm coat and a warm beer to work at the Ginetta factory.
Well, it might be that way tomorrow. It's supposed to get colder here.
Yeah, you know what? I hadn't realized just how the economy and the culture of having things like the oil embargo and changed the way cars were designed, and the Japanese, came to prominence because they were able to produce efficient cars, and therefore not muscle cars went away, but people were almost forced to go smaller displacement, just simply because of economics.
Yeah, we look at Zisa there coming around, but we were talking about it yesterday. So the Mini Cooper was basically built because of the Suez Canal crisis in England. Mm-hmm. They had to come up with a family 4 or 5-seater that was super economical. It just so happened that they didn't know they were building a great race car.
Yep, very true.
Yeah, Ray Zisa, speaking of, he's raced that car for years now. I've known him for probably 7-8 years, and that car is always very shiny, very good. Yeah, look at the drop on that. Yeah, something's hanging underneath that car. I don't know if that's an oil line or what. I know they added a second oil cooler to that car on Thursday, I think it was.
There you go.
And I was interrupted, Edward and Joe talking. They were making a new breather tube on a valve cover, not on this car.
Oh, I was going to say, was that before or after the K-Cup edition?
Exactly. Did you like the K-Cup?
Yeah, that was a good one.
So I guess that now works. We know that. With true actual duct tape, like HVAC duct tape on a K-Cup. And you can see Edward really moving there. But Michael Origer right behind him, 11 seconds behind him, followed by Gary Moore. It's the battle for 3rd and 4th. Can Claire Schwindeman, Dr. Claire Schwindeman, make it an overall Corvette podium? Now,
what an interesting job he has.
Yeah, neonatologist. Yeah, and whenever I see him working on the cars, because he does work on his own car, I'm like, Gary, do you know how valuable those hands are?
I know.
Or Claire, sorry. Claire, your hands, you're a surgeon, don't do this. But there's Michael Origer bouncing over the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler's interloop curving.
I love that he has the FIA lights on that car.
That's
that
great.
Just looks great, yeah.
It really does. It pings, doesn't it? Well, we're coming to the closing part of this race, our first afternoon coverage of the Hillman Vintage here at Hilliard, Vintage Grand Prix at Watkins Glen, and Edward Savajan's on his way. He's picked up 11 seconds on Origer, and it looks as though Gary Moore, is going to finish in 3rd position. Schwendeman, though, may just have a pop at him before this is done.
I was going to say, lap time-wise, they're pretty consistent. So Schwendeman's at 05.56 on his best lap, and Moore's 05.591. So we'll see. It could get exciting.
Now let's hope that we stay here with Edward Savajan, because he's about to come around Customer's Bank turn 10 and 11, and we're really going to see when he comes to about that second brake marker, the front end just slams down. So he's got a really soft suspension setup. Here it comes. Coming around, you'll see the Customer's Bank, and right about now, you see it really come down. Now he's a little bit lighter now because he's got the race won and he wants to bring it home. But you can really see it, and I hope those aren't oil lines.
I was going to say, he needs to have a look underneath that car, but I'm sure somebody will point it out. There's the checkered flag then. Edward Savajan in the 36A Corvette appropriately wins.
Jonathan, I'm going to head out right now and go get us some grid sheets.
Okay, yep, that'd be great. So, as you can see, they're all filing across the line. Origer in 2nd place, Gary Moore taking in 3rd place, Schwindeman, the surgeon, taking 4th place, DeGainer in 5th, Mooney taking 6th place, Bush, Lima, Voigt, and Shadell. So where would you have come, do you think, if you'd have been in the race?
I think P2. I don't think I had anything for this 36A of Savaja, but with I think I was around where Nemechek was, so it seemed like they were keeping up. The difference is the cars make so much their lap times so differently, right?
Yeah.
So I don't have the straightaway speed, but I do have the braking in the car. So
well, listen, we hope you get it fixed up. Thanks for coming and joining us. You're always welcome, and please encourage any of your friends and associates to come and tell us about their cars and their experience in SVRA. We're all friendly in here. The door is open, as you can see. We'd love to have you on. But you've been listening to Cord Kishart, who will be back in action in some form or another, depending on it being a Corvette, could be a Ferrari, who knows. But thanks for coming up. Hope you get it fixed in time. Thank you for sharing some time with us on our live stream.
yeah, thanks for having me. I really enjoyed this.
Not at all. We'll take a short break here from SVRA and the Speed Tour. Join us after this break.
Taking on the challenge, equipping yourself with the best, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster, in racing and in everyday life. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green Flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen for our Speed Tour. Ben Sissel and Jonathan Green bringing you the action from, well, it's a bit of a murky day, but it's nice because it's not raining, and most of the New York State area and around us at the moment is a lot of bad weather. So we've been, fingers crossed, pretty lucky. Liking this group, love these cars, especially that out in the background. A storied history, but they all have storied history. As we turn our attention now to 5A, 7, and 11.
Yeah, so that number 33, that Wheelan car, that's John Reisman, and that Coyote Corvette DP. This is our beautiful grid right here. Right behind him is Travis Engen, that number 2 in position 2. That is the most winning Audi car in history.
I know, it's amazing.
And the cool thing about that is there are some great names, and I'm sure Stewart can, right behind Travis's helmet, can show you some of the names that would have raced this car. But Travis Engen himself is the person responsible for that. And I guess the Audi Heritage Commission has told Travis, with all of his years of campaigning that in vintage racing, that now has the most race wins of any Audi in history. You got to think about Audi and their history, starting back with the Auto Union and some of the Silver Arrow stuff, but then all the way the Audi Quattro that totally changed the Trans Am series.
And here's your number 7. That's an Elan DP02.
Now, I got to tell you a funny story about this. This is Gary Geselter.
Yep.
I'm at a Wawa in the morning in New Jersey.
A Wawa.
And He comes up to me and says, "It's pronounced Geselter."
Oh,
and
wow!
And I was like, "Oh, okay." And it was just funny because it was so out of I normally at a racetrack, you're like, "Oh, okay," but I didn't recognize him without his helmet. So yeah,
That's
Gary
hilarious.
Geselter, welcome. We're going to try to get your name right, and but that wasn't the car we were showing in Vision. That wasn't an Elan DP02. That was Bob Neapol in that Riley BMW DP, the car that was in Vision while we were talking about that. So our grid sheets are a little bit, usually we're in number and position, so we have to rewire our brains here. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to get this thing going. So there goes Gary Geselter there in one of these Elan DP02s. And then Mark Clark there in that number 15 car. So this is a crazy mix of cars. This is Group 5A, 7, and 11. So we've got John Reisman in first place, Travis Engen starting second, Bob Neapol third, Jacek Muka in a Cadillac Daytona prototype in fourth, then Wes Allen in an Elan DP02 in fifth, Mark Sandridge in a former Patrick Long Porsche 911 Cup car. Then we go to Gary Geselter in the Elan DP02. In eighth is Nathan Bird in a Porsche GT3 Cup car.
And Nathan Bird is another youngster making his way. And I tell you, guys, if you're out there and you're interested in racing, SVRA could be your home, because I think Nathan Bird literally does more racing than most guys I know, and is now becoming a very good professional race driver because of this time in SVRA.
Lots of different seat time and experience you can get. Mark Clark in a Swift DB5. Then in 10th position, Todd Kopczynski in a Porsche Cayman Club Sport. Bob Lima, we just saw him in a Chevron B19. Beautiful car, the red, silver, and blue. And in 12th position is Gary Gray in a Radical SR8. I believe that's the car in Vision right there, coming through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. That MoMA Ferrari-looking car.
Yep. Good color scheme, isn't it?
13th is Michael Idle in a Chevron B31, the blue and white car. In 14th place, Stephen Lisa in a Norma M20F. We saw that Pantera in the last group, and he's also driving, it's father and son racing together, but he's in a Norma M20F, was just with us at Summit Point. But I'm going to stop there, Jonathan, as they come around Customers Bank. We saw some smoke right there from one of the lead cars, but I'm going to let you take away from the beginning.
All right, here they come towards the final turn here. The Customer Bank, turn 11. And so important to get it right out of that turn, because then it's the long run down to Mission Foods, turn 1. Good to have Customers Bank on board. Just joined us recently. Don't know much about them. Look them up. I looked them up the other day. Very interesting. Green flag waves, though. And away we go. The 33 Whelan in the middle of the track. But here comes Travis Engen on the outside in the Audi. Can't quite put it together as they dive into turn 1, but settles for second place. Travis Engen. Nicely done as the Whelan 33 takes the lead here at the Hilliard Vintage Grand Prix. All part of the SpeedTour and SVRA. Good clean start. Up the hill they go. You don't realize how steep that hill is until you actually kind of venture out there yourself. First real overtaking position is into what we call the bus stop, or the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers in a loop. Bit of a mouthful, but it's all good stuff. And by the time you said it, they're through it and into the outer loop and down the chute. Beautiful car, that Audi. And as you say, I love the way they painted it up with all of its achievements and all of its great drivers. I mean, when you've got Bieler on the side and Rindo Capella, I mean, just unbelievable. I watched with huge interest as the Audis just dominated a period of sports car racing in Le Mans, and to that extent, IMSA as well. Daytona, Sebring, you name it. That car and iterations of that car when they turned to diesel were just sensational.
It's really cool when we go to Sebring every year. We start our year at Sebring, and you can see the year from Sebring back to the early 50s when it was Jaguar dominated, and then there's just a period where it was just German for like 20 years, either Porsche or Audi.
Geselter doing a good job at the start of this one in the number 7. That beautiful Elan DP02. Lights blazing on it, but it's under pressure right now from the all black.
Yeah, that's Jacek Muka there.
Great name.
I'm not familiar with him in this car. Jacek's one of my favorite drivers, drives all kinds of different cars with us, but he's my friend that had the pinball injury. You remember that hurt his wrist playing pinball. He has a large collection of pinball machines.
That's too much time on your hands.
You know you're living right when you have a pinball injury.
No
but
kidding. I'd love to have one of those.
Yeah, and then he's out there in that what I think is the Wayne Taylor Cadillac.
Yes, it is.
Am I right in that?
Yes, you are.
Jonathan Taylor Cadillac, I think.
Yeah, Jordan Taylor, yeah.
There's Reisman and that Whelen number 33. And man, these things sound so amazing, that big American V8 in these prototypes, and you don't often hear that, but they really do sound great.
You know, and another beautiful thing about SVRA is if you ever get a chance to come to one of our events and look it up on the SpeedTour or on the SVRA website, but we're all over the States at all the iconic tracks, and the beauty of coming to one of these races is if you really want to poke your head inside one of these or talk to an engineer about how they were made and what they were all about, so you can really get a lesson and a schooling in the technology involved in these fantastic sports cars. And that is true of every group we've got in SVRA. So if you really want to learn about the history of cars and you know, like I said, nose around, you can do that at SVRA. It's welcoming in that respect. The paddock is wide open, and you know, you bring little Larry or little Jenny, and off you go.
Yeah, so this is a mixed group. This is group 5, 7, and 11. So those prototype cars that are up front are the group 11 cars, then like the kind of like what I'd call more like Can-Am cars, or the Ford GT40. Those kind of Brian Redman era Can-Am cars are group 7. Then there's some group 5 cars. So these should be group 7 cars that we're seeing here in Vision. That's the 32. We were talking about a Gary Geselter. That's a group 11. Elan DP02, so I got that one wrong, which I get a lot of things wrong. So feel free to yell at me here on our comment section on SpeedTour TV on YouTube.
He's a bit of a YouTube masochist, is my friend here.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, I've always wanted to yell at commentators, so this is your chance to yell at commentators when we get it wrong, and
not
we
me.
will get it wrong.
I'm very sensitive. You can't yell at me.
There's Mark Clark there. That should be group. Let me see. Let me get this right.
That's Mitchell Eatle, right?
Yeah, in that 62, and then Mark Clark's right behind him there. And that car is kind of, we talk about the Brian Redman era of those really cool sports racers, between kind of sports racers, Can-Am cars. I love those things.
Yeah, they are. They're fantastic. Obviously, people like Denny Hulme and Bruce McLaren in the day, Brian Redman, made their names in those cars. And amazing how Can-Am actually grew to the fore when there was so much great racing around the world at that point. And yet they really made a name for themselves because they were just monsters. Look at that mirror. Fantastic sized mirror there. You can really see the size of that. Well, you won't miss much from that one. That's the number 15 coming through your shot there. Lovely done.
Yeah, that's Mark Clark. One of the only 2 Group 5 cars in these sports racers that's got that famous Porsche livery. He's also racing in Group 2 with us in the Formula Ford, so it's really cool to have him out there. But
David Jacobs,
he's in a Swift DB5, and the other one is Fred Knoll in a Swift DB5. Those are the only 2 Group 5A cars. Those are sports racers, sports 2s as they're called.
Yeah, I'd only discovered the Norma recently. I hadn't realized. My mum's name is Norma, so it sprang out of the page to me. A Norma M2OF. Very cool.
A lot of people, and I heard this when they were with us a couple weeks ago at Summit Point, call them radicals. They aren't radicals.
They're not radicals.
Prototypes. They do look like radicals, and I wouldn't be surprised if Radical kind of took a little bit of its design cues from that.
Yeah, a good point. Now you start to see all these RVs parked up in the woods and around the track. I just think that's so cool to be able to sort of sit there on the race course and just plonk your tent down, make your lunch, and watch racing.
It is, because this place, when you come here, it is like a state park.
Yes.
Within a racetrack, just cut right through it. So you don't get the peace and serenity from most state parks, but you do get some wonderful music.
Yep.
And there's that Norma we were talking about.
Yep. Stephen Lisa at the wheel of that.
But that car there, that number 33, how do I say that? Turgal,
yeah.
That's kind of that Brian Redman era, and he still says that's one of his favorite cars to drive in that era, those sports racers, Can-Am things.
Yeah, Brian Redmond still trucking along in his 80s now, but he's got an event coming up at Chattanooga soon.
Yeah.
And he's been the Grand Marshal for us here in SVRA. I remember a couple of years ago at Sebring. And he and David Hobbs still trucking along and doing their appearances, writing books, and enjoying their lives.
There's Nathan Bird, who we were talking about earlier, who just has a ton of seat time, and he's racing an open-wheel car here with us this weekend. I believe he's been out with International GT and in this group as well. And if you're wondering why there's Porsche Cup cars out with these cars, it's basically they're doing about the same lap times, similar braking zones for a safety perspective. They kind of fit right into this, even though from visuals it might look a little bit distracting.
It's slightly different, yeah. But, you know, in terms of times, we don't take too much time to look at the actual times, although the drivers certainly do. But we do have the timing monitors, and I did just notice that these guys are running the same sort of lap times as our modern TA cars. So that's pretty impressive. Justin Marks just won in TA, and he was doing pretty much the same sort of times as John Reisman at the moment.
And John Reisman, the Reisman family, longtime sports car enthusiast, but the Interlaken Inn up there at Lime Rock. If you're looking for a place to stay at Lime Rock, check out the Interlaken Inn. They are the proprietors, how do I say that, of that, and several other great resorts, longtime supporters of International GT, and it's really great to have them here with us in SVRA.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I'm glad the weather is staved off. We might get some more tomorrow, but by the way, if you're watching the live stream right now, we'll be back on again tomorrow. We've got TA2, some 38 cars involved in their championship, 4 rounds to go. We'll have a host of SVRA yet again. We've got, we've got the Collier Cup tomorrow, celebrating 100 years, and we've also got the Dick Mooney Memorial Race, which you mentioned earlier.
And we saw the car right behind this car is Bob Lima. There he is in that number 47. I don't remember Bob in this car. Look at how fast that thing is.
He is moving, isn't he?
Sucked to the ground like a slot car.
Yeah.
He also races the Smothers Brothers Formula B and a Corvette with us, was in TA2 with us for a couple of years. So Bob Lima just really getting it out there. And there's Reisman, who is currently in the lead, John Reisman, in that Wheeling, number 33. And, you know, this is the great thing about this community, Watkins Glen and the village and the people here. The weather has been iffy for the last 4 days on any kind of weather apps. But look at this. Look at this great shot of all the people here, the campers. Every minute it could rain. It's just kind of been threatening. And that's just the microclimate that we live in here in Watkins Glen for a week out of every year. But look at how devoted the fans are, that they still come out, even though they know it might be terrible weather. They're getting lucky right now because the weather this morning said it was going to rain today, but it's looking great.
Well, this festival is kind of like the last throw of summer, isn't it? It's the last time you get the RV out and the camper out, or even a tent, because it's starting to, you know, where we are, or just northeast and close to the border of Canada, it starts to get pretty cold over the winter. So this is kind of like the last hurrah of outdoor living.
Maybe everybody's about to winterize their RVs and put them up and hope for some good weather in the springtime.
So Gazelta just did his quickest lap in 7th place at the moment, chasing down Nathan Bird.
Now, wait, hold on. Gazelta. I don't want to be stopped again, and it's some New Jersey convenience store. And, you know,
spill your coffee.
Threatened, Gary Gazelta. But, yeah, you're right. He's currently in 6th place, doing really well.
Well, he's got past Nathan Bird, which is pretty impressive, and now going in pursuit of Allen. But it's Reisman leading by some 12 seconds over Travis Engen. Neopol in 3rd, Mucha in 4th position, Allen, Gazelta in 6th, Bird, Gray, Eatle in 9th, and Clark rounding out the top 10. This is our Group 5A, 7, and 11.
I love that car there of Bob Neopol.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
That is a Riley BMW DP.
Yeah, I saw that this morning. They were doing a practice before our TA race, and I took a close look at that. It really is. It does look the deal, doesn't it? It looks like IMSA coming at you. Here's your leader again, Reisman, in that Wheeling 33. Good run so far by the Coyote Corvette DP. Daytona Prototype is what DP stands for, if you didn't know.
I didn't know. See? Thank you. I didn't know that, and now that makes so much sense. Look at them coming around side by side through that carousel. That's a little bit cambered. Yeah, you're right. You can't really tell it from here, but then that left-hander down the hill is cambered, and then the start of the shoe, right, that the car is in right now, is cambered, and then it kind of comes off camber at the top.
Yeah,
Very treacherous.
Yeah, I was telling Adam Andretti earlier today, because obviously he's out in TA2 tomorrow, but I hadn't realized just how cambered some of these corners are, especially around 6 and 7, the outer loop, and down in the toe, as you say, the motel toe. There's Travis Engen again in second place.
Look at that thing. That is a beautiful car.
And no mean feat to keep that car going, you know. I mean, back in the day, there's the white flag. Back in the day, that would have probably had about 12 engineers on it.
Yeah, and in fact, he's still using some of the engineers that were engineers on that car when it was racing professionally and winning in all the famous races.
Yeah.
So we're seeing the white flag as Travis Engen comes into Mission Foods Turn 1. Look at just the cornering, the speeds that car can do. It's basically a reverse airplane with the downforce. And it is scary as a videographer standing by the side of the track. You just think physically it's breaking the laws of physics, how it can just kind of suck to the ground like that. And there's been a couple times where I've flinched thinking, oh, he's not going to make it. And then he just super relaxed.
The diesel version was even scarier because it was whispering as it went past. So, very, very cool indeed. But final lap then, Riesman, Engen, and Neopol leading the way. And there is your leader coming through the bus stop, or whichever you want to call it, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers inner loop and outer loop. And then down the chute to 6, and then into the famous heel and toe, or the boot, as it's known.
Yeah, so right now they're in the laces. If you look at this as a shoe or a boot, now they're coming down to the toe. And then this little straightaway right down by us is the sole. So there's, just think of all the parts of a shoe or a boot. But here we go. Riesman's going to take the checkered flag.
Yes, he is. Here he comes then. Riesman in the 33. It's been a good day. He's got straight into the lead right at the very get-go. John Riesman then coming to the line, coming out of the Customer Bank corner and taking the checkered flag here to win the first race of the NetJets 5A, 7 and 11. Well done, and nicely prepared and well done and executed by John Riesman. Ben's going to head down there and sort out the podium. Just confirmation then, Riesman, Engen, Neopol, Mucha, Allen, your top 5, Gazelta in 6th place, Nathan Bird in 7th, Bray, Edel in 9th, and Clark rounding out the top 10. Lima dropping down, in fact down to 13th in the end. So that concludes their first race. They'll be back in action again tomorrow. We'll take a short break here from the Speed Tour. Join us after this short break.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Welcome back. As you can see, the Finger Lakes in the background, very famous part of this part of the world. And talking of famous, let's head down, of course, to the pre-grid where my man Stu is doing the business. Shout out to all our cameramen, especially Joe Helm, doing an excellent job out there. Joe, I just don't know how we can afford your skills. I really don't. Anyway, moving on. 55, the man you're looking at right now, is Bill Schwack, if I've got that right. Schwack is how it's pronounced. Chevrolet Corvette. Beautiful Chevrolet Corvette too in that yellow and green. There's the 70A of Joey Bajalad in the Elva Mark 6 prototype. That's a pretty little thing, isn't it? I like the shape of that too. I love the way the front comes down. Now, it's a bit more classic shape that my friend Ben Sissel, I'm sure, will have something to say about, because the 243 is, as you'd expect, another British phenomenon. Kenneth Greenberg at the wheel of that Morgan 44.
Oh, yeah. My favorite group. I had to go get us some grid sheets, but I'm a little out of breath, Jonathan.
That's all right. Bill Schwack is your man in pole position in that Corvette that we just saw, the yellow green. So Stu doing a good job. He's going down the grid for us. There's the 95, Marcus Jones in that MGB, black and gold. And that really is beautifully prepared. And look at the Marshal's literally hopping up and down. She's so excited to be able to get them out there, but I love it.
Look at this. You got a British car with an American flag helmet. You got to love that.
That's cool. Yeah, I do like that, actually.
So I'm going to try to go through this grid real quick, if you don't mind. So Bill Schwacky in that beautiful Chevrolet Corvette, the yellow and green, from the early days of Corvette, where I said the Corvettes kind of looked like an American version of a British sports car.
Yeah, yeah.
The Joey Bajalad in second, Bajalad in the Elva MK. Oh, what is that? I don't know my Roman numerals. Six prototype.
Yes.
Kenneth Greenberg in a Morgan 4+4, or a 4.4, and we were talking about that yesterday when we were doing the. We brought up 150 students from high school.
Yes.
Auto shop, and that car has a lot of ashwood framework and inner fender wells, so they were impressed that a race car had some wood in it. Marcus Jones in an MGB, Mark Gobble in fifth in an Elva Courier, beautiful Elva Courier that did our downtown parade last night. Andrew Moore in an MGB, Stephen Davison in just a beautiful Jaguar E-Type airline coupe, Randy Williams in another E-Type, Jesse Darrow in a Triumph Spitfire, Tom Brown in a Triumph Spitfire, Dave Morgan, Austin Mini Cooper S.
Yes!
Beautiful car. Tom Raganetti, of course, in an Alfa Romeo Special. I hope that didn't offend anybody. David Nicholas in an MGA, Honey Beer MGA. Michael Zappa, you got to see this TVR Vixen. Hopefully the lights are on in that. Richard Zipkowski in an MG Midget. Peter Lambrinos in a Volvo. I love that Volvo out there. Larry Smith in a beautiful MG Midget. Doug Faust, MG Midget. Alan Good, Triumph TR4A, which means it's after a 63. Arnold Carball Jr. in a Lynx B. Taz Squire, MGB Roadster. Ted Hershey, MG Midget. Frank Morrill, Chevrolet Corvette. Jim Holliday in an MGA Twin Cam. Look at that. Timothy Scopes, Lynx B. Mark Brando, MGA. Glenn Moore, MGTF. Great car. Bruce Parker, Mazda Miata. Richard Jr. and an Austin Healey 104. I'm going to get that right, Richard. Edson McCord and MGTD.
You might have done. Somebody got it wrong there. They just knocked a bollard over.
I'm going to let you take it away, Jonathan, as they come to the start. Lights are out. Look at this
Well,
field.
I've got a good one for you. Flying Red Horse MGB is sitting eating his mission chips, waiting for Group 1, 3, and 4. I hope you finish your chips. Here they come. All right, then. Led by that resplendent number 55 Corvette. What a cracking car that is. But the tiny car to the right is that Elva. And that is looking small in comparison as the green flag waves. And away we go. 1, 3, and 4 going head-to-head.
Yeah, Stephen Davison really came from the back in that E-Type. Look at the size difference between these two cars, and that's probably the smallest iteration of the Corvette right there. But Stephen Davison, longtime Trans Am competitor, running a lot this year in the WRL series, but so happy to have him back here in that just beautiful E-Type.
So away we go down to the back of the circuit for the first time and heading down towards the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers in a loop. Corvette already striding out. MG, good start from him in the 95.
That's Beaujolais there and that number 70 Elva Mark 6
Lovely,
prototype.
isn't it? I love the front of that car.
And then there's Davison and that Aero E-Type Jaguar, beautiful car.
Yeah, that's a really good-looking Jaguar, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's not like all the other E-Types. It just seems to be slightly different with the coupe.
Yeah, they're, the 2+2s were called the bubble tops, and they looked a little out of place, I got to say, but you could fit your family in them. But the normal E-Type still had a bigger roof than that one. That one was made pretty much just for racing, the car to beat Ferrari.
And we've pretty much got, besides the Corvette and the Mazda Miata, there's one out there. It's pretty much all European cars, or all British cars. A couple of Alfa Romeos. Did you know that the first race won in 1948 was an Alfa Romeo? Yeah,
I did not know that.
So there you go. A little bit of history.
Look at this. MGB side by side. Oh, somebody gave it to him. Oh, Stephen Davison hanging out that back end there. Trying to reach these front runners.
Frank Griswold in an Alfa Romeo was the first winner of Watkins Glen in 1948.
Andrew Moore in that MGB. Number 50.
Beautiful sound of these lovely historic cars here at Watkins Glen. And I was saying earlier, Ben, you were at the reenactment as I was, and these guys know their cars, don't they? And the whole village, whether they're fans of racing or not, this is what has put Watkins Glen on the map, and they appreciate that fact.
Yeah, here comes Randy Williams passing that Elva there in that E-Type, but then that beautiful Morgan.
Yeah, I love a Morgan. You can't beat it.
I love the fact that even the modern Morgans still go back to this lineage of Morgan.
Yeah,
you can see where they came from. Like we talk about with Porsche, really they haven't changed their body line since the 356.
It's a good, that's a good comparison. The 911 and the Morgan, you can absolutely tell. There's only one Porsche, that 914, that is the odd one out in my. Well, there's a couple, the 988 as well, but the 914 just doesn't even look like a Porsche to me, but it is.
So Davina Duckworth on our comments loves that Jaguar as well.
Good.
This is Randy Williams, and I have to give a shout out to him. He owns and operates a lot of the Dandy convenience stores that are in this area. I had trailer problems on the way here, stopped at a Dandy. The staff helped me out. He had air pumps to put air pressure on my tires, and I was back on my way. So thank you, Randy, for building a Dandy convenience store right where I needed it.
Tell you what, though, I tell you, for the real purists out there, the real fans, for what Indo Pleaser tells us, there's 4 great live events today: Goodwood Revival, Goodwood Auction, Indy Cars, and of course the Glen, where we are.
I love it.
So there's plenty of racing to watch.
Alex Miller, our usual chief steward, is at Goodwood right now. So Scott Goodyear's taking over this weekend.
Yes, that's right. Yep. And Scott will join me here in the booth for TA2 tomorrow. Looking forward to that. The great Scott Goodyear. And if you know that name, yes, multiple winner in Indy and just a darn right good guy.
Yeah, 11-time Indy 500 competitor.
Yeah.
Randy Williams looking to the inside there, that MGB. And here's that Triumph Spitfire. Remember last year, there's a Larry and a Ralph of those Spitfires, but then look at that. I love these things.
You can't beat them, can you?
Dave Morgan, Austin Mini Cooper S.
You've reignited me on my love of the Mini. I hadn't really given the appreciation, but
man, they're the best.
They are awesome. And they just stick to, it's as though they've got ground effects, the way they stick to the ground.
Well, if you use the centrifugal force, I'd always heard that if you just bury your right foot with those little 10-inch rims, the centrifugal force, kind of like the same way a Segway works, is if you just point the wheel in the right direction, eventually the car has to get there because the centrifugal force. But then look at this Alfa Romeo Special right behind them. How cool is that? Speaking of Alfa Romeo winning in the first 1948 race here, what in the world is that thing? That's so cool. Thank you so much for bringing that out. It brings it out usually just about every year. But if anybody in the comments has any history on that, we would love to know that. That's the number 99 of Tom Raganetti, Alfa Romeo Special, Group 4 car. Beautiful. Look at that Mini coming up right there on that, coming into the Big Machine Vodka Spike coolers over that Triumph Spitfire.
Yeah, you know, you can see with that nice clear visor just how hard he's working. The concentration was written all over his face.
So was that Mark Gobble there in that Spitfire? I believe so. Yeah, Mark. No, that's not.
I used to go to school with one of those.
That Spitfire.
I wasn't riding mine.
Jesse Darrow. And then let's see if our camera people, we did this the other year, see if they can zoom in on the rear of that Triumph Spitfire and see if that's Larry or Ralph.
You're talking about the 51A? Jesse Darrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think it's if it's right-hand drive, it's Ralph, right? If it's left-hand drive, it's Larry. I believe that's what we figured out last year.
Larry left.
There's that Mini Cooper coming through what we call the sole of the boot. There we go. As they come in through here. Coming up to Bennett Bridge Hall, turn 9, which is a difficult turn 9. The other Triumph Spitfire out there that should be Tom Brown in the number 18A.
I remember his school days. It is Tom Brown. You're absolutely right.
It's an early Spitfire.
So remember, as we've said before, they each get 2 races per weekend. So actually a lot of track time, and that's another thing. There's that Volvo.
I love it. Oh, man. Anytime somebody takes a car that probably shouldn't be a racing car, those are my favorite. If you're racing on wire wheels or a car that just isn't really normally thought about as a race car, you instantly got my attention.
Well,
and, I love it.
You know who was famous for that was Paul Newman.
Yeah.
Paul Newman would he actually, I think he had a Volvo. That he
Volvo wagon with a LS engine.
Yeah. So he used to get on the freeway and look like a little old puttery old man, and then he'd come up against somebody and go, right, put his foot to the floor.
That is the TVR Vixen of Michael Zappa. I believe the last race he was at, I called it a Griffith. I apologize. They did make Griffiths, but that is a Vixen. They're a beautiful car. His son will be out racing a Datsun Z with us, but he's having a great battle with some MG midgets. And I'm going to ask my comment section, are we okay with me calling that an MG midget?
It is officially an MG midget.
It just hasn't aged well, so is it MG little people or MG midget? You give me your opinion.
Ben, it's got to be midget. It was named a midget. And it is a midget.
There should be Larry Smith there in the 621. Usually it's the 6'2", but I guess somebody else took 6'2". Beautiful car, very well prepared, long time MG vintage racer is Larry Smith. Very good midget driver.
Will you settle for MG Lilliputters?
That might be more offensive.
Lilliput's not real.
Oh, I'm hearing no. Well, so actually, Davina says the MG Hobbit. I kind of like that.
We're with you, Davina.
That can't offend anybody, right?
No, absolutely.
Except for maybe Peter Jackson.
Maybe, but he's living on the hog, so he's all right.
Look at this close battle here coming out of the shoe here at Watkins Glen. And, man, I love that Volvo. Come on now. Who doesn't love that? That's a Volvo 142, Peter Lambrinos. And then there's that TVR, but then here's the 2 MG Hobbits, we'll call them, right behind that TVR Vixen. Larry Smith right behind the white MG. I love an MG midget. Really fun cars to drive. And me being 6'3", getting out of a Mini Cooper and MG midget to get gas, people think I'm crazy. And here's that TR4, the number 44. Kind of looks a little bit like a Group 44.
Quaker State on the side.
Abacus Racing. Is Abacus, is that what they call those, like the early calculators?
Yes. Wooden, back in the day. Wooden and metal.
There you go. Oh, and then one of our Formula Vs, and I have to give it up. Where are these Formula Vs? Last night, Stephen Kuhl raced his Lynx B in the downtown parade, the number 70 Formula V, and he had the longest, like, silk scarf. and a leather helmet, just like they would have raced back in the day, and it was just one of the coolest things I've seen. So thank you so much, Stephen Cool, for really adding to the Watkins Glen Downtown Parade. But there is the number 12.
I noticed quite a few people kind of Goodwooding it up yesterday.
We love
getting
that.
in costume. I like
it's
that.
supposed to be about the fun. That's what we were talking about. But that is Arnold Carball Jr. there. But yeah, let's make vintage racing fun. First, it should be fun first, and then racing second.
Yeah. Well, in my experience of SVRA, that's been the experience, which is these guys just have a great time every time they come, and they're always sharing stories and sharing parts a lot of the time. But so I want to go back to that Keurig. How the heck was he using that?
On the what?
On the hub.
The Keurig. So he took the K-cup of the Keurig, cut the top off, obviously dumped whatever's in there, and then put that and then duct taped around it to keep the bearing alive. And look at that MGA. We do have an MGA twin cam out there. Not sure which one that is. There it is. The Jim Holiday MGA twin cam. Ladies and gentlemen, if you know anything about MGs and the MGA twin cam, very rare were the twin cams. They made for great race cars, but a lot of the just normal street twin cams, because you do have to drive it right, just like it's talked about at the beginning of Ford versus Ferrari. And a little bit difficult to maintain, but made for some great race cars. And so thank you so much for bringing out such a rare beauty of an MGA twin cam.
Well, the Chevrolet Corvette, we haven't seen it too much because we've been trying to give you a look at each and every one of the cars. And if we don't get your favorite car in today, there's a chance that we'll try to show them tomorrow. But Bill Schwack is on his way in his Chevrolet Corvette, that lovely yellow and green. You'll see it in a minute because this is the final lap. Boulajard will follow him home, and Stephen Davison in third position will round out the podium.
That TVR Vixen of Zappa's coming up on this holiday, this beautiful. That's not the Vixen, that's an MG Midget right behind this MGA. Getting some great shots here from our cameraman, and if you're wondering what's going on up front, it's because we're trying to show every beautiful car here in this race. We will, come back to Bill Schwacky and the leaders here, but man,
Tin Cup Racing
is just so cool.
I like that. Tin Cup Racing.
We want to make sure everybody gets seen because, their whole family's watching this from home.
Yep.
Now, I do need to apologize to Customers Bank. I really missed where I need to put those banners. So tonight, I'm going to go fix it. Those banners are going to be right in the perfect camera position, and they'll be looking good for tomorrow's races.
Okay. I don't think they're going to be too upset with you. So then, here's the finish. Well done to Bill Schwack coming across the line.
That should have been the white flag.
Yeah.
I think he just acknowledged the white flag. Here comes our leader. Yeah.
Here's your leader.
Coming to the checkered flag.
Yes.
And fittingly, another Corvette wins here on the 70th year of Corvette. But man, that C1, and somebody else made a comment earlier how great that sounds in person, yet it does. And this is my favorite iteration of the Corvette because it kind of is reminiscent of an Austin Healey or a British sports car at the time.
Yeah, and that was all the rage. And so that was where so many of the American manufacturers and even the custom builders, took their ideas from. And here they come then to the checkered flag. Now we got it. There it is. And a win then for Bill Schwack. And he waves to the crowd and celebrates his win. Elva comes across the line in second place. Well done to him. And third place will be
So here's a great illustration of the two different.
Yes.
That is the Jaguar E-Type coupe in the back, and that's what came from factory, and the car ahead of it was more of a specialty airline coupe.
Yep. So that concludes our coverage of the NetJets Race 1 for Groups 1, 3, and 4. Hope you enjoyed that. Keep giving us the comments. We're enjoying them, and hopefully we're interacting as best we can. But we'll take a short break here from Watkins Glen, and we'll be back with more action after this.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
Welcome back to our Speed Tour 2023. We're at Watkins Glen this weekend, and it is absolutely resplendent. It's a bit dull and dreary in terms of sunny weather, but to be honest, we're lucky because I've been looking at the national weather over the last 2 days, and we've literally missed the heavy, heavy rain that is both sides of us, actually. It's towards New York and spreading up the East Coast. And we did have some rain overnight, but we've been lucky this afternoon anyway, touch wood.
Let me, hold on, Jonathan,
Go ahead.
Sorry, let me interrupt. Hey, Stuart, the cameraman, if you can hear us, if you can turn around and get the rear end of that 02 blue car you were at, because this is Nathan Thompson in what I call Doc Bundy's Lotus 23C, but see how it's got there we go. See how it's got the different boxed rear end. You can see Jeff there in that mohawk with the red shirt. He's taking care of Nathan Thompson's car with Ragogo Racing. But does anybody know what this box rear end is there to the left of the brake lights? I've never seen that on the rear end of a Lotus. And plus that little bit of a spoiler. So it looks like kind of a modern development on what I'd call a Lotus 23. And maybe that's the C delineation, I'm not sure, but surely there's some Lotus experts here. I saw that in the paddock and wasn't able to get around to ask them. But then there's Zappa's Datsun. Beautiful Datsun there. That's Christopher Zappa.
John Player Special Datsun.
Yeah, it does look like that. The one in front of that, the beautiful 202 that I had our cameraman skip over, is Scott Kissinger. Then look at this E30. I love an E30.
Yeah, that's a lovely car.
So that's Dave LeBrun in a BMW M3. We don't have enough E30s that race with us, but I love that. I've had an E30 before. We called it Justin Beamer. And just such a well-balanced car is the E30. And then there's
racing.
This is what we were talking about earlier. You know how Porsche kind of kept that look from the 356 till now. This was one of their first kind of what you'd call delineations from that, and they kind of went away from that. I believe this car was made in conjunction with Volkswagen, and that's the 914, the 9146. Beautiful car there. That's Greg Fry. And then this Geneva 27A, Richard Soapy Madia. That's what it says. Do you think Soapy's a nickname or really his middle name? We're going to have to figure that out.
Parents have got a sense of humor if it is.
Yeah, that's a Group 12 BMW 325 CI. Then here comes another E30, and we saw about 4 or 5 this weekend. Is that an M3?
Yeah.
Look at that. Another M3. Love
Steve
it.
LeBrun.
If you've been paying attention, the M3s have just skyrocketed in price the last couple years on Bring a Trailer and eBay Motors and all the
Why is that, do you think? Just because
they're just such great cars. You know, it just seems like the cream rises to the top with car value. So even though they were pretty heavily produced were the BMW E30s and the M3s, but they make for such great cars that I think people figured out what they are, just like the Porsche 911s. You know, from the 70s and 80s, they've just really skyrocketed in price.
So you're looking down on our pre-grid. This is our next group here in the Speed Tour, and it is Group 5B, 8 and 12B. And I'll let you do the groups, but you're quite knowledgeable on how you, and it changes from week to week, doesn't it, depending on who's entered. Yeah.
We put up these numbers on a dartboard. And it does kind of sometimes seem like that. And Boy from New York is saying hi to the great guys in the booth. So hi.
Boy from New York. Then, we're going to get you some tickets eventually. Ben let you down this time.
Well, yeah, he said he couldn't come this time. So we do want him in the booth at some point. But maybe we'll be able to announce something next year with our schedule that we might be. Boy from New York.
Oh.
But
news.
Yeah, so this is Group 5B, 8, and 12. So Group 8 is basically what I call medium bore, production-based sports cars, 72 or older. Group 12 is the same, 72 or newer, medium bore. And then Group 5 is a little bit more of the smaller special production like that Lotus 23. We've got Dan Chapman and a Brabham BT8 in Group 5. Those are only 2 Group 5B cars. But there it is. Nathan Thompson, for some reason, puts the drag of a GoPro case on the car without putting a GoPro in it. So Jeffrey, with the Mohawk, you might want to take that drag out of there before we go out. And there's Scott Kissinger in that beautiful Datsun. And then look at this Datsun here of Chris Zappa, who's brought with him to driver's meeting an 80s Mongoose Super Goose BMX bike that he had just restored. He's riding it around. It's such a great departure. It looks like you're back in the 80s. But look at these beautiful cars. That should be Chris Domingo, I think, in that Lotus 7. Let me see. No, Paul Stinson. No, wait. I don't know. Lotus Series 2, sorry, is Chris D'Amico. Looks like a Lotus 7, but that's actually a Series 2. Sharon Edelman there in that beautiful blue Ginetta. We were talking about the modern Ginetta, but you've never thought of a Porsche 911 as being a big car, but wait till you see one behind this Ginetta. That's a beautiful car, so thank you, Sharon Edelman. I'm going to try to go through this grid. So Nathan Thompson, Lotus 23B. Scott Kissinger, second. Chris Zappa, we talked about him. Dave LeBrun in that beautiful, beautiful BMW M3. Greg Fry in the Porsche 9146. Richard Soapy, Mattia, so he'd be Dick Soapy in a BMW 325 Ci. Steve LeBrun in a BMW M3. Keith Dunbar in a Lotus Elan. Beautiful Lotus Elan. You're going to see that looks like a small car compared to these cars out there. Jim Lenahan, another Porsche 9146. Chris D'Amico, Lotus Series 2. Bruno Venditelli, Porsche 968, who's actually with Blaze Chitta of the Trans Am, Misha Goikhberg, Barry Bose. He is an orthodontist from Canada, so welcome. Dinah Weisberg in a BMW 330 Ci. Paul Stinson, Lotus Super 7. Dan Chapman, you think Chapman would be in a Lotus, but he's in a Brabham BT8. Michael Buck in a Datsun 240Z. Dave Nicholas in a BMW 2002, the same car that he raced in the Camel GT at Watkins Glen and Lime Rock back in the day. The exact same car, found in a barn by Kevin, his mechanic. Antonio Esposito in an Audi TT-RS. That doesn't sound right, does it? Antonio Esposito should be in like an Alfa Romeo or something. George Wright in a Datsun 240. Sharon Edelman in that Ginetta G4R, beautiful car. Rob Hurley, Porsche 911. Thomas Bork, Datsun 280. Gary Reed, Datsun 510. Benny Bish, 2002, and that's as far as we got. We're going to come back with, I'm missing 5, but Jonathan, we're coming to green, so take it away.
Here we go then, just coming out of the Customers Bank, turn 11, and they will hoon down towards the Mission Foods turn 1 in a moment when we get that green flag. As you can see, they're already jostling for position before the line. And it's Group 5B, 8 and 12B, heading down towards turn 1 for the first time. Heavy braking into here, you've got to get this right. And it's almost a right-angle turn, deceptively fast, and then it's all uphill through the S's.
You can see that they've added some length, it looks like, to the rear axle of that car. Maybe just maybe a half an inch to the right and to the left, which gives an inch more of traction. Or maybe he's running wider tires than normal. But the back end of that Lotus 23 just doesn't look the same as it did when Doc Bundy was piloting that car. Maybe it's a whole different car, but it is Rigogo Racing. And here we are, Datsun versus Datsun up front. Chris Zappa has gotten the best of Scott Kissinger, but what a great eclectic mix of cars.
Yeah, excellent. So through the bus stop, or the inner loop as it's known, or the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers inner loop as we're calling it. Scott Borchetta, get well soon, and thanks for everything you did in Nashville for all of us. That was excellent, excellent commentary, excellent fun, and just a great weekend of Trans Am racing. Down into the boot then for the first time.
I want to see what these BMW M3s can do. Really fun. So obviously those would be in Group 12, you know, and that's basically the modern iteration of a B sedan car that would have been like the BMW 2002 that would have come before that, like what Dave Nicholas is in. And you can even see the body lines are kind of about the same between a 2002, the kind of bubble top Jetsons looking car of the 2002 to the E30 that we're seeing right here. Look at that thing, man.
That is gorgeous.
If you're ever looking for a fun car to drive that you can still find inexpensively, not the M3s, of course, but just a regular E30, definitely get yourself an E30 and have some fun with a very bulletproof inline 6 engine.
And that's all ready to go endurance racing. You see the big tanks on the back, or the fill-up on the back of this car, on this 47 as it comes through. Watch. Yeah, you see?
Yeah. And then the yellow headlights means that that's a racing in a different class style of racing, so they can flash those yellow lights. But look at that Elan in front of that other E30. Look at how small that car looks. And you'd never consider an E30 to be a big car.
Nope.
There's that 9146. Greg Fry.
Yeah, I saw that parked up, actually. Beautifully prepared. So it's Thompson, Zappa, LeBrun at the moment in our first race for the Group 5, 8 and 12B. Like you say, not too many Group 5 cars out there this weekend, but good field, good strong field.
Now look out, Keith Dunbar, because you got Dick Soapy Maggia behind you in that BMW 320.
You like that name?
Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, I'd love to know if are we getting punked again? Felt like that last year here at Watkins Glen.
Well,
so
you bring it on yourself.
did.
You've only got yourself to blame, Ben. You see,
Yeah.
you play practical jokes yourself, and you're only going to get it back. You see,
exactly.
They know where to find
see
you.
The hands in that
Yeah, that
Lotus
was neat.
Salon really moving. How cool is that? Great shot there.
Yeah, I love it.
Who's the cameraman at the Big Machine?
It's probably
Vodka
Joe
Spike
Helm.
Coolers?
He's awesome.
Look at that.
All of our
shout-out.
cameramen are awesome. Are you kidding? It's actually Big Ron.
Ah,
do Ron. He's our apprentice young man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's only 18. but
Gotten
he's
better
very
on
good.
that focus though than last year. You know,
Yes.
it looks real good. Yeah,
Yep.
good job, Brian.
Yeah. He gets dog tired.
And I'm fired. As they come through the sole of the boot of Watkins Glen. Not sure what that yellow car is. I believe that's Fry in that yellow 9146. Is that right?
Davina.
I've got silver, red, black.
Davina Duckworth's, she's on fire today. I don't know what she's doing with her fingers, but she's all over the typewriter because she's just saying she loves the E30s. They are classics.
And kind of a throwback to the BMW livery, the blue and the kind of purple and red. Usually you see it on a white car, but I really like that. And then there's Jim Lenahan in that 9146. They come around Customers Banks, but then, yeah, Davina's right. Then there's that E36 right behind.
She knows her stuff. If it is Davina, she says the E36 is lighter, but has those floor pans and subframes that rip out without reinforcement. Yeah. Loving the drone shots, says Boy from New York. Yeah, we do too. It's given a whole new aspect to racing. That's a pretty close spot.
That was an iffy move. Scott Goodyear is up in the tower. I'm sure he's watching this and thinking the same thing I was there too. Not quite giving the room that we would like in vintage racing, but Jim Lenahan on his toes and was able to come away without any metal to metal, which we absolutely appreciate.
Scott's just glad it's not another one of those F4 races where they're all over each other.
Yeah.
He has enough on his plate when he's dealing with those young kids.
Look at this. There's that 27A of Dick Soapy Madia. Anybody know Richard Soapy? Is that a nickname or is that a real middle name? Let us know on the Speed Tour TV comments on YouTube. And you can't really see this from the drone. These are beautiful shots, but it is from that carousel after the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers inner loop to down to the toe of the boot, probably 200-300 foot elevation change.
Yeah,
it feels
it's
like.
it's a lot more than you'd expect. I was saying earlier, I went out on one of the electric buzz bikes. Great fun, by the way. And they're selling them here at the track. So yeah, and I got to see Watkins Glen as I'd never seen it before, which is going right through the inside of the track. So that's where our drone pilots are based. There they are, two of the best in the business.
Yeah, exactly. Do you ride a buzz bike with your shoes off, or just announce races with your shoes off?
Just the announcing. Yeah, no, buzz bikes always helmet, boots. Away you go.
There's Drake Dittman. Saw him this morning at Dunkin' Donuts, getting a little downforce for the morning. But
man, you get out there in the morning. Wawa's, Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah,
how many stops do you do?
As many as I can. But Drake actually, unfortunately, had to come in under the hook yesterday. So it's great to see that he and his team got that beautiful BMW 318IS back out there and going. And now he is a very fast driver. So look for him to, even though he started in 26th, look for him to really move his way up as he is now in 11th.
Oh, now we're starting to get the real boy from New York. Hi, Scott Goodyear. We raced together at Shannonville in the 70s with Ron Fellows. He's had some pretty high esteemed company then.
Yeah, look at that. Right around that 968 is that number 52. Yeah, I love hearing these. Dan Chapman there in that Brabham BT8, but I love hearing these stories, and it's cool because we had dinner the other night with Scott Goodyear and just has some great stories. He won his last professional race right here in the Salem 6 hours of the Watkins Glen.
Yeah, in a Porsche.
For Brumos Porsche.
Brumos Porsches, yeah.
Porsche,
yeah. Exactly, yeah.
And that 968 that we were just seeing in Vision is the orthodontist right there, racing with Blaze Chitta. And then look at this, a Lotus Series 2 versus a Lotus 7.
Yeah.
Does anybody know what the difference is between these two cars? Oh. I don't. So, and I should, being a British car person.
Yeah.
But let me know if you're here on the comment section, or just want to look cool in front of everybody. You can even Google it and then not tell anybody you Googled it. But that's Chris D'Amico and Paul Stinson. Paul Stinson, longtime racer here in this area, Mid-Ohio, sometimes VIR, but longtime Lotus 7, Super 7 racer with us, so it's great to have him back. Looks like the Series 2 has a little bit of a weight advantage over that Lotus Super 7, Lotus 7. And we were talking about the 914 being a departure for Porsche, but the 968, the 944, the first kind of 928, the front engine cars that they brought out, the 924, total departure from that kind of Beetle-esque shell of the 911, 356. What I would always call the style of Porsche from back in the day.
Mm-hmm. So Thompson continues to lead. He's up the gap to now, 14 seconds.
Look at that. I mean, he could, if he didn't have his arm restraints, he could drag the ground.
Yeah, he could put his hand out, couldn't he?
Chris D'Amico has a little bit of a weight advantage with that different roll cage configurations that come around customers' bank turn 10 and 11.
Yeah, it's a nice little roll bar, that, isn't it?
Paul Stinson getting at it. I love that he has the matching yellow race suit.
Yeah, and helmet. So down the main straight towards Mission Foods, turn 1 again. The Dats are chasing the two Lodi. I think that's right. That's the right Latin Lodi.
I'm not sure. That's Michael Buck in that Datsun 240Z. And you would never think a Datsun 240Z is a big car until it's behind two little Lotus 7s in Series 2. Still looking for some answers on that Lotus Series 2 comment section. Boy from New York, I'm looking at you.
And you're watching the Speed Tour here from Watkins Glen, all part of the Hilliard USA Vintage. One of the biggest vintage get-togethers each and every year here in America, right?
Yeah. This is, I would call this one of our premier events of the year. Just a lot of fun to come out to. Anytime any of the vintage racers ask us which races they should go to, this is always top of my list as we look at Dinah Weisberg. I believe her husband is going to be running in the TA2 series with us tomorrow. She's in that BMW 330 Ci. Beautiful car. Thank you for coming out. Dinah Weisberg. Jumping the curbs. I love it.
How hard is it to get an SVRA license?
Actually, you can go to a Skip Barber driver school. Next year, it hasn't been officially announced yet, but we are going to be having a school at Eagles Canyon or Thunder Hill Raceway if you're on the West Coast.
Where is Eagles Canyon?
That's the easiest. Eagles Canyon is just outside of Dallas.
Oh,
just north of Dallas.
Can I come?
Yeah.
When is it?
I'm not sure yet because it hasn't been announced.
Oh, you must let me know. I want to get my SVRA license.
But you can get a license there that then is recognized by the SCCA or Trans Am. But that's your easiest, most cost-efficient. But you can also go to the Skip Barber School. You can go to Radford, our great schools all over the place. Kaizen in VIR, but it's a lot easier than you would think, and you're going to learn so much as we look at Dave Nicholas, who's been racing that car since the 60s and 70s, I believe. And that exact car raced here and I think Lime Rock until he flipped it at Lime Rock in the 70s in the Camel GT.
I hate to say it, but when I look at these pretty BMWs from yesteryear, I now look at the modern BMWs, I get turned off by them because these were, boxy, but these were so cute.
Yeah, and that's the roundy, the more sought after of the BMW 2002 bubble tops, as they're called. He's also racing the yellow. Oh, look at this. Here's that Janetta I was talking about, Sharon Edelman. Nobody would ever think an Audi TT is a huge car, but it looks monstrous there behind Sharon Edelman in that 3A. Sharon, the Edelmans, I got to give it up to them because Graham is here racing with us, and then her son Owen, who I would also put in probably my top 5-10 of our vintage drivers. Owen has just had a child, starting a family, but really talented driver, as is Sharon, as is Graham. But Sharon in that Janetta, she also has a Turner she's raced with us, but I just think that's a beautiful car.
Final lap then of our 5B, 8 and 12B NetJets race 1 here from the Glen, the famous Glen. Racing here, well, in this area since 1948. Who'd have thought it?
You can see the blue flags come out for Nathan, who's got his hand up. I think he might think that was the checkered flag, but Nathan...
Or he's letting the guy to his left go past.
I don't know, but if he thinks that's the checkered flag, you got to get your glasses checked, man. You're still racing out there, Nathan.
Oh, he's racing. He's racing. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, such is the love of motor racing here in this area. The 1948 first ever Grand Prix attracted some 30,000 fans locally. And then the second year, such was the interest, 100,000 showed up.
And for a town of like 2,000 back in the day,
yeah,
that's quite an infrastructure change.
Yeah. Well, when you look at the catchment area, because it wasn't, see Watkins Glen when it was built, there wasn't many tracks around. So, yeah, you could imagine people from New York, Chicago, Cincinnati, you would all come down. And Canada, of course, this is a big place where the Canadians race.
So, look at this. Gary Purser's my hero of the day. Lotus 7 was built as a Series 1, 2, 3, and 4 in succeeding years. Minor design development of the same car. Thank you, Gary Purser.
Yep.
Getting some questions answered. There's that little Audi TT. Blue flags are out because there's our leader.
Here he comes.
Take us away, Jonathan.
All righty, this is the final lap, and here comes Thompson in that 02, and a very interesting car, as you said, right at the start of this. There's the checkered flag then, and Thompson wins it from Zappa in second place. Lebrun will take third, Fry in fourth position, Lebrun, the other Lebrun in fifth, and Dunbar, Madia in seventh, Dipman in eighth, Lenahan in ninth, and 10th is Mr. Chapman, but not in a Lotus. Dan Chapman, that is. He's in a Brabham. And as we conclude that and look out over the Finger Lakes, we'll take a finger-licking break and be back with more action from Watkins Glen after this.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Welcome back. Let's turn our attention to some single-seaters. Look at this. Ben Sissel, Jonathan Green bringing you the action. And here we are, pre-grid, and an interesting, eclectic, shall I say, group of cars here. Some fun-looking Swifts, a couple of Lolas, the Master Pro Formula around.
Yeah, we call this the wings and the slicks because these are basically reverse airplanes on slick tires. Now, this first car that we see there, that number 88, is basically a modern version of a Formula 5000. It's a 5-liter engine.
Yeah.
It's an Australian Formula 5000. It basically looks like what we would call an FR car with a 5-liter engine in it.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. That's exactly what it is. It's basically an FR car with a huge engine.
Yeah. And you can see there their hashtag FastAF. Not sure what AF stands for, but that's what their hashtag is.
Australian Fast?
Maybe, yeah, Australian Fast. Exactly. That's probably what
Aussie
AF
Formula.
means. Maybe,
Aussie Formula 5000, don't you think, AF?
Yeah, maybe people in the comments could tell us, but yeah, we'll go with Australian Fast. I like that.
I think it's Australian Formula. But I mentioned Nathan Bird. It gives you an example. We've seen him already in another group, but now he is in a very serious situation because he's a youngster learning his way, and this is a very powerful single-seater car.
Yeah.
So he's getting massive experience like no other. You can't just go out and take one of these out for a joyride. So the fact that he's getting this experience in these groups without sort of the worry of really, you know, what I would call nitty-gritty competition. They are competing quite heavily, but they're not, you know, it's not as serious as it would be if he were, let's say, in the Formula Regional Championship for real, or like our own Ernie Francis Jr. in Formula Next. And by the way, shout out to Matthew Brabham, talking of Formula Next, or Formula Indy cars, Indy Next as it's called, or what used to be called Indy Lights. Ernie Francis Jr. in that, and Matthew Brabham. And two guys that plied their trade here in Trans Am many a year. Good luck to you this weekend, tomorrow at Monterey.
Ooh, that would be a good race to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
So we do the short course pace lap here so that we can go through. There's 11 cars in this field, so we should be able to show all of the cars in vision as long as it stays under green. You can see they're coming up here, but in the front, we're going to talk a lot about Nathan Bird, Bruce Hamilton, Mark Sherwood, Travis Engen, and Mark Giroux. Mark Giroux and Travis Engen both in equally prepared T97 Lola 20s. As they come around Customers Bank. And Mark Sherwood in a Ralt RT41, and then Bruce Hamilton in a Swift 014 MZR. Lots of sticker tires in this group, Jonathan.
Yeah, noticed that. Yeah, quite a lot of clean, nice, brand new tires. As the pace car comes off, our Honda Civic. Yeah, you can see the stickers on the side as they zip by. But they are now 2x2, ready to go racing, and we are green here at the Glen. And away goes Nathan Bird from the front. Already getting a good lead into the Mission Foods turn 1. And these guys make a heck of a sound too. Turn it up.
So expect Nathan Bird to really jump out with that 5-liter Group 9 AF01 that is hashtag Fast Australian Formula. But then here we go. There's Travis Engen in that Red Bull helmet ducking out here to the inside of Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers to come in over Bruce Hamilton in that red car and Mark Sherwood in that Ralt. So Travis Engen, who we've seen a few times just this weekend.
Yeah, he's always busy, isn't he? He
Yeah.
always has about 3 different entries.
But once these tires warm up, watch for the downforce of these wings and slicks cars to really start moving around Watkins Glen International.
Yeah, it's a cool day because of all the rain in the area, and there's more coming, I hear. But hopefully we'll get done before it does actually downpour on us. But there's a chance of more tomorrow, and that's going to make the TA2 race very exciting. And we'll also have plenty of action from SVRA and the Speed Tour tomorrow. So tune in on the same live stream. We wish you and welcome you here.
So Tim Adolphson is saying hello from Gig Harbor, Washington. Is this the same Adolphson that raced in the West Coast Trans Am Series with us a few years ago?
Could be.
Hope so.
You know, so many big people cut their teeth in Formula Atlantics and similar Formula cars.
This is heating up. We've had some good open wheel races here with SVRA. And look at this, Mark Sherwood now in that Ralt RT41. Looks like he might have a better wing setup for top speed. You can see he's got less downforce maybe, so his top speed might be better, but then Travis Engen's grip around Mission Foods turn 1 and turn 2 should be a little bit better.
And look at him pull away. Engen just waited for his moment there, and he kind of made a jink to dive down the inside, thought better of it, and that's lost him a lot of time. As you can see, Travis really jumping on that.
We'll see if he starts to close the gap now, on because he seems like he's got the aero advantage on long straights like this, but then wouldn't have the rear grip with a big wing like we're seeing there with Giroux.
Through goes the 30 of Mark Giroux in that Lola T97 stroke 20.
Sorry, Bruce Hamilton in that red car right behind him. Look at that.
Yeah.
So there's no aero wash, it seems like, because Bruce Hamilton was able to hang through that carousel, which is very difficult. He's fallen back, but wait till Bruce Hamilton's tire temperature comes up and look for him to move through this field.
No, we're watching Group 9 at the moment here in our SVRA Speed Tour coverage. Ben Sissel giving you some expert commentary on what we see out there. Ben lives and breathes this pretty much week in,
but
week out.
not this group. If there's one group I know the least about, it's Group 9.
Yeah.
And you can see there Bruce Hamilton around Mark Giroux, or no, around Sherwood. So Sherwood's dropped far. Is that Sherwood? I can't tell. Who is that right behind Hamilton? Maybe he's come up. I'm sorry, like I just said, I don't know much about this group. You are my open wheel single-seater guy, Jonathan, doing all your Formula One announcing.
I do, yes. Very much up on modern Formula One, really enjoying another great season, and it may not be everybody's cup of tea.
Is it a great season?
Well, you see, for a purist...
I mean, if you're Dutch, it's a great season.
Yeah, but you see, if you're a purist, I mean, think about it. Formula One is all about excellence and being better than the other teams. And so when you see domination, Formula One's always been that way. People forget, Mercedes dominated for years. Ferrari dominated for years with Michael Schumacher. Williams dominated with Renault for years. But,
That's Robert Albani, I think, or Andy Schaufelberger in that Swift. Yeah, in that Swift 016 right there behind Bruce Hamilton. But you're right. Yeah, it has been interesting. Red Bull's just really kicking butt, and I've been watching that Netflix special. And I tell you what, as a huge motorsports fan, I can't get enough of Ginger Spice.
She's good, isn't she?
Yes. If the producers of that show are listening,
more horse riding with
Ginger Spice.
Yeah,
is what I say.
More horse riding with Ginger Spice, I say.
Anything with Ginger Spice, you've got my attention.
Yeah, you've got to. Must be a handful though, marrying a Spice Girl.
Yes.
So you can tell that he's an ex-racing driver.
Look at this coming side by side here into the toe of the boot. This is going to be some good racing here, Jonathan.
Albini,
I know you love your single-seaters.
Yeah, I do. And that's the number 7 of Andy Schuffelberger.
You can really see with these drone shots how the downforce of the cars is totally different because they can gap, but then the brakes and the acceleration, you can really see the different kinds and different iterations of these wings and slicks cars. And some have more torque, some have more horsepower, some have more downforce, but they can really hit the brakes different. As we see Giroux, Hamilton, and then Schaufelberger coming through. And now their tires are warmed up, so now we're starting to see some racing.
Yeah, we are.
As I'm waiting for that DRS wing of Giroux to open up, and it's just not happening.
Robert Alpine, don't start me on DRS. That's where I really have a problem, is with modern Formula One.
I like it better than push to pass, I got to say.
I don't. I think push to pass. I think
you like that better?
Well, at least as a commentator, I do, because I know how many seconds who's got what.
Yeah,
and when
that is true. There's a
strategy to it. And I think my solution, and I do this on my radio show, but I talk about it all the time. DRS, they designed the cars. They should do away with it. And if they're going to keep it, then put a number. You've got 10 DRS moves. You can use them all on the first lap if you want, but you can't keep using them. There you go.
Well,
I'll get off my high horse.
Guys, leave us some comments. What do you like, push to pass or DRS?
There you go. And there's that number 7 I was just talking about, Andy Schluckenberger in the Swift. Easy for me to say. Swift. 77 through your shot now. is Paul Subject in the Stars Cars Formula Master. And my word, you talk about a series, Formula Master, who did they put together? I mean, how many people have been through the Master Series, the Formula Master Series, and come out the other end and been great racing drivers? That's been, if you like, the modern FR stroke Formula 4 of the past. And Master could take our hats off to what they did here in America.
Thwaites.
Yep, Ken Thwaites. Yeah.
Tommy Kendall.
Yep. DRS is set up like a video game, Davina says. I'm with you, Davina. Both push to pass and DRS are stupid, actually. Okay.
There is a car out there. It's the Theodore TY02, where the driver's way up front, then there's a huge engine bay behind them, and it just kind of looks like a 70s Formula One car where the driver's feet were basically over the front axle.
Yeah.
You know, I'm hoping we get some shots of that. It's got that big white snorkel on it. There it is, right there. Big blue snorkel. But look at this from the side. The driver's right over the front wheels.
You really
and
are.
There's just so much space behind the back.
You know, I talked to Brian Redman about some of those cars, and he raced for Teddy Yip and Theodore Racing.
Oh, what is it? I don't know.
That's a Theodore, that.
Well, I don't know what that is. I'm unfamiliar.
Teddy Yip is from Hong Kong.
Is that why it's a TY?
Yes.
Okay.
Teddy Yip is Chinese from Macau, and actually the Theodores live on the Macau circuit. As you know, I did the Macau Grand Prix for many a year.
Yeah.
And Theodore Racing is basically resurrected. They're now racing in Formula 2 and 3. But anyway, back in the day, people like Brian Redman would race for Theodore Racing in 5000. And yeah, you're right. He was worried because his feet were over the front, and he was always worried about a front end crash because there was nothing you could do. You know?
Cool looking car, though.
Yeah. Who goes the 96, currently in 10th position? That is Clark.
Elon
Matt Clark.
DB08.
Yeah.
Some of these wings on these Formula cars, and like we saw on the Formula One back in the day, it just seemed to be held by these little struts that shouldn't be able to hold the force of the wings sometimes, you know, and sometimes in the new modern Formula Fords, I feel like that with the suspension. The little suspension arms don't seem like they should be able to hold up the cars, but they do. It's really neat to see.
Davina says, let's get some crazy fan cars instead of the DRS. Gordon Murray would want it. And it's true, he's just come out with a brand new supercar. I saw it a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, he's just penned a brand new supercar, which is ridiculous in terms of its, I think it's the fastest production car in the world. So look out for Gordon Murray automobiles. Go flat bottom with wings only and let them use mechanical grip and adequate HP. There you go. No Can-Ams today, I'm afraid. Well, we've seen a couple of Can-Ams, but we haven't got a full Can-Am field on display today. That was a question asked.
Can-Am cars were always very dangerous back in the day. And then 50 years later, it's hard to convince people to want to race Can-Am cars, you know, just because they were so dangerous back in the day, and now with metal fatigue,
well, that's because
it's
guys,
even worse.
Guys like Denny Hulme took their brain out and went racing with them.
There we go.
Well, Nathan Bird's having a lovely day. He is flying like a bird at the moment in first place. He's some 37 seconds, but he has got a monster of an engine in the back of that car. So there's every reason. But he is getting track time. He's going around one of the most iconic tracks in the world. He's in a really fast single-seater car. And as a youngster, what an experience. Flames pouring out the back of it. Beautiful.
Yeah. That's Michael Cross and a Van Diemen F2000. And then there's our battle right there for second and third coming up right behind him.
Yeah.
And that kind of looks like the Scott Goodyear Indy car with that dark navy blue.
Yeah.
So let's see what Sherwood can do in that Ralt RT41.
Yeah, Sherwood in third position, Hamilton in fourth. Engen still second at the moment, chasing down Bird. But I say chasing down, he's a long way back at the moment. Coming down to the closing stage of this one. That's a nice place to, that hospitality there looks like a great place to watch.
I think I misspoke. Is timing and scoring is putting Bruce Hamilton in second or not? Okay, so Bruce Hamilton is in fourth. There he is in the red car right behind him. So this could shape up. But I was thinking that Sherwood was going to be faster on the straights than Engen, just based on their wing setups, but it looks like Engen's got him here.
Toyota engine in the back, yeah. Toyota don't get enough credit for what they do with their engines in motor racing. They really have in the past, and obviously now they're getting the creme de la creme in sports car racing, but yeah, they've done it over the history. They've done a hell of a job. This is the final lap of producing some great single-seater racing.
Don't forget about those Toyota commercials from the 80s. Oh, 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 what a feeling. And then, remember, they'd all jump up in the air with their hand up, and they'd freeze frame it.
Yep, I remember it well.
Beautiful. You know that sold some great
I tell you what,
Toyotas.
if you want to laugh, go and look up Toyota adverts in New Zealand. Because it's all about farmers going out in their Hilux and their RAV4s.
And cars you can't kill.
But it's funny as you like.
Here we go. They're coming up to the checkered flag here. There's Travis Engen and Sherwood. Call it, Johnny.
Here we go. Bird is way up the road, but Engen and Sherwood are going for it here in the closing stages. Sherwood's closing right in as he comes through Customers Bank corner and down towards the white flag. In fact, there's one more lap to go. My apologies there, folks, but one more lap to go. So Sherwood's got the hurry up. Now we're in for a race. Down to Mission Foods, turn 1.
It looks like his DRS is open, doesn't it? Just based on that shot with the wings. Totally different wing setup. Let's see. Now Travis should have the downforce to be able to pull him through here, but then coming into Big Machine Vodka Spike coolers, you would think that aero advantage would help him.
Well, let's see where he goes for it, because he's certainly got enough time. It is the last lap.
The gap
see the gap there, yeah. It's not closing, is it? But under braking it may well. Coming in towards the bus stop. There we go. In.
Yes, closing it.
And out. And then this long cambered right-hander. And look how much closer now Sherwood's got. Look at him go. Oh, we just had it there for a moment. And I'm sure when we next time see it, but we had to catch up with the leader, obviously. Here he comes. And Nathan Bird comes to the line and takes the checkered flag and wins here in our Group 9
Can we
race.
go back to that battle for a second? Sorry. We got to see that. No offense, Nathan Bird, and hashtag Fast Australian Formula, but let's see what's happened here with Travis Engen and Mark Sherwood. Looks like Sherwood is ahead, doesn't it?
It does. I think Sherwood's
Engen.
got him. Yeah, Sherwood's got him.
Let's see.
Well, they're coming out of the boot now. And
yeah, Sherwood took it.
Sherwood took
Let's
it.
see what we got here.
Can Engen respond in the 27? I think he's going to settle for third, but a podium's still pretty darn good here. And they are now
but
2
there's lap
corners
traffic
away.
ahead.
Yep. No, I think Travis too smart to play silly games. Although I say that. Into Customers Bank, turn 11. Last corner on the road and coming towards the checkered flag, and it will be Sherwood in second place and Travis Engen in third.
Hey, that's a good race, though, gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
And Bruce Hamilton coming up in that red car right behind him.
Yep, fourth place to him. And Giroux should come over across the line in fifth.
Giroux.
Oh, look at Giroux. Look at this.
He told me, Giroux like kangaroo. Look at this,
Giroux. You truly do.
Look at that. Nice. Another great open wheel race here at Watkins Glen.
Excellent stuff. So then, that concludes our Group 9 race, and that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Good battles throughout. And once again, thanks to Ben, and we'll take a short break. We'll be back with more of the Speed Tour after this.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas fuel treatment. It works.
Welcome back. That was my Jonathan Green impersonation.
Pretty good. I like that. Go on one more time.
Welcome back That wasn't as good as the first time.
No.
It's got to be spontaneous.
Yeah,
All right, but
I
let's
guess
hear
so.
yours.
Welcome back. Anyway, let's turn our attention to some muscle cars because I tell you what, Dylan McAvern is in this race. And if you don't know that name, then you're not a Trans Am fan. You should be. Watch this official marshal. Look at she's hopping.
Yeah.
She's
That's
enjoying
Chelsea.
her job. Is that Chelsea?
That's RC's daughter. Yeah, Chelsea's running. She is our grid chief.
But she's hopping before she jumps up and down when she gets these guys
And
out.
she has requested that I make the sign that she's holding pink and black for next event. So you're going to see pink and black signs to her request. But this is the stock car, Trans Am cars of the era. There's different groups, but if it's a Group 10 SC, it's a stock car. Group 10 GT could be Trans Am, also could be Porsche Cup cars. But this is a great group of cars.
Well, Dylan McAvern's doing a bit of moonlighting, isn't he? Because, of course, he is in TA2. He's currently, though, in that number 48, that Ford Mustang.
Who his father raced that car in the Grand Am
that's
series.
the reason. Okay.
And that looks a lot like a Trans Am car from, and that would have been legal in Trans Am from that day of like Ron Fellows, Tommy Kendall, Dorsey Schrader. But that was a Grand Am car that they competed in Grand Am back in the day. And so Dylan McAvern is driving his dad's car out there in a Ford Mustang. And then that's a, oh man, where's my stock car people? That looks like a Rusty Wallace, right?
The number 2, yeah.
Miller Genuine Draft.
Yes, I think
Jeff
it is.
Rocco, the Pontiac Grand Prix. Then Alan Cohen is a Mustang Port City Tube. GT3 car, and then Fletcher Quigley in a Group 10. It says no compete Chevrolet Camaro. I've got to plug in my computer here. Sorry.
Go for it. Yeah, the rain is staying off, but I can see it's gathering in the distance here in the famous Finger Lakes. It's a great place to visit, by the way. They've got some lovely national parks, some hikes and treks. Talked to Scott Goodyear. He got here early in the week because he's doing race control, and he said, yeah, went on a big old hike and around the New York State
We went
area.
hiking, Scott Goodyear and I.
He said you saw some waterfall.
He ran up all the stairs, too. If any of you are fans of the show The Office, you'll remember that Jim Carrey, who auditioned for Michael's job, came in to interview for the job but had to get back to the Finger Lakes with his family. It's part of the plot of the show for some reason.
There you go. I didn't know that Jim Farley's brother was Chris Farley.
Yeah.
How
No,
about that?
cousin.
Cousin.
I believe they're
It's
cousins.
is it? Okay.
So we'll go through the grid
That
here.
makes for,
Dylan McAvern in first, Jeff Rocco second, Alan Cohen third, Fletcher Quigley in that Chevrolet Camaro fourth, Jeffrey Bernatovich in a Chevrolet GT1 Corvette, Corey Cochran in a Chevrolet Silverado. You heard that right. There's a few of those out there. Chevy trucks. Doug Richmond in a Ford Falcon GT1. Beautiful car, and if you want to buy a car just like this, I believe Frank Markham has his up for sale on Bring a Trailer. Stephen Davison, Aston Martin GT4. Jen Kirpata, right?
Yeah, that'll do.
Yen Kirpata probably, in a Chevrolet Camaro TA2. Scott Dolphy from the NFL racing out there in a Chevrolet Silverado. Kenneth Greenberg, Aston Martin Vantage. Andrew Heffring in a Ginetta GTA. Stefan Bouvier in a Porsche GT4. Tom Forgione, Ford Thunderbird. Jeff Lyman, Chevrolet Corvette. Robert Offley in a Porsche 911. And Rib Regna in a Chevrolet Corvette.
I like that Chevrolet Silverado truck from the Craftsman Truck Series out there, the 69A.
Yeah, a lot of those trucks you see out there, Concierge Motorsports. Front row Joe Nemechek has had his hand all over those cars, preparing them for this racing. So that's really cool to see. Never would have thought I'd see a Chevy truck racing a Ginetta in the same group, but let's see what happens.
And I love it. So the lights off on the Honda Civic, our lovely Honda Civic pace car, leading them to green, we hope. And as you say, the Ginetta lined up right behind that truck, ready to go. Group 10 then, about to get underway for their first race of the weekend, the NetJets Feature Race 1 for Group 10, and away they go, and into the lead goes Dylan McAvern in the 48, followed by Rusty Wallace or Jeff Rocco, whichever you prefer, in the Pontiac Grand Prix, the all black and gold. Now Cohen just behind in the Mustang Port City Tube car.
Fletcher Quigley over Jeffrey Bernatovich there at Mission Foods Turn 1. Shaping up to already be a pretty good race. Look at this, Dylan McIvern and Rusty Wallace going at it into Big Machine Vodka Spike coolers.
Yeah, Rocco's going to make a move early on, I think. He's certainly sticking with him. Bouncing over the curves. McIvern, like I said, very established Trans Am current driver. Has done a lot of sports car racing in his time.
Yeah, raced with BMW and Turner Motorsports.
Yep.
Won some great trophies in the IMSA Championship. So happy to have him back here in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. But man, that Rusty Wallace, you know, we talk about this every time, but that's kind of the big era that I loved of the NASCAR Days of Thunder kind of era where the cars actually look like the cars they represented.
No, good point, yeah. And they are perfectly preserved here in SVRA, down to the millimeter, quite literally. And, of course, the paint schemes, that's hence how we recognize those cars. And that's how you used to, the sponsorship was how you recognize the cars back in those days. I mean, I know it's still true today, but, yeah, those colors stood out. Jeff Gordon's 24.
Fletcher Quigley. Yeah, that's not quite the Jeff Gordon paint scheme, is it? Look at that, Pontiac Grand Prix.
Now, it's got John Cloud. Is that owned by John Cloud's car? Okay.
Yeah, but I think Jeff Rocco is one of the mechanics and drivers there at Cobra Automotive out of Connecticut, so he's having some fun out there.
Yeah, I bet John Cloud.
This is one of those track attack Hendrix cars that you can that Hendrix made, that it's somewhere between like a late model and a stock car, but Hendrix basically made those for like HPDE events or chin events for drivers that want to get that stock car feel.
Cool.
So it's cool to have those out here with SVRA.
Very cool.
And I could be wrong on that, so make sure you tell me if I am. There's that Chevy Silverado. That's what I drive to the races. A Chevy Silverado hauling my trailer.
Where's your son this weekend?
He is in college.
Oh, yeah, he's overrated.
You know, somebody's got to learn.
Who's paying for that?
Me. Jeffrey Bernatovich there in that Chevrolet GT1 Corvette. I heard somebody say that reminds him of a Justin Bell's car. I agree with that.
Yeah, okay.
You can see that arrow as they come out of the inner loop. That was the, what does NASCAR call it, where you get to pick your lane. In the NASCAR races, you know, after a restart, you can pick which side you go to. But that's where that arrow is there coming through the inner loop.
And that 96, that truck entry, getting very close to the back of that red and yellow. That's Corey Cochran in the Silverado.
Let me ask you a question.
Go on then.
Being from Austin, Texas.
Uh-huh.
Do you think the Silverado or the F-150 is mentioned more in country songs?
The F-150.
I think it's the F-150?
Definitely.
Maybe.
Yep. That is the iconic Ford, no question. And living in Texas, you see more F-150s than you see, and old F-150s than you'd see of any other car.
But I think there's a Morgan Wallen song just came out with Silverado in it. I'm not sure.
I'll tell you what is popular.
Close.
I'll tell you what is popular, what I've got, which is a Toyota Tacoma, and they're made in San Antonio.
You just don't hear many country songs talking about their Hilux.
No.
But here we go, a Chevy Silverado versus a Mustang. You know, it's usually Chevy versus Ford, but not
this way.
Two cars, yeah.
Yeah, an eclectic group of stock car racing cars, and a lot of fun to race. Great sound, too.
Oh, the Canyon Arrow from Davina Duckworth. That's the beautiful car from The Simpsons.
Ah!
Remember that? The Canyon Arrow.
There you go.
Yeah, so there we go. Yeah, I like that. A little Simpsons reference there.
Nice reference, yeah, I like that. We talk about Ron Fellows. Saw him the other week.
Oh, look, she put it in there. Can you name the truck with four-wheel drive, smells like a steak, and seats 35? That's the ad for the Canyon Arrow. I love our fans here in the comments section. Pretty cool. And that Mustang, what is it, Port City? Where am I now? The Mustang Port City Tube car of Alan Cohen. Let's see, I don't know if you can really come back to your crew and say, I got beat by a pickup truck.
Yeah.
but those pickup trucks are fun. I tell you what, I watch a lot of the NASCAR road course races just because that's what I'm into.
Yep.
But if the truck series is on, I'll watch them anywhere. Sometimes the oval truck series is so much fun to watch. Really close racing. A lot of our Trans Am TA2 drivers are coming up to the truck series or coming through the truck series. Moffitt is going to be spending some time in the truck series. But there's that GT1 Falcon there that we were talking about, number 63.
You know, and I don't often do this, but I'm going to give a shout-out to a youngster racing tomorrow. His name is Brent Cruz. If you've not been following Trans Am, you are a fool, because Brent Cruz is going to be a future Jeff Gordon, in my opinion, if not that kind of level.
Yeah.
Because he's already done 3 ARCA races, won 1 in the dirt, raced to second here at Watkins Glen. He's 15 years of age. He's leading our TA2 championship. He's won the last 2 races on the trot at different roads, one at Road America, one on the streets of Nashville, and now he's coming to the Glen. The guy's a phenom.
Yeah.
And, you talk to Rafa Matos and some of our champions that are still racing against him, and they just kind of take their hat off and go, yeah, this is the real deal. So,
for sure.
And he's already now a Toyota development driver. So
No, we're going to be talking about knowing him in 10 years. Bragging about that.
Him and Connor Zilic, to me, stand out.
Definitely.
Evan Slater, a few others, all, Thad Moffitt, they're all going to be there. But I just think that Brent Cruz is already earmarked for glory.
Yen Kirpada there in the 93. I definitely agree with that. Connor Zilic, Brent Cruz. I feel like it's going to be an honor to be able to say we know that.
I know. Ben Mayer, just 50. We met his younger 10-year-old brother who could even be faster today.
Exactly.
Amazing.
So it's really fun to watch. Connor Mosak just won the last ARCA race.
Yep.
So congratulations to him.
Doing very well.
Lots of fun to watch. But, man, if you haven't watched that, because if you're like me and you already went in with prejudgments on what the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series was going to be like, give it a shot because it is really fun racing.
Yeah. So back to the action here, and look, plenty at the toe there. He put his toe down. That was good heel and toe.
Little Ford Falcon over an Aston Martin. You don't say that every day.
Not every day. No, you don't.
Doug Richmond, beautiful Ford Falcon GT1 car. And like I said, if you want a car just like this, there is one available, I think, on Bring a Trailer that Frank Markham is selling. You can see the right brake light is the only brake light working there in Doug Richmond's car. TA2 car.
14 of Mercurio.
He's not on my list.
Isn't he?
No. Interesting. Just came out of nowhere. I love it. Mercurio, welcome back.
He's Mercurial. Ha! See what I did there?
I like that. That might be why he's not on our list. He might have had a little bit of a back day.
Yes, because it does look at the back of the car's a little clean, doesn't it?
Yeah, looks like his crew might have pulled an all-nighter.
I think you've sussed that one, my friend. So, Group 10, the NetJets race 1. They get 2 each. The Aston Martin under pressure.
From a Camaro?
From a Camaro.
Or as you would call it, a Camaro.
I know. I get a lot of, we don't put 3 A's in our Camaro. So we just put the 1. So it's Camaro.
And there's that
I
Chevy
will say
Silverado.
It right.
That's the 69 of Scott Dolphy. We were talking about him, former NFL player out there. And we were talking about just kind of the spirit of vintage racing. We were talking at drivers' meeting, and Scott Dolphy and Joe Nemechek will always, I have an ice cream problem.
Yes,
they'll always tell me where the best ice cream is at each racetrack. So I love that. So that is, to me, the spirit of vintage racing. It's a lot of fun. Very competitive on the track, but also, what are you doing afterwards? Where are we going to get our ice cream?
Let me ask you a question. You're a truck race fan. The truck we're watching, like so many of the Craftsman series, even today, do they put weight in the back of the trucks to keep them from being tail happy?
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they're kind of ballasted in a way to also just make weight.
3 10-year-old children usually, yeah?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah, now if you were going to like a drive-in movie, you might have 6 people back there.
Yeah.
There's that other Aston Martin, that invisible glass. That should be Steven Davison, is that?
Yes, it is, yeah. 908.
Who's racing that beautiful E-Type.
God, he's busy. He's just out a minute ago.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful car. Yeah, that Aston Martin, when they started in the all green in WEC, they were so dominant in GTM Pro and AM. And for about 10 years, when they were at the top of their game.
And I love, we were talking about just kind of the style. So that's the same front end of the James Bond car, the DB5, I think it is.
7, I think.
And so that's
the
vantage,
cool
to see. That is the, that front end Aston Martin really since the DB2.
Yes.
You can see how it's moved up. I did just hear from Race Control that we've had a car with impact somewhere, and this might be it. The number 97. I'm seeing some front end damage there of Rib Regna. But I'm hearing we don't think so.
Okay.
So we can see as Scott Dolphy, newly married Scott Dolphy, in the Chevy Silverado. So congratulations, Scott.
Well, McAvern is on a run right now. He's some 30 seconds up the road now from the Batanovich. In second place, quickly, still third, then Richmond, Davison, Krapata, yes, in sixth, Mercurio in seventh, Dolphy, who you just mentioned, Greenberg in ninth, and Heffrey in 10th position. That's how they stand. In our Group 10 race here, hope you're enjoying our coverage here of the Speed Tour from Watkins Glen. It's been a momentous occasion, as it always is, at the Hilliard.
Not to put a jinx out there, but the Trans Am race from today went green to checker.
Yeah.
No double yellows. We've had very few full course cautions, and if we have, it's only been a one pace lap thing. So nice job, ladies and gentlemen. Great driving out there, putting on a good show for our fans.
Yeah, that's not easy to say because we've had some TA races where it's all cautions. There's Mercurio.
You can see the fire coming out there at the side pipes of Mercurio.
Yeah,
that car, whatever the crew did, that car is running quick now.
Running good now. Currently in 5th position and looking to try and make one more spot before the end of this one. Over the bridge at Watkins Glen. Well, we've been very lucky with the weather. I don't want to jinx it in the last hour of the day for our racing here and our live stream, but if you'd have seen the rain coming down last night and what was in the area. Whoa, somebody hitting the bus stop heavily.
And side by side through the bus stop. We
Yeah.
don't suggest that.
It's not advised. Raptor doing a really good job in that 93.
And I got to apologize to Scott Borchetta, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Interloop. I made 2 more signs and put 2 more signs up this weekend, but they both got torn down yesterday.
Oh.
They both got hit by cars.
Oh,
so
I
I'll put
see.
some more up tonight.
Fair enough. Yeah, we missed Scott Borchetta in Group 6. He has been a constant factor in that Corvette over the last few years, winning, 28 in a row, something like that?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
There's our leader.
There is Dylan McAvern, our leader, who will be in action in TA2 tomorrow. But he's doing a bit of vintage racing this weekend and just plowing his way through the traffic. It does look good, doesn't it? Sounds good too. Final lap then for Dylan McAvern.
And how smart is this? Because it's a pretty similar car to a TA2 car.
Yeah.
So he's getting all these laps, figuring out all the idiosyncrasies, the curbing, where the grip is, where it isn't.
Can't say he doesn't know.
He's getting some
Watkins,
data.
yeah, but
he knows Watkins Glen really well.
Yeah.
But now he knows Watkins Glen really well this weekend because there are changing conditions on tracks. And just seat time is so important.
Yeah, and his lap times, 1:53.9 was 1:49 was his best time. So that's not far off a modern Trans Am car at all. And in fact, he'll be literally jumping out of this car and getting ready to do qualifying in TA2 because they qualify tonight. 2 groups. Final lap then for Dylan McAvern in the 48 all blue.
Look at that car rotate.
Ford Mustang, yep. Just 1 corner to go, our Customers Bank corner.
And he's not even doing the line.
No.
He's just kind of getting the car to rotate, staying in the middle, just trying to win this race. Oh, he's coming in.
What?
That's why he's not doing the line.
That's
Did he come in early? Did he not know it was the checkered? Or is it going to count if he goes over the line at the checkered?
Isn't there a rule? Because Schumacher did this once. You can still take the checkered
There's
flag.
the line,
you
and
still
it
get
should
the checkered flag.
Take it.
That's interesting.
Oh, my goodness.
That is interesting. Well, McAvern is given the win.
I'm here from race control. Race control saying, is that legal? Let's hear.
That's interesting because, like I said, Michael Schumacher did this in Formula One once.
Yeah.
And the rule is, as long as you pass the checker flag, I think you've got to do it on track. I don't know. It's answers on a question. Tell you what, we'll scratch our heads. We'll scratch our heads, and we'll come back after this short break from Watkins Glen. But what an interesting finish.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Welcome back to our live stream of the Speed Tour here from Watkins Glen. We are going to give you coverage now of our first Group 2 race of this weekend. And once again, it's the single-seaters, but slightly older this time because we've got some Brabhams and some Chevrons and some Swifts. A few Crossleys out there, Lolas, Tigers.
My favorite of the open wheels. I love these open wheel cars. I think it's, I've heard it both ways, but I've heard from an authority that it's Taiga.
Oh, Taiga, okay.
But let's ask everybody, is it Tiga or Taiga?
By the way, I said I'd scratch my head and find out. I was right. Michael Schumacher did win a race in the pit lane because the rule is it was 1998 in a Ferrari, and he crossed the line on lap 60, which was the complete lap, and the line was at Woodcote, so he came in, crossed the line, took his penalty because he was given a 5-second penalty, but was awarded the race win because the pit lane is considered a live part of the racetrack.
So Dylan McIvern won the race.
He did, yeah.
So this is a great mix. This is Group 2. We've got some fantastic Formula Bs. We've got some Formula Fords, and then the car we were looking at right there, Graham Edelman, that is a Brabham F2 BT23C. So that was a Formula 2 car. There's a couple of little small delineations between the Formula 2 car of Graham Edelman and the Formula B cars of Mark Giroux.
See, look at Chelsea.
Joe Blacker.
She's jumping up and down.
Yeah, Travis Engen and Bruce. She's loving her job. Yeah, see that? I love it. It looks like she's jumping rope.
I know, exactly. I love it. I like a lady who enjoys her job. By the way, we've just got our meteorologist on the phone, and she put her finger in the air to tell me that there is slight light rain at turn 7.
You know what that is? That's the ice cream that Chelsea and I had last night. She's just burning that off.
There you go.
As I'm sitting up here.
Okay.
So let's go through this grid here.
Yeah, go for
first, let me explain the number 58 of Graham Edelman, the Brabham F2. I was talking to Malcolm and Sharon about that, but it's a fuel-injected, has a little bit higher rev, a little bit more torque, but if you're out of the RPM band, you can really lose it. So it's still pretty equally yoked with Formula Bs, but has a little bit higher top speed and a little bit better torque coming out. So because he didn't have a great qualifying, he's going to be starting in the back going through the Formula Bs. Then from the Formula Ford perspective, we've got Wes Allen, Mark Clark, Daniel Arians II, Chris Aragante, Jeffrey Chilch, and look at that, Jeffrey, you got to buy a vowel, man. T-S-C-H-I-L-T-S-C-H.
I'll take a vowel, please.
It's got one vowel in there.
They're expensive vowels.
I can barely read. How am I going to be able to do that? Jeffrey helped me out yesterday in the garage when I was doing the garage tour with everybody, I believe from the Chicago area. So it's great to have him out here.
So when people say they're taking their vowels, that's it. It's people stealing them.
No,
I thought it was
vows.
Oh, sorry.
And he took his vows many years ago. Rod Bolhouse, I believe. Hector McDonald, Dan Rhodes, Arnold Carball Jr., and Gary Gesselter back with us.
He's back.
DB64. Now, ladies and gentlemen, last race of the afternoon. Our medicine has worn off. We are going to have some fun in here.
Oh, heck. Look out, Ben. We're unleashing Ben Sissel on the world.
Oh, not just Ben Sissel, but Juan Verde is also joining me.
Oh, gosh. You don't want that guy. My racing in a what do you call it?
I don't know.
Alter ego.
Yeah.
Juan Verde.
The Spanish alter ego. So
I was part of the Rodriguez Mexican family when I was racing, and
we're seeing a debris flag there with our Flagtronics. We've got the lights are out. We've got no drone. Bruce Hamilton is in first, Travis Engen second, Joe Blacker third, Mark Giroux fourth, and Graham Edelman kind of make up those fat tire Formula Bs and Formula 2 cars. But Jonathan, I'm going to give it to you. Bruce Hamilton on stickers.
Yep, sticker tires, and the worry that these single-seaters could come up on some wet weather during this race. We've heard some spots of rain. Yeah. Some are coming into the pit lane, I may add.
Is coming in.
And a hand up there. We may get an aborted start here for the simple reason that we've got half the field coming into the pits.
Rod Bolhouse come in. Jeffrey Chilch coming in. But the green flag is out.
No, Jonathan. We're going racing. So here we go. Group 2 in half the field is kind of coming in to get wets on. The rest of the field are on stickers, and that's going to be sticky, or tough, as we say, as they go through Mission Foods Turn 1. A little gingerly, we may add, but up they go towards the S's for the first time for Group 2. Several cars coming in. Let's see what happens in this one.
Joe Blacker moved up front ahead of Bruce Hamilton. I think just basically who's going to take turn 1 in this, what I'd call damp conditions. There is rain. I'm sure they're seeing it on their helmets, so
yeah, you can see the
flag
out
yeah. Because of the rain, but that is Joe Blacker out front. And I think they might think that's a yellow flag, but those are just debris flags, but it doesn't seem like they're racing.
No, they've all slowed down, and I think out of caution, obviously. And these are precious cars. You know, you don't want to slide one of these into a barrier. And of course, it's very, very tight here at Watkins Glen. It's one of the oldest courses in America, so there's not a lot of room to change it much.
Look at Daniel Arians, the second in that car there with the stripes on it, and the stripes match his helmet. He gets it. You know, he gets vintage racing.
Yeah,
but you got to look good to be fast.
Oh, absolutely. You need a racing name like Juan Verde. You need to look good. And yeah, these are all part. This is all part and parcel. And you got to go bowling. Famous here at Watkins Glen. That was a famous signature race they had. Go bowling at the Glen.
Oh, so maybe
that's Joe Helm.
Yeah,
Look.
and we're seeing some smoke. So maybe he was dropping oil on a wet surface, which is like double negative.
Yeah, so a lot of cars pulling off in what is a bit of a confusing start, so we apologize for that, but we think that the reason why we've got so many people basically taking to the pit lane and going back to their stores, remember, they're not got tyres and there's nobody in the pit lane itself, so you can't just come in and get tyres. You've got to go back to the paddock and back to where you prepare the car. So that's why half of the field have come in and the rest of the field is kind of poodling around a little bit. So interesting, but that's the way we are in F2, or at least Group 2.
Joe Blacker, then followed by Graham Edelman, followed by Bruce Hamilton in the first. Let's see if anybody's coming in. Looks like they're not coming in. That's not the coming in line.
Nope, and they are racing, but they're just racing very gingerly, quite rightly.
You can see the tread on Graham Edelman's car there. It's just basically straight lines on these bias ply tires, and you're right, they're just tiptoeing around.
Yeah, you can see that. See that? You saw the little patches there as you go over the white line. Little spray coming up. And these treaded tires will give you a little bit of grip, and that's what we've probably got. The decimation between the field is that some of them have got sticker tires, but what I would call semi-wets. They're not full wets, but and maybe that was their choice coming in, and the rest have said, no, we're on slicks, we're going in, and we couldn't hack this.
You could clearly see the tread there. Great focus there, cameraman. That must be
hats
Hamish.
off.
That must be him, right?
Well, if it's not, it's going to be Joe Helm.
Well, there is Graham's wife, Sharon, who we just saw in that blue Janetta. She's still out there. You can tell she's a little worried.
Yeah, everybody's a little bit nervous.
There he is, second place, right there behind Joe Blacker. But Bruce Hamilton now with the sticker tires coming on the outside of Owen Edelman as they go into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. And you can see the buildup of the cars, but not clearly because we don't have the focus that Amish does at Mission Foods Turn 1.
Don't do
and
that.
I'm fired.
Don't do that. You've called it out now. But I tell you what, this is actually a good race because they're very close together. You can see the spots of rain on our pit lane camera. And so, yeah, you can see them putting covers over Zilich's car, which is getting ready to do Trans Am qualifying. So the rain is starting to fall quite heavily now.
You can see Sharon showing his time, saying, well, I was faster in my Janetta.
She's smiling. She can hear you.
Yeah.
So this is interesting because we've got three cars literally glued together on track, but literally tiptoeing around the track. I've not seen a race like this in many a time, but Blacker, Alderman, and Hamilton glued together on track, but trying desperately to stay on track in these changing conditions. It's going to be an interesting
scary
one.
Because, and the reason you're not seeing race images right now, ladies and gentlemen, because of the rain, we can't put the drone up.
No.
And the drone was covering basically the boot section, so we're hoping to get back to these cars when they come through Bridge Hall Bennett Turn 9, which they are, and there's Graham, followed by Bruce, followed by Joe Blacker, so a total change here. Graham Edelman in that Formula 2 car. We just saw his wife Sharon, then Bruce Hamilton in those stickers, and then Joe Blacker there. And
so Blacker's gone from first to third.
The fourth car I saw was Mark Clark, our first Crossley Formula Ford.
He was out earlier a moment ago in a previous group, so Very interesting race coming up to turn 11, the final corner here. The Customers Bank, turn 11.
Brabham versus Chevron.
Well, in the words of one Alice in Wonderland, curiouser and curiouser. But you see, there's plenty of grip on those tires.
Yeah, what a beautiful car that is. That was a Formula 2 car from back in the day that all of our Formula 1 favorites would have come through as basically the feeder series for Formula 1. And man, would I love to see Formula 1 drivers driving a treaded tire, no downforce car like that. Then you'd really see who the talented drivers are.
That Martini coverage, that Martini logo on the side there, which Williams have reignited a few years ago. But it used to be, I remember when I was growing up, the advert was anytime, any place, anywhere. Try a taste of Martini.
I love it. Yeah, Jackie Stewart, I think, right?
Yes.
Look at this now, Bruce Hamilton around Owen Edelman. Looks like Bruce has a little bit more cojones, we'll call it, here in the rain coming down these long straights. But look at that. There's Mark Clark. I believe our first in the red. Let me see the numbers.
5.
I think that's him. Yeah, that's Mark Clark there in that first of our Formula Fords. And who's right behind him in a more modern Formula
Is that
Ford?
Arta's in the 40? No, it's the O2. It's Allen. And he's right there with him. Look at this.
Yeah, Wes Allen. Look at this, guys. So that's Wes Allen in a Swift DB6. Crossley 32F ahead of him. And then, that was Daniel Arians behind them.
I said they were going to pit and change tires. I don't think they're going to go out because obviously this is vintage racing.
No,
and really it's risk versus reward. You don't want to smash up your car on a wet Watkins Glen day. And as you can see, people sheltering already underneath the canvas there. So an intriguing race all the same, but we continue here. And a lot of head shrugging, and there's a big weather cell here.
There's the Adam Andretti team.
There's Rafa Matos.
Yeah, Rafa Matos looking at the
weather himself. Now this is going to make qualifying for Trans Am very interesting, that's for sure.
Look at this now, Graham Edelman coming by. Graham Edelman, Sharon Edelman, Owen Edelman, one of the great vintage racing families. So excited to have them here. They're actually going to be skipping our VIR race because they're going to be racing in Italy.
Oh, wow.
How cool is that?
Very cool. So now back into the lead goes the 76 of Hamilton. Now Edelman drops to second place and Blacker in third. And I think they're probably going to finish line astern like this because just out of safety. Now there's the white flag.
Yeah.
So we got one lap to go. Will anybody try anything, I wonder? The crowd just is.
Remember how great the race was. Mark Giroux, and what is his name? He has that big design company. Shoot, I'm so sorry. But they went back and back, and it was just back and forth. They'd pass each other into one, pass each other into the inner loop, and it was basically a draft race to the finish line just a couple years ago here in Formula B.
I was reminded that there was also sponsorship of that Martini, the BMW on the M1. You're absolutely right. Back in the day, it wasn't just Formula 1.
We are not streaming the TA2 qualifying.
No.
Sorry, I'm hearing that from Racing Data Systems.
Yeah, we are not.
Now, see, look at that. That's my hero right there.
That's good. I
the
like
helmet
that scheme.
matches the car, the number 127. Daniel Arians the second. That guy gets it.
Yeah, nicely done.
And he's got his rain light on.
So, will Hamilton make one more lunge for the lead? Adelman took the lead about a lap and a half ago in what is very tricky conditions as the rain came down just as we went out. Half the field deciding better of it and thinking that they'll live to fight another day.
Great race in both fields, though. We got a great race for the front in Formula B, and then this is our Formula Ford group as Daniel looks out. They're very equally yoked cars.
And just because they're not going fast does not mean it's not good racing.
Oh, no, I bet you this feels way more scary to these drivers than going full speed on dry. There's no downforce, very little grip. And then the first session of rain brings the oil up out of the pavement.
Yeah, good point.
Makes it really, really slick.
And we are expecting potential heavy rain as well tomorrow. Here we go. Here comes our leader. Yeah, and in fact, the 76 of Hamilton pulling away at the front there on this last lap from the chasing pack of Hamilton and Blacker. I say pack, but the three of them were right line astern for a few laps. But then once Hamilton got the lead, he was overtaken by Alderman. They battled it out, as you can see.
Edelman behind Blacker.
Here we go then.
Edelman,
Hamilton.
the fuel-injected Formula 2 car. These Formula Bs are carbureted. But man,
coming out of the last corner then, that was fun, and here it is. It's going to be the 76 of Hamilton to take the checkered flag here.
The white flag.
Oh, no, it's a white flag this time. I'm sorry. One more lap to go.
They were showing a white flag last time.
Am I wrong? Okay. We've all gone mad. It's the end of the day, folks, and the weather has finally shown up.
Well, haven't seen that before.
No. We've had some interest. We've had a pit lane finish and a quite bizarre race where we started off with half the pack coming into the pit lane.
And our graphics is showing Edelman at the front, but that is not correct.
Hamilton is leading,
in the front.
Yep. And here's your Formula Ford battle. The 05 of Gazelta. And then the 14.
Started at the back and is now in, fourth place in the
he's got
Formula
past Artis, who was, that's interesting. So he's got past Artis. This is the final lap. There is the white flag.
Or is it?
Yeah, it is.
There's Travis Engen back out.
He's back out again, isn't he? In the number 1 this time.
So did they put on intermediates?
Can
you do that?
Well, I don't know what he's got on. They look like slicks. There might be some tread there. Travis, though, he can drive anything. So it's a bit like an ice ring out there at the moment. Enough rain to give you pause for thought and certainly take your right foot off that pedal and be a little bit gingerly approaching the track. Final lap then for our Group 2. This will be our final group of the day for day 1 on us for our SVRA SpeedTour coverage. And Travis Engen crossing the line, and
got a great show of Joe, the cameraman, there, doing a great job at Customers Bank, turn 11 up there.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
In not great conditions.
No.
Nice job, Joe.
Yeah. And shout out to all of our great camera work today. Thanks to Greenlight, and we appreciate the time and energy put into this. And I hope you're enjoying it on our live stream. Well, the boy from New York says the boys in the booth are losing their minds. I think you might be right, boy from New York. I think you're totally right.
Oh, and look at that. Joe Blacker and Edelman right behind. Edelman, let's see if he's going to try to do something in the last 3 corners.
Here we go. Oh, Hamilton's going to be under pressure in a minute if he's not careful. Here we go, look. We've got a cracking finish, folks. The 3 of them close together again, but Hamilton's going to do it. Look at this. It's going to be nip and tuck. He's getting closer.
That's got to be so stressful. Last corner. Look at how close this wall is here, ladies and gentlemen. That's when you don't want to get wrong.
No. Bruce Hamilton then comes to the line in the 76 Brabham BT 36 or 36, whichever you prefer. And across the line comes Joe Blacker in second place, almost pipping him to the post in the BT 29 Brabham. So it's a Brabham 1-2.
You can tell, though, they just did a whole race on a pretty rough surface, and his stickers are still on the car. So you can
that's
tell
how much
that it's a lot wetter
than
we can tell on the images of the TV.
I think you're absolutely right. Well, like I said, we got our meteorologist out there, and she told us that just before the race started that they were starting to sprinkle at turn 7, and I think that spread throughout most of the track because we started seeing dribs and drabs. But it's one of those grey days where you can't really tell what's going on out there.
Well, show that checker, dude. Wave it.
Hey,
Don't just sit there. There we go.
You see the spray when they come over the strip here, look.
Yeah.
Watch this. There. Just that little bit of spray, and then you know it's wet.
Ooh, our producers are calling for Jonathan to do a rap. You going to do some hip-hop for us?
No.
Lay it down. You want me to lay down the beat?
No, they're talking about chicken wrap.
Oh, a chicken wrap.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like wrap it up. I'm here as a hip-hop fan. I'm thinking you're about to do a freestyle rap.
Well, I would wrap it up if you shut up. Hey, my thanks to Ben Sissel. We've had some fun, and yes, we've lost our minds because it was a strange end to the day in many ways. We had a pit lane finish, a la Michael Schumacher 1998 British Grand Prix, but it was Dylan McIvern in the stock cars who won. Then we had a half rain, half not rain race to finish off our Group 2. But all in all, it's been a lovely day here at the Glen on all part of the Hilliard Vintage Motor Race for 2023, and of course part of the 2023 Speed Tour of SVRA. Thanks for tuning in on our live stream. We'll be back on MAV TV and on the live stream tomorrow. We've got TA2 action to bring you. Have a look at the results because it's going to be an interesting session, that Trans Am TA2 race, because 38 entries in all and some real hot shoes out there. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow when we do it all again from Watkins Glen.
Taking on the challenge, equipping yourself with the best, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster, in racing and in everyday life. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
The Gateway Speed Tour comes to Worldwide Technology Raceway September 22nd through the 24th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, and Saturday, take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Laps. You do not want to miss the Gateway Speed Tour September 22nd through the 24th. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
That bush is really coming along.
Hi, Carla. What are you up to?
Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun.
I can see that.
This thing is powerful. Hey, honey, I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel, ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green Flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.